Another season is upon us. Freshmen arrive wide-eyed with dreams of future glory, while seniors prepare for their last chance at immortality. There are only a handful of these opportunities in a man's life, a handful of chances to distinguish yourself from the rest. It's on these fields where history is made, where legends begin and heroes triumph. Traditions tell the story of what you represent, of those that forge the legacy you uphold. When you come charging out of the tunnel, 100,000 people will be watching your every move. How you respond to that pressure is what defines you. These are the moments that reveal your toughness, your determination, and your pride. The Roughnecks on the Sooner Schooner. Ralphie charging out of the gate. And Chief Osceola planting his spear. The time has come. Your time is now.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you lie. Welcome to College Football Red Zone, your home for 7+ hours of commercial-free college football here on a spooky morning here in the Buckeye State, where College Football Red Zone resides as home. We find ourselves going through the second month of this season, and things start to get real, and based on the Halloween season, things start to get a little bit on the spooky side as well. We do start to see that separation between the contenders and the pretenders in college football, not just at the conference level. Many teams definitely vying for a chance to go to conference championship games, but we're talking also about that national level. We're talking about teams that have that capability of going to the college football playoff. Talking about some teams that have the ability to go forward and win a national title, the sport's ultimate prize. And what a way to get this beautiful Saturday going than what we have here with over 24 games over the course of both the noon and the 3:30 slate combined. And you will see it all here on College Football Red Zone here today. I'm your host, Jake, of the founder and CEO of College Football Red Zone. But before we get into all the game action that we do have all around the country, let's go ahead and take a look at each individual game. Let's go ahead and start those previews right about now. So with that being said, we got the noon level kicking things back up and getting things started here, man. As let's start things out with that new window, right? We got Ole Miss taking on Oklahoma. That's going to be the biggest game of your noon window right now. That is number 8 Ole Miss taking on number 14 Oklahoma. According to the Red Shirt Sports Top 25, your official Top 25 poll of College Football Red Zone. So that's going to be your biggest game in the noon window, but that does not mean that there is not big games happening all around the country. How about UCLA and Indiana going up against each other over the course of the noon window? Indiana ranked number 2 in the nation, but UCLA riding an incredible high. They are on a notable 2-game winning streak, beating Penn State and stunning Michigan State as well. Also beating Maryland, a 3-game winning streak for UCLA. They have a chance to shock the world once again against Kirk Cincinnati and the boys. How about also over on ESPN, we got Syracuse taking on Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech coming off of a gritty win against the Duke Blue Devils. They now climb to number 7 in the entire nation. They'll now take on Syracuse as they continue their quest to make it to the ACC title game, where Syracuse just trying to show some grit with all the injuries that they're dealing with in Fran Brown's second year. How about over on the ACC network as well? Number 16, Virginia, traveling to North Carolina. North Carolina team that has shown a little improvement, but now going up against one of the top tier teams in the ACC in the Virginia Cavaliers. Can the Virginia Cavaliers continue to maintain the focus with all their goals still in front of them? Or are we going to see North Carolina pull an insane upset there as well? We'll have to wait and see on that front. Meanwhile, over on ESPN2, we have USF, number 18 in the country, taking on Memphis. Memphis with one of the most shocking losses of the entire season so far. The Memphis Tigers now in the unranked part of the Redshirt Sports Top 25. USF, they have been on a tear. A game that could very well decide who has the inside track for the college football playoff, at least as the primary G5 representative. I want to point that out because there is still a world where multiple G5 teams can make the playoff. Don't want to instantly roll that out as well. Other games that we do have going in the noon window. Got Appalachian State taking on Old Dominion. The Monarchs, they're on a 2-game losing streak, losing to not only James Madison in what could be a Sun Belt East title game because they still have divisions, but they also had a surprising loss to Marshall as well. How do the Monarchs recover out of that particular injury? Injury to their resume. Old Dominion looking to get back on track, get their first win in the last few weeks. Meanwhile, over on the SEC Network, Auburn taking on Arkansas. Arkansas with absolutely nothing to lose. Meanwhile, this could be a Hugh Freeze referendum game. If Auburn drops this game, do we see Hugh Freeze get fired? That's going to be the million-dollar question. So Auburn has more of the pressure. In Arkansas, well, they have nothing to lose. Speaking of things that have nothing to be lost, Kansas and Kansas State, no love lost between these two programs. The battle of the Sunflower State going to take place in Lawrence, Kansas, as the Kansas Jayhawks will be playing against Kansas State Wildcats, as both teams are looking to improve their standing within the Big 12, as well as get a win against Big Brother. Kansas State has won this rivalry quite in a dominating fashion in the 21st century. Can Kansas finally pull it off against Kansas State? We'll see if the Jayhawks can finally overcome those ghosts. Northwestern and Nebraska could serve as a Big Ten elimination game. Both teams have 2 losses. One team in Nebraska has 2 Big Ten losses, while Nebraska only has 1 loss. Shout out to David Braun and the boys over at Northwestern. Battle of 5 and 2 teams from the Big Ten. Loser of this game is going to be dropped from Big Ten title contention and also see their playoff hopes get put on life support as well. Something to certainly monitor moving forward. As for Ohio and Eastern Michigan, Chris Creighton hosting the Ohio Bobcats, your defending MAC champions, a game that Ohio badly needs to win in order to keep themselves in that MAC title hunt. They got their work cut out for them, though. They already have at least a loss or 2 in MACtion. That will be starting to really rev up here in the month of November. Rutgers taking on Purdue could be a sleepy game over on the Big Ten Network. Could very well see an interesting bout between these two teams. Both teams have shown they can put points up on the board, but neither team can stop a nosebleed. So we could be in for a shootout up there for the Purdue Boilermakers. Might be a game that we might check in on more often than not. Definitely a game to keep an eye out for. SMU and Wake Forest. SMU still undefeated in ACC title play, while Wake Forest, the first year under head coach Jake Dickert, been showing some good stuff this year, right? Jake Dickert, 4-2, really looking like a solid football team. They're going to be hosting this SMU squad. This is a big test for the Demon Deacons. We'll see if they can pull it out at home. And then that is going to conclude the noon window as of right now. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and check in on the 3:30 window and what we have going on. Just like in that noon window, we do have 12 games that you are going to see over on College Football Red Zone. With, again, the eyes of the national media are going to be descending on the SEC once again. Only ranked matchup in the 3:30 window does include 2 SEC teams. That is number 15, Missouri, taking on number 11, Vanderbilt, according to our Redshirt Sports Top 25. Both teams coming in with 1 SEC loss apiece. A second SEC loss by either team could absolutely be devastating. We'll see if Diego Pavia can continue the good vibes. And does hosting College Game Day help or hurt Clark Leah and the boys? We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. That's going to be the 3:30 window game over on ESPN. Meanwhile, in terms of other games that are happening and games that, are going to be like a little bit of not receiving much attention, but definitely not wanting to, shouldn't be overlooked. How about number 23, Illinois, taking on a Washington team that is not ranked in Redshirt Sports Top 25. They are, however, receiving votes, though. So that's going to be a big one there in terms of, again, another Big Ten elimination game. We talked about this earlier with Northwestern Nebraska. Same concept with Illinois and Washington. Something to keep your eyes on out in Seattle, Washington. A very strong environment out there on the West Coast. Meanwhile, two teams that will also be facing off at between guys that are also receiving votes. How about Minnesota taking on Iowa? Both programs are receiving votes. And the Floyd of Ragsdale, that rivalry trophy is also being played here today. So not only Big Ten implications and possibly national implications in that Minnesota-Iowa game, but what you also see as well is the Floyd of Ragsdale, your rivalry game. It could get spicy. Don't want to miss that one. That's going to be on the Big Ten Network as well. Keeping a lookout in terms of other matchups happening around the country. We will get things going with a shout out to number 3 Alabama. They've had one of the best resumes in college football. They have done a tremendous job in terms of making sure that after that Florida State loss, they just continue to get better and better every week. That has been reflected with how they've played since the Florida State game, which continues to look as confusing as it's a confusing time right now. I don't understand how Florida State is that bad with how they started the year off. Just absolutely crazy to me. They'll take on South Carolina. That has been disappointing, but you never want to sleep in Cocktober, man. That is an underrated environment. So Alabama's going to have to come in and make sure that they are absolutely focused and ready to go in that matchup. In the meantime, number 9, BYU, coming off of an emotional win against not against Iowa State, but against Utah in the Holy War. BYU is now finding itself on the road after a emotional and physical win. They're taking on Iowa State. Iowa State on that 2-game losing streak, but they were on a bye. And again, BYU could be a potential letdown spot for the BYU Cougars. We'll see how they handle that. That's going to be a 3:30 kickoff game over on Fox. In the meantime, other ranked teams that are going off in terms of your Redshirt Sports Top 25. Oklahoma State and Texas Tech. That game is going to kick off at 4 p.m. Eastern over on ESPNU. Texas Tech trying to bounce back. They lost a close one, and they lost a heartbreaker to Arizona State last week. That's why Texas Tech falls to number 12 in our top 25. You could not ask for a better get-right game against Oklahoma State, who they're trying their best to find a identity, but they can't stop a nosebleed. That could be a potential splatter watch out there in Lubbock, Texas, a team that is certainly going to be extremely pissed off based upon how they ended up playing this past weekend. Also happening around the country as well. You do have number 21 UC taking on the Baylor Bears in Big 12 conference play. The Baylor, this is kind of the last gasp of air, right? You already have multiple losses. Really can't afford a third loss. And, Cincinnati, they only have that one loss to Nebraska right now. This is a team that has all of its goals in front of them and then some. Cincinnati has a chance to, I believe, accomplish bowl eligibility if they can make it happen here today. So shout out to the Cincinnati Bearcats. I'm going to be rooting for them as a Cincinnati guy. But with that being said, definitely we'll keep an eye on them. That's going to be a 4 o'clock kickoff over on ESPN2. And then I think the last game that we have that does feature a top 25 team in the Redshirt Sports Top 25, that is Texas and Mississippi State. That's going to be the last game kicking off here on College Football Red Zone here this afternoon. That is the number 22 ranked team in the nation taking on the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Texas looked extremely shaky against Kentucky last weekend. Can they find a way to move forward and bounce back? after that disappointing performance against Kentucky, or does Jeff Levy finally get his first SEC win as the head coach of Mississippi State, who is now moving on to year number 2 of his tenure? Something to keep an eye out for him. That's going to be on the SEC Network, a 4:15 kickoff. Other games that are going to be happening in terms of the 3:30 kickoff window, but I haven't talked a ton about, such as FAU taking on Navy. The Navy is currently undefeated as of right now. They'll be taking on FAU as they try to get themselves to 7-0, but after that but the possible 7-0 start, the schedule gets very real for the midshipmen, starting with a North Texas game next week. So you look at that and you have to ask yourself, could this be a possible letdown spot? Because the schedule does get incredibly harder. So maybe FAU could shock the world within the American Conference. That could absolutely happen. NC State taking on the Pitt Panthers in ACC Conference game play. This game is going to be happening over on the ACC Network. Shout out to the Pitt Panthers, man. The Pitt Panthers are receiving votes in the Redshirt Sports Top 25. So definitely a team to watch out for. Besides that head-scratching loss to West Virginia, Pitt is playing some pretty good football, and they found a new identity under its freshman quarterback. Should be a fun game to watch between that new Pitt quarterback as well as C.J. Bailey on the other side. Should be an incredible one. And then how about San Diego State and Fresno State? They are going to be playing over on FS1 here at 3:30. Has some huge implications for the Mountain West. Both teams, well, Fresno State, they're 5-2 right now. They only have the one loss in Mountain West Conference play, while San Diego State, their one loss was early in the year against Washington State. They're undefeated in Mountain West Conference play. Both these teams look like they're going to be trying to chase and challenge against Boise State. So for that 3:30 window, that will be a sneaky good game, I think, like that one over on FS1. Then the last game that I want to talk about that is a part of that 3:30 window, you do have the Toledo Rockets taking on the Washington State Cougars over on the CW Network. Toledo, they've been a little bit disappointing. A couple of head-scratching losses against, teams that they've honestly should have beaten. Well, Washington State, on the other hand, they've been on a sandy run in terms of really pressing these top 25 teams. They pressed Ole Miss a couple of weeks ago. They pushed Virginia to the brink as well just this past weekend. Can Washington State, can they come out on top and get over the top against what I still think is a very good Toledo Rockets team? We'll have to find out at a later date, right? Let's go ahead and jump into our final window. This is the not only the 7:30 window, but this is also all of the games that are going to be happening on ESPN Plus as well throughout the course of the day. I won't have direct eyes on them because this is a one-man show over here on College Football Red Zone. So I definitely don't want to create an impression of me being able to get to all the games. That's just not realistic. At least like in the first year in the existence of College Football Red Zone. But at the same time, though, we will be I'll be talking about these games sparingly as I do have laws and breaks in the actual game action on the bigger networks. So let's talk about some of these games that are going to be happening over on ESPN Plus, as we're about 10 minutes away until kickoff. Akron is going to be taking on Buffalo. The Buffalo Bulls have been a little shaky. They had that game against UMass, and they honestly should have lost that game against the UMass Minutemen. But at the same time, though, Buffalo did find a way to come out on top. Now they're taking on Akron, an Akron team that really hasn't shown a lot of life, and they've been dead on arrival with those academic suspensions, where even if they did have bowl eligibility from a performance perspective, they would have been knocked out from an academic perspective. So that's going to be happening over on 1 o'clock on ESPN Plus. A game happening at noon, though. Bowling Green and Kent State. Bowling Green had one of the more disappointing performances in that noon extravaganza of this last weekend. Bowling Green, they will be going on the road to take on Kent State. And Kent State, they are clearly showing themselves to be a better team than last year at the very least. So, It's the power of Pudgy the Cat going to be enough to overcome this Kent State team? I actually don't know. I think this Kent State team is better than what people give them credit for. You know, they've always been known as the lovable losers. That actually might be the case here. Watch out for a really tightly contested game in the MAC. At 3 o'clock, you got UConn taking on Rice. The Huskies of UConn, they've looked pretty good. They're coming off of a win against a power conference opponent in Boston College this last weekend. While Rice, on the other hand, it seems Rice is starting to run out of steam. You know, they were a nice darling in the month of September. Now that we got into October, they have not only been down bad, they have been a little bit down horrendous, to be honest with you. That is happening at 3 o'clock on ESPN+. ULM is taking on Southern Miss. Charles Huff and the boys, they are still undefeated as of right now in Sun Belt Conference play. Whereas you look at ULM, they've been taking a couple of tough losses, and I think like Brian Vincent and the boys are starting to run low on steam here a little bit. So we'll have to see if we get to a spot where like ULM is able to be competitive against Southern Miss. Could be a long day there. Charles Huff and company has them rolling pretty well. Temple is taking on Tulsa as well. Temple surprises some people in the American, what has been the best conference in the G5, although the Sun Belt may have something to say about it. But Temple, man, you know, Temple is really surprising people. And Trey Lamb, you know that the offense was going to get going under Trey Lamb, but the defense still a work in progress. We'll see how much improvement that Tulsa Golden Hurricanes defense ends up being as of right now. But that's going to be a 3:30 game happening over on ESPN+. Ball State and NIU, a battle between, I believe, like 2 and 5 and 1 and 6 teams. It's been a rough year for Thomas Hammock, who really saw his team depleted in the transfer portal. Could be a chaotic one. Don't really have a ton to say there. Both these teams in the bottom echelons of the MAC at this time. But, you know, it's MAC, and you definitely cannot be afraid of a little sprinkle of chaos. You know, definitely can't be afraid of that. And speaking of some chaos in the MAC, how about the other 2 ESPN Plus games that we have? UMass and Central Michigan. You know, UMass, we should be talking about them having their first win of the year last week. That has not happened at all, unfortunately. It's been a rough go at it, but you know, it is what it is at this point. That being said, they're taking on Central Michigan. You know, they just got that big win against Bowling Green. Central Michigan really starting to get it rolling here in the second half of the season. Could be potential splattering territory, especially if UMass is a little bit demoralized here. And then the last game that we have, it's going to have some massive expectations in terms of action. You got Western Michigan taking on the Miami Redhawks. Miami, man. Listen, Miami's had a rough go at it in non-conference play, but undefeated in MAC. All of their conference goals still lie ahead of them. Whereas Western Michigan surprised some people. And I was talking about with the North Texas guys earlier this week. You know, you're definitely pulling for Western Michigan because of that head-to-head that happened in the non-conference. So I'm sure there's going to be some North Texas guys that are going to be very interested in that 3:30 result between Western Michigan and Miami. Could go a long way to deciding who ends up going to the MAC championship game at the end of the regular season. So, with that being said, that's just about to conclude things in terms of previewing every game. I mean, like I said, you know, we're talking about more than 30 games that, you know, we're either going to check in on or we're going to directly relate into during the course of your college football viewing Saturday, man. I'm very excited to be a part of all that. So that being said, definitely let me know down in the chat, you know, what games are you most excited for? And, you know, who do you think is going to go down? What is your hottest take that you have going in to this college football Saturday? So with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the score bunk that will be on your screen here today. And so I do want to point this out moving in, is that for like your college football like Saturdays, right? So So here's the thing, and I want to like preface this with every college football red zone stream. The full term goal of college football Saturday, right? And then let me bring this down a little bit. We got a lot of games going on. All right. Okay, that looks a lot better. All right. So now that I got the the camera taken care of real fast, so let's go ahead and preface this with a little bit of disclaimer. As of right now, here on College Football Red Zone, I can show the audio, or I can have the audio going in the background. I can't physically show the games due to like being compliant with the various networks that carry all of these games, as well as with YouTube copyright laws. So like for the course of this season, and you guys know this because this is not the first College Football Red Zone stream that I have done, I cannot physically show the games, at least not yet. My long-term goal is to get to that point, but it's just doing that in a way that doesn't put me in an orange jumpsuit, right? So you will see this on screen, the score bug for your College Football Red Zone Saturday. And when you see either a yellow background or a white like outline on a particular game, that is the game that is physically live right about now. So that's a zone to keep an eye on. We'll have at least 24 games on College Football Red Zone here today. But yeah, with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the tail end of game day. And after that, let's go ahead and jump into our first initial action here in week number 9 of the college football season. Let's go ahead and jump right into it.
Sure, we're sitting down watching this game. It's third or fourth quarter. It's like 16-12. It's got that 16-12 vibe. The fact that Reese is going with Minnesota as his super dog really seals the deal. Hawkeyes for me.
Man, I was hoping for the clean sweep of Iowa across. I would have been feeling good.
Well,
at games this afternoon, and also this afternoon in Starkville. Texas has struggled on the road against Mississippi State.
Yeah, the Longhorns have struggled all season long in true road games, and this is my super dog, so Mississippi State, baby.
Yeah, well, you know,
They like that back there.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, let's go.
at some point in time, everybody keeps waiting on Texas to sort of arrive.
Right.
And they haven't done it yet, but I'm still rooting for Sark, so I'm taking Texas.
There's some rumors about Sark happening right now about maybe the professional league maybe going out there. That China started leaking on the internet this morning. On that note, I'll roll with this. Give me the cowbells.
Let's go. My man. Yes, sir.
I've been very busy this year with touring around. So last time I checked, Texas is the #1 team in the country. And I'm
that was a couple months ago.
What's that?
Yeah, that was like,
What's that?
yeah, a long time ago. A lot has happened, Dave. A lot has happened, yeah. A lot of shows.
we're not picking this one against the spread. You guys are picking that one straight.
Yeah.
You guys, you're picking it.
Wait a second. C.J. Baxter is back.
Okay.
Trey Wisner is healthy.
Okay.
Forget all the arch and all the debates about Texas has to run the football.
Yeah.
Mississippi State cannot defend the run. Eat the clock, keep Mississippi State's offense on the sideline. It's a close game, but Texas on the road wins with that
those
running game.
cowbells, tell them about it, Coach. Those cowbells be ringing in your ears,
Ding,
man.
ding, ding, ding,
Communication's going to be messed up.
Run the football.
And depending on how things go early, Game Kirk's going to be calling. Will it be loud? Will it get quiet? Quickly on the Bayou, Texas A&M and LSU.
I'm going with the Aggies. Just too much firepower on offense. I'm going with Texas A&M.
I think LSU is going to play one of their best games of the year. And I also think this is an opportunity for Texas A&M to say, do we really have the right stuff to be the kind of team that we can be? And I think they can, and I think they will, so I'm going with Texas A&M.
Yeah, I know how difficult it is to play down there at LSU, obviously. They're going to have a phenomenal defense and yada, yada, yada. But I believe in Elko, have since the beginning. The highest-ranked SEC team is Texas A&M, and I've seen it from day one with this Elko-led team, and I'm going to continue to ride with them. I think it's a huge win for A&M today. Huge head on Elko. Huge win for him as well today.
I got LSU. Look, they kept it close last week against the best team in the country. And
Yes, they did.
they did.
Give it a good effort.
And I don't think they should have any trouble with A&M LSU in a blowout.
BYU is undefeated. Tough place to play against Iowa State, getting some reinforcements on defense. Cougars stay unbeaten.
Yeah, I think BYU is just a team that no one gives any respect to. On the road, 2.5-point underdog, undefeated. I'm going with the Cougars.
Yeah, I'm with you on. Iowa State to me.
All right, boys. So we are seeing a kickoff getting ready to go. It's Rutgers and Purdue. It's actually going to be your first kickoff that we see here in week number 9. So, not going to waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump into that particular game that we got going on.
He's been prolific so far this season. Last week held in check in that frustrating loss to Oregon, in which Purdue didn't score Rutgers didn't score a touchdown until late in the game. (56-10) was that final score last week at home against the Ducks. Ben Black will get the start at receiver. He's at the bottom of the screen, so that's Ian Strong's spot.
Got one-on-one on the bottom of the screen.
And Antoine Raymond will get the first touch of the day. And he gets stopped off by the Purdue defense. There's Ethan.
Yeah, you look at him throughout this season. He starts off so strong, getting into conference play, and he has struggled, but he is very steady. He's a leader of this team. He understands the intricacies of this offense, and you'll watch him as the game unfolds, guy. He'll check a ton at the line of scrimmage, and you'll watch Purdue try to change the picture of the defense at the snap.
Kaliak-Manis wants to throw, and he does get it into D.T. Sheffield, who's erased.
Damn, he took a shot.
And now it's third down.
So much
damn, son.
Coverage by this back end. You'll see it a lot today. Smiley Bradford playing that slot nickel position. He's going to be in a lot of man-to-man coverage, coming off his best game here at Purdue.
Purdue defense that spent so much time on the field in the first half against Northwestern last week.
All right, so we have a game break already out in Warrens, Kansas, and on the opening kickoff return, I kid you not, on the opening kickoff return for Kansas State and Kansas, we have a fumble. It's recovered by Kansas, and Kansas opening drive, mind you, 5 seconds into the game, by the way. They are going to take over inside the Kansas State 30-yard line. Let's check in now on the Battle of the Sunflower State.
Misdirection in the hands of Cam Pickett and spilled at the 22.
Trickeration right off the bat. Isaiah Marshall, one of the backup quarterbacks, in on that play, coming around on jet motion, trying to give this Kansas State defensive unit and Joel Klanderman a lot to account for, especially down here just outside of the red zone.
The red zone and third down were the 2 areas of concentration for this Kansas staff during their bye week, and offensive coordinator Jim Zabrowski. Daniel Highshaw Jr. in the backfield. Middle throw and shaking a tackle. It's Bryson Canty with a first down. B.J. Payne in coverage. A pitch and catch of 9 yards.
They use all the attention paid to tight end Bowden Gruen on the outside. And
now officially get Kansas in the red zone. In a good position to get the first points of this red zone stream here on the noon plate.
Lance Leipold 5-1 coming off a bye in his career with Kansas. Again, it's Highshaw now in the pistol behind Jalen Daniels. And they're running. Hitting the hole, spins off contact and stumbling to the 12. Highshaw, who returned from a 2-game absence in the most recent loss in Lubbock. He played more than KU expected in that game.
Excited to get that returning production from him, and tempo right now for Kansas in the red zone.
Down the line, Emmanuel Henderson Jr. barging through, hit hard at the 6. Gunnar Maldonado made the tackle, a pickup of 6 yards and close to a new first down.
Fast pace, multiple formations, still 2 tight ends on the field. You're trying to get Kansas State to have to account for the full 53 in the third. Let's see if they take advantage of one of these tight ends in the middle of the field.
Third down in the red zone. The QB pulls out on the edge.
And just like that, Kansas is going to strike first. And while Kansas struck first, we have an interception thrown by Byron Brown of USF. So Memphis is going to jump inside the 30-yard line right away, as they'll have a chance to draw first blood in the battle against 18th ranked at USF.
By Josh Seliskar, as we look at today's impact players, brought to you by Mattress Firm.
Well, 2 of them are going to see on offense in the backfield. Running back Sutton Smith, the converted wide receiver, 5'9", 185. He's small but mighty. Also, Greg DeRosier, another running back who has great vision. The impact, you saw some of it already. The linebackers for USF, they are great football players that have great vision. So you
wait a minute. We might have an interesting development in the Kansas game. It looks like Jalen Daniels, not to be confused with Jaden Daniels. There's a lot of fumbled it into the end zone.
And he's out across the 20-yard line.
So Kansas might have actually not had the first point of the game. Right now, they did call the touchdown on the field.
So I love the block on the edge. You're not seeing the quarterback use his legs as much, but look at that block on the edge.
I have to let you guys know if he actually did cross the plane with the ball or not.
Does a phenomenal job of sealing and securing
now,
the
let's go
edge.
keep our eyes peeled. Memphis and USF.
Third down and 1 for one of the best rushing offenses in the nation, averaging over 220 yards per game. Here's Pizant, twisting up ahead. Pizant into the end zone for a touchdown.
And there it is. That's going to be an undisputed touchdown for Memphis. Blank Peasant with a 19-yard scamper into the end zone. They'll draw first blood against USF.
Memphis is known for their backs, and Frank Pizant is the
all right, so a big run for Purdue, meanwhile, is actually going to put Purdue, looks like inside the 5-yard line. Might have been a touchdown. All right, so we're going to mark him at the 7-yard line.
Purdue held out of the end zone offensively. Held off the scoreboard last week against Northwestern. Ryan Brown back in, troubled, and just throws it away.
They did also confirm the touchdown for Jaden Daniels. So that's good. That Kansas touchdown is going to ultimately be upheld. So it's incredibly close call, though.
Kind of the quarterback as a threat on the zone read and keep it, and that's why you see a change here. Brown out, Singleton in, and I think we should get used to that in this game. It could be every snap. Somewhere, Steve Spurrier's probably smiling and saying, "Hey, we used to do this back in the '90s down in Gainesville."
Malachi Thomas remains
Then
in the
Eastern
game.
Michigan was also able to hit on a deep ball down the sideline. As Eastern Michigan's going to score, and as I'm saying that, Purdue is also going to score as well.
His first of the year.
All right, so that Purdue score is going to happen. Let's go ahead and check in on the first drive of the game for Ole Miss. They're going to open up with the football.
Chambliss again on target for a first down. Dribbling again. Back-to-back catches. No trouble throwing the ball on this damp day. 2 for 2 out of the chute for Trinidad Chambliss from Grand Rapids, Michigan. First year at Ole Miss. Out of Division II Ferris State. Keywan Lacey ran into Kobe McKenzie after a gain of 2.
We visited with Lane Kiffin a couple days ago and talked about the weather and whether that would impact his thought process. He says if it's not raining during the game, it should be advantage offense because they know where they're going and it's hard for the defense to get footing on wet turf.
Rain most of the night and all morning. It's forecast to die down. Caden Lee the catch down the middle. And another strike by Chambliss. Very quickly the Rebels deep in Oklahoma territory after a 25-yard completion to the 29. And they go at a very fast pace. Chambliss ahead for a couple, tripped up by Taylor Wine. Well, you heard Lane Kiffin on SEC Nation this morning with Laura Rutledge talking about the importance of getting off to a good start. Nobody has done this against Oklahoma this year. In 7 games, the Sooners have given up only 3 points in the first quarter. Auburn kicked a field goal.
So far, it's been a beautiful plan. Quick passing attack, and now have several receivers that have gotten looks already. It's a good start.
Chambliss after the play fake, back shoulder throw, incomplete in the direction of Caleb Odom. Odom, one of their tight ends.
Yeah, definitely miscommunication there. We'll see what Ole Miss can dial up on a 3rd and 9.
Defensive minds in college football. Those numbers they've been putting up, the best for a Sooner defense since 1987 in terms of fewest points and yards allowed through 7 games. Well, this is by far the best offense they will have faced.
Very aggressive group, too. A lot of pressures and blitzes from the Sooners.
On 3rd down and 9. Time for Chambliss, and the throw incomplete. Orlin Guillory, the freshman, had the coverage on Stribling. So the drive stalls and the field goal unit comes on.
That was well defended there on those last 3 plays by the Sooners. Those first few, they were on their heels just a bit. One inaccurate throw by the quarterback.
All right, so it looks like the Ole Miss is going to be forced to settle for a field goal as we have a developing situation. Syracuse is going to recover a Georgia Tech fumble. And just like that, Syracuse is going to recover. And they'll start inside the 40-yard line against the number 7 ranked team in the nation in Georgia Tech.
From the hands of Isaiah Canyon outside. Watch as he comes in. He's going to rip it out with his right hand. I call it getting the lawnmower going, Dave.
Oh, and then Ole Miss like they did get a field goal as well.
To the ball to create that takeaway for Gary Bryant III.
And when you've been blown out 3 straight weeks, you haven't beaten a top 10 team on the road in almost 25 years. That's what you needed to start the game. Syracuse with that takeaway.
And then Indiana's going to open things up with a pick six. First drive of the game, and Indiana is going to take a 7-0 lead with a big run from Syracuse, too.
At the 1-yard line, but a 41-yard gain
on the first play for the Orange. We are in for an electric college football red zone experience here. 12 games in the noon window, 12 games in the 3:30 window. This is why we ain't started college football red zone for what is a wild first 15 minutes here in the noon slate.
Movement by Syracuse.
Boy, Dave, before the game, Fran Brown had incredible juice, incredible energy. And to start this ball game, his football team is matching that. The defensive takeaway and then the big explosive run on the first carry of the game. 2 things they knew they had to have coming in. They've gotten it here early.
Didn't like the call. He was headbutting players on the field. Him without a helmet while his players had helmets on. That's how jacked up he was. Willis off the left side. And he's kept upright for a moment and then brought down at the line of scrimmage.
But a Georgia Tech defense that struggled against the run most of the season. They were much better a week ago in that victory they had against Duke. And Syracuse struggled to run the ball effectively and consistently. It'll be a big factor in this game. They know they've got to take some pressure off the quarterback, Ricky Collins. They've got to be able to run the football here today.
Collins to the air. In trouble. Backs away. And sacked back at the 9-yard line. A 3-yard loss on the play. Brought down by Kyle Eford, their leading tackler for Georgia Tech.
Well, this is so important in this spot here for Ricky Collins. He has had serious issues with turnovers. 8 interceptions here since he's been the starter in the last 3 games. After the takeaway.
All right, so shortly after the 3rd and goal for Syracuse and Georgia Tech, we're going to lock in on what we have in Kansas State in Kansas. The Wildcats of Kansas State, they have responded in kind after the fumble that they had on their opening kickoff. And so Kansas State, they are now inside the 10-yard line as well. They'll have a first and goal opportunity.
So that's Jonte Cook, one of the receivers, and that will back Syracuse up near the 14-yard line, 3rd and goal.
All right, so while they're doing the 3rd and goal, Kansas State has their first and goal play up the middle. They get close to the goal line. They're going to be marked down about the 2-yard line. We'll have 2nd and goal coming up. Again, we'll switch over once the 3rd and goal happens.
And the play clock running down to 2. They're going to have to take a timeout. Instead, there's a flag for delay of game, but Fran Brown did get the timeout called before a 3rd penalty on Syracuse.
All right, so we're going to take a brief timeout. Let's check in now. 2nd and goal for Kansas State.
On the right side, sprint X, Avery Johnson calls his own number.
We got in. We got in there just in the nick of time. All right. So we did get to see the Kansas State touchdown after all. And meanwhile, we do have a goal line opportunity for Rutgers and Purdue. Rutgers does have a 3rd and goal, though, and about the 10-yard line. Don't know. Looks like, unless we see an incredible play happen there, we might see Rutgers have to settle for a field goal. Nebraska does have a 1st and goal, though.
It's been a tough 3-game stretch for Syracuse, and Fran Brown.
Nebraska on their 1st and goal. They are going to punch it into the end zone against Northwestern. Emmett Johnston with the carry for Nebraska. But they'll take a 7-0 lead as well.
But because of the penalties, it was 3rd and goal on the 1. It's now near the 15.
Meanwhile, it looks like Rutgers is going to, in fact, settle in. And then we also have another goal line opportunity as well. The Rutgers is going to settle for a field goal. We'll see what Syracuse does on its 3rd and goal opportunity. USF, they'll also have 3rd and goal as well. So let's check in now on USF in Memphis as USF tries to answer back.
I think it's so early to say that it's 4-down territory. I think
after a short field sets the Tigers up for an eventual touchdown.
It's okay to kick a field
on the
goal.
Brian Brown interception.
Points this early in the game. Brown make adjustments. 3rd down, low red zone. These points matter the most.
All right, so Purdue actually ends up, or not Purdue, excuse me, Rutgers. They go for it. It was actually a 4th and 4. They go for it instead of taking the points. They failed a 4th down, so they will not come away with anything. USF, at least on paper, looks like they do have a touchdown on the board. However, that being said, don't know what that's going to amount into.
Holding. Defense number 1.
Okay, so that is going to amount to a touchdown for USF. It's a holding on the defense. We now do see a team approaching the red zone. That is Oklahoma as they try to answer back after Ole Miss received the initial field goal.
They line up quickly. Latier throws it away. Will Eccles was bringing some pressure. There is a flag down on the play. Matt Leffler is the referee.
Legal substitution on the defense. 5-yard penalty. It is 1st down.
So a good sign for the coordinator.
Syracuse did also settle for a field goal as well.
Ball deep down the field by Mateer. The explosive plays, particularly in the pass game, missing since the hand injury.
And on the deep ball especially. He's been great on intermediate throws all season long, but the deep ball is one area where he could probably
do have a goal line opportunity in Virginia and North Carolina, as it is the Tar Heels with a 1st and goal. Although they might reveal, they're looking at the play once again. It looks like in the North Carolina game, they're looking to see if the ball actually broke the plane, which it actually could have.
They've scored points every time.
I'll check it back in and see what's happening there.
In the country at 100%. Cincinnati, Eastern Michigan, San Diego State, Washington State, the others. Second down and 4. They're at the 18. Light drizzle still falling. No breeze at the moment. Mateer on the run with flags down again. Incomplete pass in the direction of Dion Burks.
I mean, we actually do have an Ohio touchdown as well. I'll have to look back to see how that Ohio touchdown happened when we were capturing some of the other games happening around the country.
Michael Fasusi had a hold of Cam Franklin. He's a true freshman. Ryan Foje starting at the other tackle. He's also a true freshman.
And that will be very difficult today for John Mateer, knowing the youth that he has on both ends of the line of scrimmage. He's got to step up in the pocket. He loves to escape horizontally, but stepping up to protect those tackles will be important.
Well, penalty brings it back to the 28. Second down and 14. Xavier Robinson's come in at running back. He had a nice game at South Carolina. For Satania again. And again, very well covered by Gushikin. Crowd wanted a call. Defending from up here, it looked like it was Satania who might have used his hands to try to get some room.
Yeah, both guys looking back at the ball. That's probably why it didn't result in the flag. There was a little contact, but the fact that Gushikin was trying to play the ball is going to result in the no call, and I agree with it.
Third down and 14. Robinson remains the running back. Satania to the 24. And Brent Venables will send his talented field goal kicker on, Tate Sandell. There's Pete Golding, the defensive coordinator for Ole Miss. It's been a rough year, but they're 6-1.
And I think Pete Golding's got to be thrilled with that right there. They get the penalty, but what they didn't do last week against Georgia was get off the field on 3rd and long situations. So here in 1-for-1 on 3rd and 11 plus.
Sandell, 12 out of 13 in his first year with Oklahoma. Transfer from UTSA. These are two of the best kickers in the country.
All right, so they'll go ahead and get the field goal there. We do have, it looks like a red zone opportunity, not a red zone opportunity, excuse me. We do, however, see Indiana across. No, not only is Indiana across the 50-yard line, we have another red zone opportunity again in Eastern Michigan and Ohio. It's been, looks like a sneaky barn burner.
Kicker as well.
McMillan and Dunlap are the backs. 2nd and 8. Kim keeps it. Kim knifing forward, trying to drag a couple of backers near the first down marker, and they right now are going to stop play because we have an injured Bobcat down on the field after the 5-yard gain.
Noah Kim lowering his shoulder here, physicality from the quarterback. Like you mentioned, an injured Bobcat there. Michael Molnar, I believe, leading tackler on this defense. This will be a huge loss. We want to monitor the situation.
Yeah, the redshirt junior from Mason, Ohio came into the game with 58 tackles. One more look.
And then we have a game break in the Kansas State-Kansas game.
Falls down after trying to pull him down. So hard to identify.
Did he? Is that a block?
Certainly one of the leaders of this defense. And earlier this year earned a MAC Defensive Player of the Week award.
Hold up now. Wait a minute.
Ohio right in the middle of their defense if he is unable to return to this game.
Oh, yeah, linebacker is okay, by the way.
His knee as he went down, and the trainers are working on that right knee. You never want to speculate, but Molnar's looking like he's being helped up here. His head coach Brian Smith, play caller, and Molnar's able to limp off here.
Not putting much weight at all on that right leg as you see him helped off the field. So we'll try to give you an update on his status. But more
all right, so I'll have to see if I can find a replay. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye.
Obviously, you think 2-down territory here possibly?
If you go for it on 4th down, if you call that play in midfield on 3rd and 1, I definitely believe it's 2-down territory. But if I'm Ohio's defense, I'm afraid of a 3rd and 1. I mean,
it looks like it might have been intercepted.
Michigan has been so good in these
it looks like
situations
it's
so far
defensive touchdown for
today.
Kansas State. Imagine that.
Shorts, exactly where you want your offense to be on 3rd down.
Dante McMillan is the back. Empty to the near side of the field. Kim to McMillan. McMillan not going to get it. It's Kim rolling into the end zone.
All right, another touchdown for Eastern Michigan.
For the game's first 2 touchdowns.
Got ourselves a barn burner in Ypsilanti. Already 21 total points scored. Oh my goodness. All right, we got a first and goal opportunity in Purdue.
Thomas remains in the game.
And Purdue looks to take a 14-0 lead.
I'll be curious down here in this red zone area. Do they bring Singleton back in because of the threat?
Against Rutgers late in the first quarter.
That's how they scored their touchdown. Yet here comes Singleton coming in right now. A late change here as the play clock's under 30.
And now Rutgers will substitute as well. There's a 9th play of this drive upcoming for the Purdue offense. It started deep in their own territory after Rutgers failed on a 4th and 4 inside the 10. Rutgers has a coverage issue at the top of the screen. They're trying to get it fixed before the snap.
We also have an emerging first and goal situation for Georgia Tech. They're in injury timeout though.
Puts his shoulder down, and he's down to the 1-yard line.
Oh, he's just so physical. You saw it last week against Northwestern when Singleton was in. Go empty, and then it's really on Singleton to decide at the line of scrimmage which way do I want to run? Where do we have an advantage with the blockers? They bring a little bit of motion with Christian Moore, who plays pseudo-lead fullback, tight end, H-back as his lead blocker, and he's just such a threat.
And now they bring an extra offensive lineman in as well, Jude McCoskey. Maccabee is stuffed and pushed back, lost a half a yard, and it's 4th down.
All right, we'll see if Purdue decides to go for this. Looks like it might have been just a
here comes the kick team.
Yeah, that's just a little wheel out. Nobody counted for the receiver for Georgia Tech. Well, that's how first and goal team would be. Yellow Jackets.
Is the phrase, and Daryl Javome, he ends up.
All right, so we'll put a bookmark on Rutgers and Purdue right now. We'll go ahead and now check in on this first and goal situation that we see emerging for the Yellow Jackets.
He is in his 3rd season. He was hired by Brent Key when Key got the full-time job. Key was the interim coach for a bit in 2022 when Jeff Collins got let go.
Oh, by the way, for the Kansas State touchdown, it was actually a botched punt.
As an
A
assistant
lot of
at
Kansas
Georgia,
State was
actually
covering,
Syracuse
returning for a
head coach
touchdown.
Brian Brown was on that Georgia staff as well at that time.
The balance this Georgia Tech offense has under Faulkner, 228 on the ground, 234 through the air. And it's concepts like that right there that get the defense out of place.
All right, so Northwestern, they did have a 40-yard field goal attempt that allowed the Wildcats to cut it to 4. And then Virginia's actually getting ready to take a 34-yard field goal attempt themselves.
Wrestled to the ground at the 3-yard line, bring it up.
This will give Virginia the lead and the first points in their game. That is right down the middle.
Boy, quarterback run game, a huge piece of what happens here down in the red area. 10 rushing touchdowns on the season already for Haynes King. Faulkner loves to call the number of his quarterback. Got that size and physicality and forward lean that he runs with.
King pulls it back, throws the
Oh my goodness.
By Josh Beetham. Only got 3 catches on the year.
He
Maybe that's
turned before he got the ball.
Dave, I mean, this is as easy as it gets. You know, play action inside. No one accounts for the tight end in the flat. And quickly pulls his eyes off the football as he looks into the end zone. And
first incompletion.
We should be adding 7 points on the board for Georgia Tech. That's crazy. And then in the Old Dominion, we get our first game break out there in Virginia, like for the Old Dominion and Appalachian State game. Corey Joseph throwing a dime over the middle.
Back at the end zone, it's high and incomplete. Demetrius Samuel.
So I'll give Old Dominion a 7-0 lead that they can work off of.
Bring on the field goal team. Eric Rivers was the intended target. And Brent Key wants to make sure he gets points here.
I'm surprised they didn't run Haynes King on 2nd or 3rd down. Not surprised at all that Brent Key going to take the points.
All right, so we have a game break. Looks like in let's go ahead and check in on UCLA and Indiana. I feel like I haven't checked on them all that much thus far. USF also in the red zone as well to go with it.
To tie the game at 3.
Cam Yoon, the center, would just cut loose the nose guard that's right over his face.
No chance
Purdue
in the
also
backfield
came
for a
out
burger.
of their
He's
out
gobbled up for a
commercial
tackle
break,
for
and
loss,
Purdue
and
did
now
also
UCLA
opt for
way
the
behind
field
the
goal as
chains.
well.
2nd down and 13 at the 47. Iamaleava off his back foot with time. Bounces out of the pocket. He's got great scrambling ability. Lowers his shoulder and goes out of bounds close to the 40. D'Angelo Pons there defensively for the Hoosiers.
Okay, actually, we do have a red zone opportunity emerge in Wake Forest and SMU. The Demon Deacons actually have a chance to get their first point of the ball game. Let's see if they can get it on the board here.
Absolutely. We talked about it earlier. His yards per average over
D-Dub, what's up? What's going on, buddy? How you doing, man?
He has an 85-yard for a touchdown. But right now, Robbie Ashford's still in at quarterback, Tommy.
Well, the helmet was knocked off. Of course, the starter, who is filling in for Ashford, they're going to run it again. And Claiborne, second time, he's lost his footing. What's the very latest, Wes Bryant, on Deshaun Purdy?
Yeah, the latest on Purdy is that he is in the tent right now, being evaluated by the Wake Forest staff. Don't know when we'll see him again, but he
we
is
have a game
in the
break
tent
out in
as we
Norman,
speak. All right,
Oklahoma, as Ole Miss Lacey getting a 28-yard touchdown run. That is Keon Lacey that gives Ole Miss a 10-3 lead that they can work off of.
On a 3rd down and 5. Ashford's had a nice year. He can do this. He can run it. And he has enough for a first down to the 10-yard line.
Yeah, this is the biggest difference between the two quarterbacks. Robbie Ashford, he gives you this ability to run the football as a quarterback and be more dynamic in the RPO action.
And there you see the overall numbers this season.
Hey, I'm glad you're doing good, man.
4 interceptions. He's run it well for better than 230 yards. And the bottom line is, they're a plus 500 team with him on the field so far. The well-traveled, I should say, Robbie Ashford. From Oregon to Auburn to South Carolina. Here's Claiborne, and he is met head-on right at the line of scrimmage. Not much running room there. May have lost a yard.
Yeah, and the thing that I was extremely impressed with in terms of Robbie was just the toughness he displayed in that Virginia Tech game. Because he got beat up and beat down.
No doubt.
And he stayed in and was tough. He would peel himself off the ground and led his team to a victory.
And that's what Jennings did last week for SMU. Same kind of thing.
We are here, yes, sir. From Spud. How you doing, my guy? Welcome to College Football Red Zone.
Has been very good in the red zone in terms of scoring touchdowns.
We also can love to Pro Spud, by the way. Not only here on the YouTube platform, but also the Twitter as well. He's been a very pleasant Twitter follower, so definitely advocate for following him on Twitter and YouTube. Same with V-Dub. Both really solid dudes.
You flip the script, and SMU has been very good on defense.
Yeah, I mean, V-Dub. I keep. Oh yeah, that's right. It's like 9. Is it like 9:30 over there on your in your neck of the woods right now? Hey, listen, man. Been there, done that, buddy.
So 3rd down and goal. Ashford looking around, lost to the corner. Great defensive play made in the back of the end zone right there by Kyron Chambers, knocking the ball away at the last minute from Carlos Hernandez.
Yeah, that's a very difficult route to defend. The 7 route to the corner of the end zone. He does an extremely good job playing chest to chest and then playing the hands, getting the PBU.
This will be a 25-yard field goal attempt by the true freshman Connor Calvert, who's hit on 9 of 12 field goal attempts so far this year. Will Cobb, the snapper, Cal Joseph, the holder, and right down the middle. So,
all right, so the closest team that I do see that's at midfield right now is Appalachian State and Old Dominion. So let's go ahead and check in on App State and Old Dominion for right now.
Run the football, making it real easy for him.
Yeah, Donnell Nix with a pancake block there. The freshman left tackle getting the start today. Not as much room that time. Short pickup
on first down, give him 3 yards.
And about that freshman tackle, they like Nix. They think he has a sensational future, but he's still a freshman. And he played like it last week. I mean, that's what it is. When you play young players, it bodes well for their future, but they're going to make some mistakes. Very talented player, though, number 72 in white.
There's the tight end, Isaiah Cummings, kind of a safety blanket for J.J. Cole. Jeremy Mack Jr. with the tackle.
Yeah, he reminds me of Harold Fanning Jr., the outstanding record-setting tight end for Bowling Green last year.
Hey, V-Dub, now that I think about it, because I know you do a lot of like simulations on NCAA, on EA College Football 26.
6'4", like I said before, 240.
South Carolina going to shock the world. Listen, man, I know it's been disproven by Grok AI, but you know, October, man. Nothing what surprised me at this point. I mean, we saw Memphis UAB last weekend. So to be honest with you, if South Carolina does end up shocking the world against Alabama somehow, one, that would have extreme ripple effects on the conference and national stage. But
look at Rashard right there.
Also, like that as well.
Great contact balance.
I mean, October, man, we're getting closer to November as well. You know, it's an underrated place to play down there in South Carolina, man.
Like what they see out of him. He stays in to pass protect. Coming across the middle, Jaden Barnes, the #1 receiver for App State. Former Austin P. Governor with his 33rd catch of the year with Zion Franken coverage.
And see, this is what the run game does. It makes this pocket a little less noisy for your quarterback because the defense understands we're getting hurt a little bit with this
absolutely.
run game.
Any given Saturday. And, you know, like college football is the perfect example of that, right? You know, having that, you know, anyone can truly beat anybody. Indiana and UCLA, I mean, it's still early, but it's still close one as well.
Rolls the pocket left. Cummings runs into his own blocker.
Oh my goodness, V-Dub, don't get me started on that. I mean, it's really getting to a critical time for me personally as well. Because I mean, like within the next few days, you know, like the wedding anniversary of the wife. My son turns 1 in December. Like, what the fuck happened there? You know, it seems like yesterday I brought him home from the hospital. Like on the back heels of the ACC championship game. I still remember that.
Top 5 among FBS tight ends so far this season in both catches and receiving yards.
Yeah, I can't believe it's almost November either. Absolutely crazy stuff.
He gets tended to after this play.
Yeah, I don't know that his knee ever hit the ground, but his elbow and arm hit the ground, and that is as good as a knee hitting ground. But man, I hate the fact that he's reaching for his knee there. Hope that that's more pain than actual injury.
All right, so we have a goal line opportunity emerge between Indiana and UCLA. We'll see if Indiana can extend the lead further against UCLA. First and goal.
And he'll go down inside the 5. The funny thing about Fernando Mendoza, his idol is a guy that was kind of just an average NFL player. Tom Brady. He was okay.
You're going to idolize
won a couple of games.
A few games here and there, right? Here and there. I just loved sitting with Fernando, and he sat down, and you could tell right away this guy is motivated. He loves football. He's highly intelligent, very smart.
This honestly, that calls for a celebration in terms of like, you better get a second Thanksgiving there, brother.
He's a big dude, all of 6'5". Here's a handoff. Hemby getting closer to that end zone. Isaiah Chisholm, the middle linebacker, with the tackle.
Also, Rutgers trying to go for a 46-yard like field goal attempt, and they shanked that. It was hard to the left, for sure.
That mentality is going to be important during the stretch run here through November. And here, extra time.
Yeah, man. V-Dub, it sounds like that's a perfect excuse for you to get 2 Thanksgiving dinners in a row. You're a Thanksgiving dinner type of guy.
Hemby, second man through. Did he get in?
Next year will be turning 40 years old.
No signal, and he did not get in.
Oh, man. With New Year's, like, you already know, Signetti, it's on the 1 yard line. Signetti's going to go for it. I mean, ain't no way, right?
Here's the push right there. That is a great stop right in the middle of the hole right there. I believe that was Isaiah Chisholm.
Hey, bro, appreciate you stopping by for College Football Red Zone, man. Don't know what game that you're heading to. I didn't catch that on the on Twitter. Whatever game you're going to, bro, make sure you have a good time, stay safe, and cheer extremely loud.
Could have ruled that progress would stop. Right there, you see the official on the far side. He's starting to run in right there, and as he's starting to run in, that's when he's basically signaling that that play is dead. Didn't look like he controlled the ball long enough for it to hit that goal line. You see it coming loose as he was getting closer to the goal line. If progress had ruled him down, then it was going to be short there.
Coach Skipper, 47 years old.
This is an outstanding hit from Isaiah Chisholm. He was the lone UCLA player left. Watch his elbow. Elbow down right there. Ball looks like it's.
Yeah, I think it's going to be upheld, but I would not be surprised at all if Signetti goes for him on 4th down. It's like a half yard from the goal line. Worst case, we're going to have UCLA pin inside the 5.
That elbow, and when you look at it in any of these that are so close, you think, okay, what did they rule on the field? They ruled them short. Based on that shot, I don't think you can change it.
I tell you, normally, Gus, when you only have one linebacker left, you know, that's advantage running back because he's running full speed downhill.
The ruling on the field is upheld. The ball short of the goal line.
Yeah, that absolutely does not surprise me at all.
Line of defense, and he's just sitting there, and Himby's got that entire 5-yard head start, and Chisholm was able to hold in there and hold his ground, keep him from getting into the end zone, and now we got a big 4th and goal.
UCLA will have to hold once again. Indiana going for it. 4th down and goal. Inside the 1.
Expect nothing less.
Touchdown.
Got it. Touchdown, Indiana. We'll take a 14-0 lead. We'll take a look around the country real fast, see if there's any other teams that are rolling out of bound midfield. We do see App State. They convert this 1st down. No, they do not. So don't necessarily see anybody.
Radicic comes in to attempt the extra point.
Well, hang on. Okay, yeah, don't really see anybody, at least in the peripherals of, at least even across the 50-yard line. We'll check in on Oklahoma and Ole Miss.
41-yard punt.
They don't go to commercial break.
All State has celebrated every field goal and extra point made at participating universities.
I will let you guys know if we do see like somebody cross the 50-yard line. As a matter of fact, we do have a quick game break out in Nebraska. Actually, now inside the 30-yard line. First 2. Let's go ahead and head over there instead.
And makes a clean hit. His flags stay in pockets on the Barney run.
Barney in space, the gadget guy, and Fitzgerald knows that. That's the play off the play to Mosey. Good job extending him. Haggerty at least slows him down, and Fitzgerald looks clean. Inbounds, no targeting, not a defenseless player, any of those things. Just a physical dude.
Barney got 7. It's a priority to get him more touches today. He's had a quiet couple of weeks. They get him going in the run game. As Johnson runs into Carmine Bastone, the best run stopper in the middle of that Northwestern defense. Brings up a 3rd down.
Sounds like a matchup of like Chicago guys. Carmine Bastone versus Rocco Spindler.
Well, you know,
that battle.
You know, Bastone is going into the Italian-American Hall of Fame this year.
You should.
Him and Bobby Valentine, Frank Lenti, legendary coach, Hulk Hogan, part of that class. Anyway, it's 3rd down. Bastone back in there in the middle of the defense. Raiola rolls the pocket. And a twisting catch by Barney. Can he get there?
Oh, he might have been short the sticks.
Garner Wallace playing downhill to go get Barney.
Barney. 4th down.
That's just so hard to do. Garner Wallace, one of their best guys, 6'4", 220. They get a little rub route. Dane Keys running the clear and stopping the advantage of Corey Barney Jr. short.
Well, the offense is still out there after Nebraska converted 4th and 1 earlier on the drive. And it's
Nebraska's going for it.
And they go twist push.
Well, I don't know if he got it.
And he is right at the 25. That's where he needs
Looks like they're going to give it to him, but man, that was close.
Spotted for a 1st down, and
they got it.
Yeah.
The push came from Luke Lindenmeyer, his tight end, from right behind Harbor.
For those that are worrying about the Auburn and Arkansas game, that game is just now getting ready to kick off. It's a 12:45 kickoff over on SEC Network. And then we do have a game break as well. We have USF able to find the end zone. Byron Brown with a 44-yard rushing touchdown. And that will give UCF a touchdown lead. They get 14-7 as long as the extra point is hit successfully. We do also have a red zone opportunity. Actually, scratch that. We have a goal line opportunity. So we'll put a bookmark on the Northwestern Nebraska game right now. Let's check in actually on Ole Miss, or not Ole Miss, Appalachian State and Old Dominion. Appalachian State has a chance to tie things up against the
talked about J.J. Cole being a better athlete than you
against the Monarchs on the road.
Yeah, Seth Nawatala had an opportunity to bring him down, couldn't do it.
And then we will have a touchdown in the Kansas State game as well. As the receiver Tim, who's going to connect with Avery Johnson late in the 1st quarter in Kansas State. Now with a 21-7 lead. It's been an onslaught early in this rivalry game.
You talked about Dominion, the running back, not being an easy tackle. Well, 6'7", 245 pounds is not an easy tackle. I mean, he can fall forward for about 3 yards just on lunging his body. You don't want a high dosage of that, but when you're down this close to the red zone, or to the goal line, I should say, I don't fault a guy for smelling and trying to lean and get as much as you can. And this is, it goes without saying, is a huge 3rd down for both sides.
Dominion back in there. He's got 4 rushing touchdowns on the year. They're going to try to throw it instead. Cole has a man in the end zone with a flag down. For the moment,
oh, but what's the flag, though?
Has his 4th touchdown of the season.
That's going to be offense. Illegal use of hands.
Pass interference. Offense. Number 85. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay. 3rd down.
So that's one of the backup tight ends, David Larkins, with the penalty. A 5th-year Mountaineer playing his 42nd game, but a costly penalty there.
Well, this is where you miss a guy like Isaiah Cummings, because we talked about him being a matchup nightmare, and if you allow him to be one-on-one, he's going to torch you, but you know the attention of the defense would go to number 4 if he was there. Let's see at the left side of the screen if we can see. I think that's a little pick. You know, the offense would say that was a rub route, an illegal thing. The defense would say, no, that was a pick. And the guys in the striped shirts say, no, that's a pick, illegal, back them up. Huge play.
So it's 3rd and 19. Cole fires over the middle, and it's
intercepted.
Right at the goal line, Jerome Carter Jr.
All right, so Old Dominion is going to be able to hold it down. As we go and check out Nebraska real fast. And Dylan Raiola just gets sacked in the backfield. Still technically a red zone opportunity for Nebraska, but they're in long. It looks like it might be quickly fleeting.
Hubbard right here, just a speed rush right through the 2nd string tackle, Teddy Prohaska.
And then how about this in the Oklahoma game against Ole Miss down the sideline? And we have money line Lazier connecting with Isaiah Santana, the 3rd IS3 with a 76-yard touchdown. Oklahoma, in a blink of an eye, is going to tie it just like that.
It's a new journey.
Welcome to the neighborhood, Jordan.
Thanks, guys. Whoa.
Oh, we have a commercial though. We can't have any of this. We are a respectable organization around here. We do not do commercials. Let me look around, see if I can find anyone that's across the 50-yard line. Y'all know I don't do that around here. Virginia, North Carolina, I think has the most promise as of right now.
Virginia's penalties have all been big ticket.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Defense number 93.
Wow.
15 penalty. Automatic, first down.
And in a Steve, for the most part, in scouting Virginia, yeah, they have some unforced errors, but on the whole, a more disciplined team than others. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, well,
not right now though.
No. Yeah. Oh, that's a legitimate penalty.
Yeah.
I mean, when you watch the replay, that's just not good. And I know he's trying to play hard. Listen, I love guys that want to play hard.
Right.
But you can't play foolish. And so what's happening is these unforced errors right now are giving a lot of life to North Carolina and giving them an opportunity to have a good red zone shot here.
Red zone opportunity on Virginia's fourth penalty now for Gio Lopez in Carolina.
That's right. Giving red zone opportunity for North Carolina. Cool. We're going to stay here.
Tripped up.
Makes it a lot easier on me. I'm down for it.
Connor Cox was out there trying to block, and I don't think he got much leverage at all.
Yeah, they're running that counter, trying to run that counter gap scheme. And, you know, that's a quiet gain of close to 3.5, 4 yards. Stay on schedule. I like what North Carolina is trying to do right now. They're in empty to throw the ball. They're running the ball. They got a good flow, a good mix. Got to stay here on schedule, put them in a third and manageable, if not a first down.
10th play of the drive for the Tar Heels. Second down. 7 to go. 2 minutes gone in this second quarter of play. Here's Lopez buying time. Now going to step up in the pocket, and he gets hit. Maybe a yard on the play.
And I don't want to work off of though. We do also have another red zone opportunity emerging. Ohio taking on Eastern Michigan early in the second quarter. Ohio with a chance to tie it. They're going to go for it on fourth down at the 15-yard line. Parker Navarro, he looks like it's going to be short. Don't think he got it, chat. So it looks like Eastern Michigan's going to hold out. Chris Creighton got the boys ready to play early.
Come out and empty again to unwind. See the pressure. If there's pressure, unwind it.
Lopez tries to keep it. Virginia there.
All right, that's going to probably end a field goal for North Carolina. They got a fourth down. We do have another red zone opportunity here. Looks like it's SMU. SMU like in the red zone against Wake Forest. Still searching for their first points of the day.
So they'll call it a gain of 2. Second down of 8.
BC as of late on this drive now are running the football. Rhett Lashley was getting out of his perimeter pass game. He's like, you know what? Let me trust this offensive line. Let me use my 2.
Field goal is also good, so North Carolina's going to be able to tie things up against Virginia.
Jordan Hudson in motion. Johnson just nowhere to go. He is bottled up by Jaden Loving there. The transfer from Western Kentucky. Good play by Loving. It'll bring up, going back to what you said a minute ago now, another third down and long.
Yeah, but now, fortunately, they're in the red zone. So, right here, I can see them taking a possible shot.
You ever breathe as both of your teams on bye. You're a Raiders and I know you're an Oregon State fan. Are you a Raiders fan as well? Like on top of that.
Believe it or not, his high school head coach was Gus Malzahn.
What's your Vidal? What's your NFL team?
Lofted towards the end zone. What a play, what a play, what a play on defense. And we have called his name a number of times already.
I mean, I don't know if I would call that an incredible play, though. I mean, that was triple coverage.
Play this is.
Yeah, that's
oh, actually, no, that's only one guy.
Take a shot to the end zone on this and possibly live for some points. And they run that corner route, which is, I repeated earlier, a difficult route to defend. Does a good job getting his head back and playing the hands in the football, knocking that down.
Sam Keltner, the ACC Special Teams Player of the Week.
All right, so with that being said, we do have like Rutgers No, Purdue actually has it like first and 10, about the 40-yard line of Rutgers. Purdue putting on a surprisingly good show. They're going to go deep for this. Oh, it was like 3 to 5 yards short.
Tries to take a
Nice
deep
throw,
shot,
Nancy.
can't connect to E.J. Horton.
All right, so the SMU drive probably going to stall out. They'll settle for a field goal.
Play and that call by
See what Purdue can do here.
Huge call in this game. Let's remember Purdue. They've been moving the ball.
Talk about the penalty on the kick catch interference that Mike Pereira didn't think was.
Yeah, should have been Rutgers football. Yep. And now here Purdue has the ball. Remember, they get the ball coming out of the half as well.
Yeah. Raiders fan since the 1990s. So it's so you're saying beat up from a football perspective. It's been a really tough year for you.
Purdue to get to the sticks. Still have not seen Singleton in now a drive and a half.
We are seeing a lot of Malachi Thomas, who's beside Brown. Trying to set up that screen, perhaps, and the ball does get to Thomas. And Thomas somehow
Barely, but I mean, you might have actually been better off if you dropped that pass. But he lost a couple of yards instead.
The fact that that play even got near the line of scrimmage, considering how it started, is a blessing for Purdue.
Yeah, and Purdue's going to punt. This is a really nice job at the top of the screen. That's defensive end.
All right, well, we do have a team at cross midfield, though. USF, they did cross midfield against Virginia. We're going to see Purdue punt the ball. So there's that.
Now flushed. Try to sneak it underneath to Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm excited about that Missouri Vanderbilt game as well. That's going to be really fascinating to see really how Vanderbilt handles these expectations, because they're in a very unfamiliar spot as a program. This is the highest that they've been like in the AP since like 1947 or something like that.
But also, when that ball is in the air, take it away. That's got to be the mentality. They're a top 10 team in takeaway, so they had an early interception. They're going to try.
In terms of like the Ole Miss Oklahoma game and USF and Memphis, I know we have both of those games going on here at Red Zone, and really Brown just took a shot. How is the game playing out compared to how your simulation playing out? Is it about similar, or I have a chance to watch some of the simulation videos?
Tight end down for South Florida. It is Jonathan Eccles.
Chris Bracey, one of the safeties for this team, is a leader and a playmaker. Watch him. He's on the opposite side of the field, and he's a quarterback player, so his job is on that option to go take the quarterback. He doesn't guess. He doesn't hesitate. He goes immediately. He had a huge play in the Arkansas game, a forced fumble that helped them win that game. He is a big-time player.
Well, the interesting backstory behind that great game he had at Arkansas, against Arkansas, just 2 weeks prior, he lost
SMU did in fact settle for the field goal, so we got a tie ball game over
there.
there.
He's sort of in and out of the lineup week 3. Then week 4 got more action against Arkansas and just completely balled out. He was the defensive player of the week in the American after that win against the Hogs.
He took over. Arkansas had a chance to win the game. They were up by 1 point. There was about a minute left. They ran the ball down to about the 10-yard line. And then a little bit before that, Memphis called timeout. And I've been in defensive positions where you have to get the ball away. Memphis had no more. That was their last time out. They had to go and take the ball away. I don't know what conversation was had, but all I know is at the very next play, Chris Bracey punched the ball out on a run and got Memphis the ball back. So sometimes you think, oh, man, how do we win this game? Who's going to make the play? He's like, dude, I will make the play. And when you see stuff like that, it gets you excited as a coach and even as a teammate.
Jonathan Eccles jogging off. And now 3rd and 13 after Bracey made that excellent play in the backfield from the safety position for Memphis.
One thing I've been impressed by on Memphis defensively is how many negative plays they're forcing on South Florida. Now it's 3rd and 13. I still think you bring pressure. I don't think you should sit back and try to spy. Try to bring pressure.
All right, so we have a red zone opportunity once again for the Indiana Hoosiers.
Quick throw. Goes out to Moody Rubin.
All right, so that's
exactly right, Gus. They're hard to bring down, and they run upfield. You know, in football terms, you say north and south, because all football fields are generally speaking are faced north to south. That means they run direct downhill at the defense, and look him get behind his shoulder pads and physically finish that run.
First down and 10 at the 14 for IU. Himby again, stutter step, gets through the hole, another big chunk.
The USF Memphis at score right now, IRL. It wasn't the half. Ole Miss and AU, Oklahoma tied. But unless Oklahoma gets a couple saves, I doubt that will go 14-10 at half. OU and Ole Miss, and then the Kenny. There were 4 games in the sense. Okay. I expected the offense to get to a slow start in the Oklahoma Ole Miss game for sure. Because I thought like the Oklahoma defense, like it would hold it down against against Ole Miss, and then likewise like Oklahoma, not great at running the ball.
Scare you on tape as a defensive coordinator, but they just sprinkle in the quarterback run enough to keep the defense honest.
Meanwhile, got this first and goal for Indiana, a chance for them to like 21 skunk UCLA early.
UCLA having some substitution problems.
Before the ball was snapped, timeout. UCLA.
Tim Skipper is not happy. All right, so they're going to go to commercial break. We are going to put a bookmark on that for the time being. So we're going to look around to see what else they got going on around the country. We'll go ahead and roll into let's go check in on this Ole Miss and Oklahoma game real fast because we are talking about it.
Beyond that, not much. Blaylock in trouble. Taken down.
Did he get a safety?
A safety. Prince Will Uman for the believe.
We got a safety.
That's a huge play.
Oh my goodness. We were just talking about safeties, and look what we get. We got a safety in Ole Miss. Wow, we checked in at literally the perfect time. You cannot make this up. All right, so Indiana and UCLA, they're back from commercial break. We'll see if Indiana can clutch things up and make it 21-0 here.
Their center, number 78, Mendoza, with Black next to him. Mendoza, the slant in the end zone, incomplete. Surratt. Once again, the target, Andre Jordan Jr. defensively.
I'd say that's great coverage right there from both of these.
And not only that, we do have a goal line opportunity for Northwestern. 4.5 minutes left to go in the first half. It's been an extremely fast first half here in the Northwestern Nebraska game.
And Surratt's looking for the flag there and didn't get it.
Second and goal at the 4. Trips at the bottom of your screen. Surratt, the receiver at the top. Nowakowski in motion. Black, handoff. And Black.
But man, how about the work that David Ron has done in Northwestern? Got to put some respect on the Wildcats on their name.
Well, they went for it on 4th down on their last series inside the 5, and I'm sure that on the headset right now, Kurt Cignetti is telling his offensive coordinator Mike Shanahan, "Hey, you got."
Then how about this? We have a Wake Forest touchdown happening in a different game. And it looks like Robbie Ashford gets a big-time throw over the middle of the field. Finds 84.
Goal at the 1. Mendoza, touchdown, Indiana.
All right, so we got multiple touchdowns there to report. So, all right, here we go. We'll get this started here. So, Wake Forest, we saw them with a touchdown. Looks like it's 2 plays.
Right here, so you've got the 2 wide receivers, and that doesn't allow Key Lawrence the safety.
It's like 34 yards. It might have been off of a turnover or something. All right, so 3rd and goal now coming up for Northwestern and Nebraska. We talked about this already. Let's see if Northwestern can, in fact, finish the drive.
A version of a little kick-out play looked like it was below the face basket. No call. Great stop, setting up this 3rd down, and Northwestern's going to talk about it.
second team charge timeout, Northwestern.
Northwestern used their first timeout on that challenge.
All right, and you know how I operate over here, man. No commercial breaks for over here on College Football Red Zone. Let's check in on Georgia Tech and Syracuse. Georgia Tech does have something brewing. Not quite in the red zone yet, but they are close.
King will keep it himself, and he gets grabbed back.
They might go for it on fourth down, honestly. That looks like a 4th and 1. But yeah, yeah, Vito, that is absolutely crazy that, you know, like they needed the safety as far as like the sim goes, and then, you know, like literally after finishing talking about safety, you know, what do we get? We got a safety in the we got safety in the game. That's actually crazy. And shout out to Ole Miss too. This is a huge moment that takes some serious momentum as well.
King will throw, and he's got
And look at that, perfect timing. We got a touchdown for Georgia Tech as the Yellow Jackets get the first touchdown of the day for them. Josh Beatham, a 21-yard strike from Haynes King, as Georgia Tech able to take the lead for the first time today. Start off with Syracuse being down 3-0, but beyond that, at the same time, we do finally have our first Georgia Tech lead of the day.
And the point after makes it 10-3, Yellow Jackets.
All right, so Oklahoma and Ole Miss. We're still waiting for Northwestern Nebraska to get back from commercial break.
After the fake, that was well played by Oklahoma.
Yeah, actually.
But Charlie Weiss said he started looking at Chambliss's tape from Ferris State when he was in the portal. And by the way, he was the 60th ranked quarterback in the portal at 843 overall. And he said he watched for a little bit, and he said, I need to get a couple of the other assistants to come look at this tape for a couple minutes. So he got a few more, and it wasn't long when they said, we need to go get Lane Kiffin. And Lane said, get him on a plane down here as soon as you can.
I mean, we have not only a red zone opportunity, but a touchdown for Virginia as Harris was able to break a tackle in Chapel Hill, and it ends up being broken out for about a 30-yard touchdown strike for Cameron Morris. So Virginia's going to take the lead against North Carolina.
Third down and 10.
Y'all can see that.
What Trinidad does as well as anybody in the country is attack the blitz.
All right, so we finally are back in commercial break for the Northwestern Nebraska game.
4 in a row, including that upset win at Penn State.
Still waiting to see.
And they have a 3rd and goal, chasing 4 points late in this first quarter.
Still waiting to see if we are going to see like Northwestern finish this drive out. Meanwhile, we do actually have a little bit of a game break. Auburn does like get an opening drive touchdown against Arkansas. Didn't exactly see what happened, but we do like see that on the back end, like on the scorecard.
Nebraska showing pressure. They bring 4. They set up a screen for Hyman. And Hyman is cut down at the 7. Marquise Buford.
All right, so it looks like once again we are. Oh, but wait a minute. There's a flag after the fact. Is that excessive celebration?
And 2 flags came out where that little skirmish broke out.
Berenson was out there, multiple offensive linemen trying to finish that screen.
So at first glance, I thought we were going to see his hand.
Everybody earn it. Sierra Wright say, hey.
I thought we were going to see like a touch.
Great reaction by Nebraska.
Like Northwestern having to sell for people might not be the case.
To screen and get him down. Let's just make sure we play cleanly through it.
The result of the play was 4th down coming up. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, 15 defense, 62 offense. That is the first unsportsmanlike conduct foul for each player. A second results in game disqualification.
So top of the screen.
Okay, so that's going to sell for a field goal. We do see actually like in Ole Miss and Oklahoma. Ole Miss is at the 20. We'll check in real fast.
Chambliss looking down the middle. Nifty movement through a crowded pocket. On his feet inside the
Gets inside the 5-yard line. All right.
Well, that's the element that Austin Simmons doesn't bring for Lane Kiffin. Simmons a decent runner. This guy is an electric runner. 15 yards and a first down.
And that was a great play there. Simmons is a great thrower, but the dynamic ability of Chambliss, very few are making that play. He had a linebacker one-on-one that could have dropped him. He makes a miss, gets to the outside, and picks up
and then
the
Northwest
conversion.
did have to settle for a field goal there.
First and goal. Throws back of the end zone. Lucky to get away with that through a crowd. Might have been throwing it away. Intended for Deuce Alexander.
Now the quarterback Simmons in the game. This two-quarterback system that they've used, a little bit of a package here.
They used it 3 times on the goal line last week, and it's Simmons who takes the snap, faked it to Lacey.
Oh!
Open for a touchdown, but he
That was there.
Just a big miss there. I mean, you have Stribling open, working in the back, perfectly executed.
All right, we do also have another red zone opportunity appearing in the Rutgers-Purdue game. Rutgers has been held silent in the last 45 seconds of this first half. With about 30 seconds to go, though, Rutgers has a chance to get the lead, possibly.
So it's still
We are monitoring that. Depending, we will move over after this third and goal. It looks like Ole Miss is going to have to settle for a field goal. Okay, let's now check in on Rutgers and Purdue in a game in which a game that Rutgers has to have for bowl eligibility purposes, at least like staying alive for that hunt.
You're not running the ball right now. You are throwing the football, and again, it's man-to-man isolated coverage, top of the screen. That's your top wide receiver, KJ Duff.
Play clock low and flags.
All right, so Ole Miss is going to try a 22-yard field goal, settle for the points.
Offense number 65.
Points do get up on the board.
Second down.
We got a 15-10 game there in Norman, Oklahoma. Meanwhile, Indiana actually did just get a fumble. They're not in the red zone yet, but they're starting a brand new drive inside the UCLA 30-yard line.
The Sharks are out. But you give yourself a little bit more field to work with now and again. Nathan Caliganis has to evaluate the safety McLaurin. What's he trying to do defensively?
Caliganis pressured, and he decides to just throw it away. Right in his face was Jamarian Harkless, who already has a sack today.
There's nothing doing. He's expecting the safeties to rotate post-snap. None of the safeties do anything. You see at the top of the screen, it's man-to-man press coverage, and there's 2 safeties just eyeing down Sheffield, eyeing down Duff. Nowhere to go, he just throws it away to live for this third down. I'd run some sort of crossing route here, guy. Trying to see if KJ Duff can catch
The Boilermaker train going absolutely crazy, by the way.
Bottom of the screen. Excuse me, Sheffield at the slide at the bottom of the screen.
They go to the ground. Raymond cuts it up. Raymond!
Oh, it's on the end zone.
And the clock will
So we have the 1-yard line. The clock's going to stop, at least until they respot the ball, but they got to get on the ball quickly. As Roman Hemby is going to find the end zone for Indiana as well. Yet another touchdown for the Hoosiers. It is a splattering. They are quickly not taking UCLA lightly at all. And it also comes on the heels of Rutgers finding the end zone as well, too.
Well, it's a really nice job of managing the play clock from Kirk Shiraka. They throw it, they see the light box, they adjust the run inside to get inside the 1. Great job by Raymond, keeping his shoulder pads low. They go tempo. They utilize the tight end, Kenny Fletcher, as that lead blocker. Coach is fired up, and as he should be. His team's played with the edge you talked about all week.
All right, so we probably will we'll probably leave the Indiana game alone for a while.
They ran it on the first 8 plays.
We do have something emerging. It looks like in the Eastern Michigan Ohio game, So we'll go ahead and check that out.
Bangura is the back keeper.
Ohio with 1:30 left in the first half, looking to time things up.
Confidence in either kicker does Ohio have, so they're already in field goal range, but we'll see if they treat this as 4-down territory. But it's 2nd and 9 still.
I want to see all the space right here. I just don't like so much space given to Chase Hendricks.
Navarro, the snap, keeps it. Navarro sprinting towards the open space. A move. He's going to be short, though. 3-yard gain brings up 3rd down.
Eastern Michigan. And there's your second timeout by Craig Creighton in Eastern Michigan.
Jason Marshall for the safeties for Eastern Michigan that came down and met Navarro.
They are ready for the quarterback run game. Look how the safeties trigger. A blur on the screen. I mean, got a hand on him, but at least that scared him enough to cut back to help.
Yeah, you saw the defensive end, Carter Evans, just eyeing Navarro that whole time and forced him to go wide to buy a little bit of time. And so Navarro, how about his first half? 141 yards, completed his first 10 passes, has a touchdown as well, too.
Both the quarterbacks have been flawless, haven't they? I mean, we talked about the quarterback battle on the MAC, and they couldn't be any more efficient. They're masters of their offense because they're experienced. They're 4 of 6 on 3rd down. That is great for an offense. On defense, you got to keep them under 50% here. Again, you got to find a way to take number 7 away. That is always Navarro's first guy. That is his Travis Kelce to the Patrick Mahomes in the backfield.
3rd and 6. Ohio, what they do here might determine what happens on 4th down. If they don't get it. As you pointed out, Hendricks, a lot of airspace there in the slot. Hendricks, a couple of moves. He makes the catch. He is tackled. He's going to
be short of sticks.
So decision time coming as Eastern Michigan might burn their final timeout here.
Eastern Michigan, 3rd and final timeout.
I don't agree with the timeout usage on this one, Jordan. It's a 4th and 1. Now they have a decision to make, Ohio that is. Look at the route, though. Out, back in. You think that's easy to cover? It's not. That's why I'm up.
All right, so we are starting to see some games go into the half. Rutgers and Purdue are going to be Rutgers with a 10-7 lead at the half.
A decision to make. Ohio's going to go for it here, and you gave them time to think.
And then
about
Ohio and Eastern Michigan is going to get pretty close as well. They have about like a minute to go before halftime themselves.
A much better chance to try and get down the field and get a field goal. Now you have no timeout, so if you don't stop them here, you're not going to have much clock at all, even if you do eventually stop them.
And you need your defense to get a stop here. Obviously, no timeouts left. This is all on this play, but to use that timeout there, I don't agree with it. Craig Creighton's been coaching a lot longer than me. They got man-to-man at the top of the screen.
Williams comes down in motion to try and bust open a hole. Bangura right through the line of scrimmage, picks up another 1st down. 7 yards on the keeper, and again, it's Williams coming over with the block.
Bangura there, the downhill runner. Again, the quarterback run game is so complicated, you don't know if he's going to pull it. Just the threat of the quarterback being a runner makes it hard to stop the run.
Navarro, they quicken the pace to the end zone. Oh, it is picked off. The defense comes up huge. Tyrell Diener denies Navarro and gives the ball back to the Eagles.
Diener just steps up big, makes a play, saves points. Don't write off this Eastern Michigan defense. Tyrell Diener with the
all right, so Eastern Michigan's going to hold out as SMU finds itself in the red zone once again. This time, can they get more than just a touchdown on the board?
He was injured early on this year, and they had some other guys stepped up, did a nice job, Jalen Cooper in particular, but now they've got Hudson back.
Yeah, and he's definitely one of their dynamic players. You saw right there, they tried to ISO him one-on-one with the corner, but it wasn't open, so therefore Kevin Jennings threw it out of bounds.
Johnson, very patient runner.
Should be with it.
Right there. Originally started his career, played 1 season at Miami of Florida, and now transfers to SMU.
Yeah, I just love the way he runs. He just has great vision, quick feet, changes directions. Sounds like me in high school a little bit.
Oh, he's limping over there now. Boy, he is a speedster now. I mean, speedster. They got a lot of fast guys in Florida. He won the 102-meter, 100 and 200-meter dashes in the state of Florida. And on a third down and short,
And again, like Wake Forest holds firm in the red zone, at least for now.
Well, I'm not going to say for sure, because with Rhett Lashley, you never know. But we saw him go for it on fourth down from midfield. You got to believe he's going for it on fourth down at the 17-yard line, right?
Yeah, you can see the offense is staying right now. They feel good. They got the ball all the way down the field on this drive right now, so they feel pretty good with what they're doing.
All right, they've got Harden off to the right side. Trips to the bottom of your screen, and they're going to call a timeout.
Timeout. SMU, they're first. 30 seconds.
So 10-3 with 3:58 to go until halftime. A reminder coming up next, a non-conference battle as Toledo.
All right, so we have a looks like possibly a goal line opportunity or even a touchdown. All right, no, it's first and goal. North Carolina actually does have a chance to tie this game up.
Yeah, they are.
Actually, might have been a touchdown, to be honest with you.
Who had great success at the FCS level. They really know how to recruit and coach because they don't.
All right, let's go ahead and check in over there.
Those RPOs. He came off of that thing and ripped it. That's a big play for North Carolina. They got to finish it off with a score here. Run this thing in.
Damon June comes into the ball game. Paysor and Ship.
All right, so SMU is going to settle for the field goal attempt as well.
Lopez is going to try and sneak. They'll come in and give it a look from either side. Touchdown, Carolina.
All right, so North Carolina's going to score a touchdown, and then SMU as well. They're going to find the field goal.
And set up a pretty sharp 26-yard.
But again, I mean, SMU, they have really struggled with the red zone offensive execution today. It's been a rough day for them.
Gets vertical, sure hands it. But Coach Belichick, thank you. Thank you for the quarterback under center, quarterback sneak inside the one for the touchdown. Not the shotgun, under center, score a touchdown. We got us a ball game.
10 plays, 75 yards, 5-12, the time of the drive. Gio Lopez.
All right, so that being said, we'll go bookmark on that. Not really seeing anybody else in the red zone this moment. But what we are seeing is Nebraska and Northwestern. It's a 1-point game, and Nebraska does have a chance to get some more points on the board with a 2-minute offense.
Line stunts right
See if Dylan Ryo and the boys can lock in real fast. Try to extend this lead going into the halftime break over there.
That Northwestern has in this 2-minute drill. Run the ball with great success right here, 3rd and 16.
What's that do to a possible field goal decision now?
Well, that's why you got to get north for the ball carrier right there.
3rd and 16 though, they're going great.
Timeouts, clock at 1:15. That loss backed him up.
You have a red zone opportunity emerge from Georgia Tech versus Syracuse.
Back into field goal range and plowing his way toward the sticks. Northwestern with a late push and forward progress stopped a yard short. So it is.
All right, so I'm not bookmarking that, but I would not be surprised if Nebraska ends up going for it. For now, we'll go ahead and check in Georgia Tech versus Syracuse. The Yellow Jackets looking to extend the lead against this Syracuse beleaguered squad. All right, now officially get him inside. Looks like about the 15. They're going to mark him at the 13-yard line for first down.
But he's 205 and bringing every bit of it to the table there. Good physical piece of running from Malachi Hosley.
He's got a couple of 100-yard games this season, including a .29 against Virginia Tech. Yellow Jackets ranked 7th, up 7, and looking to add to the advantage. King dumping it off. It's Beetham looking for
got there.
And
No, we're going to mark him shy.
at the 2-yard line.
Then USF is going to also have a goal line opportunity as well. Already up 14-7, a run up the gut for them. We'll be at about the 5.
Where's the ball at?
That's a touchdown.
That's a touchdown. I think he's over. I think they're going to take a look at this. I think it's going to be the second touchdown for Josh Beetham.
Okay, so while they're reviewing that, we're going to go ahead and check in on the 4th and 1. Nebraska's going for it. Oh, they almost had it, but Northwestern recovers. Okay, so Northwestern's going to be able to hold the line. Still waiting on the review to be completed for Georgia Tech, whether they get the touchdown or not. In the meantime, though, we have USF hurting goal from the 5-yard line. This is a stop that Memphis needs to have. We'll see if they get it.
But then you want to keep them out of the end zone.
Play clock under 5. Brown, end zone.
Oh, wide, butt naked, open.
Jeremiah Coger
got it.
Touchdown in now 4 consecutive games. And it's a 2-score lead for the Bulls on the road.
Okay, still waiting for the replay to be completed. In the meantime, we do also have Old Dominion in the red zone as well. About 4 minutes left to play in the half against Appalachian State. Searching for that 2-touchdown lead, though.
Well, to illustrate Colton Joseph's ability to run the football, week 1 at Indiana. That's Bloomington, Indiana. Will Hoosiers play, and are one of the better teams in the country again this year. Colton Joseph had touchdown runs of 75 and 78 yards, one of 3 career 100-yard rushing games for this quarterback, who completes 63% of his passes.
And that's against the number 2 team in the country, right? So the guy is legit, no question about it.
8th play of the drive, dual receivers to each side. Give it to James, and he's immediately wrapped up.
Walled immediately. We do have another red zone opportunity as well. Okay, so we do have some clarification. They did reverse the call in the field, and the touchdown is good for Georgia Tech. So the Yellow Jackets, they're going to officially take a 17-3 lead against Syracuse.
Well, he's the dark alley guy, according to their defensive coordinator, DJ Smith.
What's that mean?
Rondarius
Do also have a red zone opportunity for Kansas as they get into the last minute of the first half. Kansas needs to get a touchdown on the board just to get it a 1-possession game. Going into halftime over there. So Joseph with a nice run, but pretty well short of the marker. Kansas, they'll get a first down themselves. It's going to get them inside the 5-yard line. Haven't checked in on Kansas State and Kansas in a while. We saw some fireworks in the first quarter over on TNT. However, at the same time, though, it's definitely cooled down since then.
Stops the clock under 2 minutes with 45 seconds left. And now looking at 1st and goal with plenty of options on the table. This is prime Gruen territory. Here in the slot as we got 2 tight ends.
Old Dominion trying a 33-yard field goal. We'll go wonky.
Takes the handoff.
All right, a little wonky, but the field goal is good. So Old Dominion does extend the lead 10-0. Your score over there.
Final charge, time out of the half. Kansas, 30
Kansas
seconds.
will use its final timeout there. Looked like Maldonado is signaling he needs to come off with 38 seconds remaining.
Appreciate everyone coming through to College Football Red Zone. If you haven't had a chance yet, definitely make sure you go ahead, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well if you do happen to be brand new and you love like kicking it with me here on your Saturday college football experience. It means the world to me.
Still potentially got run on the menu on this play, but if you do, you want to have an idea of what your 3rd down call could potentially be. Not that you've got to rush, but you want to try and get up there. And make it
looks like we have a game break as Parker Navarro is able to connect with Rodney Harris II, as Ohio is going to be able to nod things up against Eastern Michigan. Got a tie ball game out there in a game for Ohio that means a lot more for them, whereas Eastern Michigan, they're just trying to play with pride at this point.
As they break the huddle here now. 17.
No, never mind. It's an eligible man downfield. That was the final play of the first half. So Ohio goes into halftime down 14-7. Got an upset alert out there in Ypsilanti. And how about that run there as well? Just an incredible run. A hard-working run. And Kansas, with 30 seconds left in the half, looks like they will make it a 1-score game. after all. All right, that being said, we got some more craziness unfolding. Auburn looks like they're going to be in, well, they were going to be in a 3rd and 4, but it looks like they took a timeout. And, of course, what we saw there, they had to go to commercial break. You see the title of this video, guys. We are not going to commercial break. We are. This is a theme. We have class over here at College Football Red Zone. We are not doing that at the moment. That being said, okay, while we're waiting for Auburn and Arkansas to get back to the commercial break, we have a game break. Check in on them specifically. Memphis does pick up the first down. So we'll see if Memphis decides to run another play or not. I would imagine they would try to run with some urgency here.
Gets outside of the pocket and knows that
down by 2 possessions.
throw would be incomplete, so he accepts contact and gets the first down.
Will they snap it before the 2-minute timeout?
I don't think they will. They're going to.
So Memphis converts on 4th down.
All right, so that's not going to lead too much of anything. Okay, we have an untimed down in Ohio and Eastern Michigan, though.
In the pocket, near midfield, Navarro this time throws it to the corner, intercepted in the
intercepted again for Parker Navarro. He's having a rough day today. That is the 2nd interception. Big reason why we do see Eastern Michigan with that somewhat significant lead. We're still waiting for Arkansas and Auburn to decide to not go into a commercial break. We'll check in.
It broke the coaches.
Syracuse and Georgia Tech. North Carolina's about to go in the half. It's all knotted up at the end of the there.
It was a gut punch when they lost their quarterback, Steve Angeli.
We'll see what Syracuse can do while we're still waiting.
Angeli's in Notre Dame last year, the backup to Riley Leonard. Actually got to play a little bit in the college football playoff, and here's what he did this season before that Achilles injury.
Yeah, he was great in that semifinal game against Penn State. That final drive before halftime led to a field goal, and well, he was outstanding here early on in this season, and it affects everybody.
And ever since Steve Angeli got hurt, man, they haven't been the same. They genuinely have not been the same since then. It's a shame because this is a pro Fran Brown channel over here, man. I am a big fan of Fran Brown. Not only the GOAT, but I was as a person. High character guy. Incredibly high character guy. Okay, we do finally, it took long enough, we do finally have Arkansas and Auburn get back from commercial break. Auburn with a 3rd and 4.
Dancing around in motion. Rolling that way, throwing his way.
All right, so now we got ourselves a red zone opportunity. 15-yard line early in the 2nd quarter.
A towel. That was a towel that came out. So that is a first down for Auburn.
Yeah, Jackson Arnold being able to utilize his ability to roll outside of the pocket. Then you get the natural pick from Perry Thompson.
Okay, hold up. We got a 1st and goal opportunity. We're going to flip back and forth because Ole Miss has a 1st and goal opportunity. That is our spotlight game in the noon window. So we are going to break out and head to Norman, Oklahoma.
By Owen Heineke. They lost
See it, Ole Miss takes a commanding lead.
Trey Harris was a 2nd-round pick. Jordan Watkins,
or if it's going to remain a 1-possession game. I'll still keep eyes before you on Auburn and Arkansas.
The returnee Lee, Stribling, Wallace, Alexander, all talented.
We'll let you know if it turns into a goal line situation over there.
You can see the defender on the outside, Bowen, whose eyes are in the backfield. This ball had to be on time and accurate, or else that corner from the outside in could easily have made a possible play on that ball, but it's perfectly thrown and executed again by Trinidad Chambliss.
Caden Lee with 57 catches last year. So Oklahoma is out of timeouts. And the Rebels have it. 1st down and goal from just.
All right, Virginia and North Carolina, they are also going into the half. Interesting one unfolding in Chapel Hill. Tie ball game, 10 apiece. Number 16, Virginia, according to Electric Top 5. Virginia is on the ropes. Nice run, like he wants to get him inside the 4. He marked it, looks like about the 2-yard line.
I'm surprised Oklahoma isn't spending time out, but they're out of them. That makes sense. That would be why. That would make some sense. Perfect. But here, I don't think you need to play fast if you're Ole Miss. Just slow it down.
Okay, it does look like the Auburn drive. Looks like nothing substantial like ended up happening after the fact. So Auburn's going to settle for a field goal. To see if Alton McPherson to looks like it was 1 for 4 last week. And that's going to be another touchdown for Ole Miss, a commanding lead. Commanding lead for all. Well, it's not a commanding lead. 4 points is not a lot to overcome. You have a red zone opportunity for USF in Michigan, but looks like one of the defensive linemen for South Florida is on a looks like he has a severe injury. Go down on the ground after a couple minutes, hoping that Jacob Merrifield, who's the guy that's down, hopefully he's okay. In the meantime, once the injury is cleared up, we will switch over to that broadcast.
But in this particular case, they attack that outside shoulder, capture the edge, and allows the walk-in for
hang out here. UCLA is trying to field goal with 2 minutes left. UCLA might get on the board. We kind of stopped paying attention to it. Well, not stop paying attention. We're not active with it. We'll put it that way. When it comes to Indiana UCLA game,
and right now his
UCLA does get on the board. We get a field goal
on defense against the Ole Miss Rebels.
Okay, so so it looks like he was able to at least walk off under his own power. Definitely praying for everyone's health.
Chess match too.
Physical game is one of those games where
Memphis offensive coordinator Tim Cramsey,
you're putting your body on the line, right?
Defensive coordinator Todd Orlando, as Merrifield's up under his own power. The two were coordinators together at Florida International back in 2012, and Alex Golish loves the booze coming down here at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium.
We got a chance to chat with Golish yesterday, and there is a sense of calm about him. I understand the chaos, even with some of the players going down. This is the third time we've seen him on the field with his players, but there's a sense of calm confidence, and that feels like it permeates to and through his team.
All right, here we go. Tremendous inside the 30-yard line. Not much longer, though, and Brandon Lewis gets absolutely lit up like a Christmas tree. There's a flag, though. Hold up now. Wait a minute.
So Rico Watson, Mac Harris was a part of that action. He was the inside blitzer. Rico Watson was the outside blitzer, and that action, it caused the right tackle to hesitate.
The flag was thrown for potential targeting on the play. However, replay has confirmed that there is no targeting on the play. It's second down.
So there was 2 players brought off the edge, and to me that looked like a clean tackle. There were 2 players brought off the edge. Rico Watson.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a clean.
Tackle is looking at
it was straight up, just a clean break towards the quarterback. I mean, Brandon Lewis hung out to dry there. Might have been either miscommunication on the offensive line or just Brandon Lewis not knowing what the heart rate is. But
your composure today has been excellent. With the amount
either way, though, that's a tough one because Memphis, they desperately need points. Already down 2 touchdowns. We've seen this time and time again from USF. They can put up points in an absolute hurry.
We take a look at this week's college football rankings brought to you by Prudential. Indiana having no problems right now with UCLA.
And Ole Miss ain't having too many problems with Oklahoma. That's a big-time matchup. There was this, talk about chess match. Lane Kiffin, offensive mastermind. Brent Venables, defensive mastermind. They were sparring in the media. Lane Kiffin was saying that Oklahoma, they do a great job of studying people's signals, if you will, and their calls.
Oh, hold on now. I did not realize this. So Purdue and Rutgers, they are actually out of the halftime locker room already. So let's actually get into Rutgers and Purdue. Going out of the half in Purdue, looking at time, they are looking for a haymaker. They're looking to extend the lead on the Scarlet Knights. And Purdue, look at their first Big Ten victory since the 2023 campaign. They might just be a half away from doing just that. First and goal for them inside the 5-yard line.
Pass and a couple of rushes. First down and goal for Purdue. Singleton's going to throw it. Nobody there.
Oh, I'm just what is happening? Mockabee literally all by himself there. I'm telling you, if that happened to you in like an EA college football game, you are blaming the game. That's how wide open he was. You know, just a bad misalignment communication on a Rutgers defense.
Nobody's near him. It's like, oh my
God. Wow. Okay. So we do have another first and goal unveiled. Heading back over to Memphis and South Florida for a second. I had to check that out, guys.
On the ground to Osier.
So we'll see if Memphis can make something happen here.
Will burn their second timeout.
So Memphis takes their second charge time out of the half. This is the 30-second timeout. Please reset the game clock to 53 seconds. 5-3, please.
I'm going to go back, but look forward a little bit. Last week, Memphis, they were down in the end zone, getting ready to score to try to tie the game, and they had two massive mistakes in the red zone. They had a false start from the 1-yard line, then another false start. They ended up not scoring and losing to UAB. The clock was running. They were allowing the clock to run so that they could, run out the clock. But instead, this time, they're calling a timeout and making sure everyone is composed. The reason that matters is that if Memphis scores here, Matt, you said it, Memphis gets the ball out of halftime. So you score, now all of a sudden it's a one-score game. You score again, now all of a sudden it's a whole new ball game. So I love the timeout by Ryan Silverfield to just make sure everyone understands the magnitude of the moment.
There we go. First and goal for Memphis. They need this touchdown.
Quick throw. Graham with blockers into the end zone.
And there it is. That's the touchdown that they were looking for. They desperately needed it, and they got it. Meanwhile, in the Arkansas game, as the Memphis touchdown was going down, we got a huge scamper for Arkansas as the Razorbacks finally find themselves on the board. Taylor Green, the sharp, with might have been an extremely explosive play, might have been in the range of 50 to 60 yards. Yeah, it's going to be a 60-yard try. I mean, it was just off of a simple out concept. And just bad tackling. All right, so that's how we see Arkansas get on the board for the first time today. With that being said,
one-score game again in Memphis.
All right, so Appalachian State, they are back in the red zone. Meanwhile,
was there to get a hand on it.
One-on-one, inside leverage. Look at him come around
the back in the red zone.
Now, he wants a flag.
We saw them
wants a flag, but that's a great pass break.
with a red zone opportunity earlier, but it was intercepted. Sorry, I was having a little bit of a brain fart for a moment.
3rd and 5 with 36.
We're locking back in. But Appalachian State, though, facing the 3rd and 5, on the 16-yard line, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Changing up, looks like to me, changing up the call.
Looks like coming with a blitz. They rush 4. Cole, after it's picked up, throws to the goal line.
Ooh, nice throw. Is that in? They're calling it touchdown, Appalachian State. Mountaineers. Look right back.
Huge answer late in the second quarter by the Mountaineers offense.
How about J.J. Cole? And just when we're ready to write his obituary.
All right, so Appalachian State is going to score. How about SMU? Wake Forest, though. SMU trying to get some closing points on the board. They're down by 4.
3 yards short of a first down.
Here they won nothing more than they definitely won nothing less in the league.
Timeout, so expect a lot of quick game, trying to get down the field. Maybe try an opportunity to take a shot to the end zone right now. Maybe when you get to the 40.
23 seconds left. Jennings, good protection. And catch is made. First time. And the ball, is it loose? Are you kidding me? That is a 3rd turnover in less than 1 minute of this second quarter. Now, Lashley is saying, was the runner down already?
No, that is out. That's a great
Take a look at it.
I think it was the strip there.
Oh, no, that is out. That is going to be a fumble.
Patterson again. Well, what a monster half he has had.
Yeah, Patterson has been all over.
All right, so we'll put one more on that one because they're like going to half over there. Georgia Tech, though.
Dragging that right foot, Dave. Foot's down. That's catch. Looks like he's got his forearms underneath the football. Watch his right foot. Right foot's going to drag. So it's his left foot's dragging. You see the turf coming up.
Oh, what a catch, huh?
That's a big-time catch, and we were standing down there pre-game. He's got a great frame. He's 6'4", he's 215, and you watch him on film, and he looks like a future pro. There was a moment in time, the Clemson game, talking with Buster Faulkner, Isaiah Canyon stepped up and had a great game, and his confidence skyrocketed. And from that moment, they truly believe he felt, I belong here, and I've got a really high ceiling, and we've continued to see that throughout the course of the season. Isaiah Canyon become the go-to guy.
All right, so Georgia Tech now inside the 30-yard line.
King with a quick throw out by the edge to Stockton to get a few yards and stop the clock. 20 seconds to go. This is kind of a disastrous situation here for Syracuse. Down 17-3. Georgia Tech moving the ball again, and Fran Brown knowing, given the offensive issues, they can't surrender any more points, and Tech already in field goal range and hoping for more. King loses Stockton.
Oh, he almost got there. He's trying to reach out, but there's a flag, though. Hold up now.
Left. 2 penalty markers are down at about the 15-yard line. And Georgia Tech walking backwards. That would negate a 25-yard gain if it's on the Yellow Jackets.
Oh, it looks like they're walking back. Oh, wait a minute. We have a huge play breaking out in the Nebraska game down the sideline. Is Nebraska going to take the opening kickoff for a touchdown? Yes, they will. Coming out of halftime, Kenneth Williams.
Personal foul. Illegal blindside block. Offense number 58. It's a 15-yard penalty. Replay second down. The foul doesn't clear the clock up. It'll start on the ready for play.
And it's unfortunate because Bailey Stockton had already cleared. That was behind him, and it negates a very well executed screen pass to Bailey Stockton.
So they had a second.
Yeah, that really is a shame.
Still the one timeout for Georgia Tech. Second down and 12. Waiting for the clock operator to add a second here at Bobby Dodd Stadium. John Noley, the referee, pleading with the clock operator, who still hasn't added the second. And now the fans are booing the clock operator. Does that button not work? It's still stuck at now they go to 14. They still can't get it right.
13 seconds. 13 seconds on the game clock, please.
All right, so we gone from 12 seconds to
Maybe
14 seconds.
Just stuck.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
Figured it out.
All right. Okay. All right. We're fine.
Well done. faith than never. And now Haynes King taking off. Ton of room. King inside the 10 and down to the 5 with about 4 seconds left. The clock will stop.
All right, so hear me out.
It's last timeout.
Hear me out on this one. You got 4 seconds left. You just took a timeout. You're careful. You could go for.
Or do you go for the touchdown?
A quick touchdown.
I mean, I think they're going to go. I think they're going to take points. I think they're going to kick the field goal here, Dave. I think that they want to take a 3-score lead into halftime.
And hard to imagine the way Syracuse's offenses look, whether the lead is 17 or 21, that they have enough to overcome that.
Well, it's a designed quarterback draw. You're going to see Haynes King really just do a nice job finding some space. 67, the left guard, Joe Fusel with a key block. And Haynes King just so dangerous, whether it's low on the shoulder, utilizing the power, or also in the open field, making defenders miss. Once again here today, he has been outstanding. 59 yards on the ground, 183 through the air.
All right, so they're settling for the field goal. How about Purdue again?
Shot down the field and he just overshoots Nitro Tuggle.
Purdue really putting together a nice offensive performance so far, man. We knew that Purdue was going to be able to put up some points. Really even more surprised about the defense too, right? The defense has played excellent against a surprisingly stout offensive attack. Granted, we'll be seeing a lot of the Rutgers fan base ask for those uncomfortable conversations out there in New Jersey, especially after they've been blown into a smithereens. Georgia Tech, they did settle for the field goal after all. They opted for that, taking the points. And USF, they're getting ready to go into halftime as well. They're going to make it a 24-14 ball game at the half.
That is great.
So a very exciting one that could very well decide who ends up going to the American Championship game. Memphis trying to play with some urgency. Hasn't been great.
Jet Elad, remember, he played at UNLV for Barry.
Okay, hold up now. We have okay, so while Purdue's going to injury timeout, Arkansas and Auburn.
It's so hard to defend against a guy
We are
like
seeing
that.
Arkansas
So often Mike
down on the
Washington
goal
is able
line.
to create opportunities in the run game.
An opportunity for Arkansas to take the lead with about 6.5 left to go in the first half.
One outside for a 9-yard pickup.
He has been so effective inside the red zone. Been his money area. Averaging 7 yards a carry, but only needs 3 here if he decides to take it himself. The jumbo package in, fullback, 2 tight ends, I formation. They give it to the up back. Maddox Lassiter trying to power his way in, and not much room to run there. Got stuffed right at the line of scrimmage.
Looks like he picked up the first down.
Only needed about a half a yard, and that's about all he got. The big boys in white. Boy, they churn a bunch of defensive linemen in and out of this game. They will play as many as 12 down linemen, Auburn, defensively.
They're all really good, too.
Give it to Russell. Braylon Russell trying to get his nose across the end line.
Did
I
he
don't
get
know
there?
if he did. Taylon Green thinks he did. No signal yet. Touchdown, Arkansas.
All right, so we got the touchdown there. All right, so with that being said, while we are, let's go ahead and flip it back over to the Northwestern Nebraska game. Northwestern now at midfield at the moment, as Northwestern looking to respond after giving up the kick return touchdown begin the second half. And for those, if you are a Cincinnati fan that happens to be watching this, you are pulling for Northwestern because Nebraska and Cincinnati are kind of on similar footing right now. Nebraska does have that head-to-head, so you're hoping that Northwestern wins so that you have a chance to move ahead of Nebraska in terms of your hypothetical national ranking.
It's up to the edge again, but off Wilde's hands. Inaccurate from Stone, with Vincent Shavers getting a handoff.
Got the RPO, had Wilde the hitch up top. They were outnumbered in the run game. You see that nub of Shavers. Can't pick with that, but you could certainly inhibit the vision of Preston Stone. Played a lot of zone in this situation. 3rd and long, changing up the pressure. Right here, it's going to be another version of zone.
6 men up at the line.
4-man rush.
They bring 4. They picked it up to the side.
Right read, but just couldn't make the effective throw.
So Stone protects it, but a little off the mark on back-to-back throws, and it's time to punt.
The twist just creates a little hesitancy for him. You saw McCullough and 3 feet away from a conversion. That was well designed that time, and he knows, man, that's me.
Even Martez Lewis, who you saw in the pictures, like, we got it. And,
All right, still don't see anyone across midfield. So stay here on Northwestern Nebraska until there is a commercial break.
Another one up in the air and avoids the lightning legs of Barney.
All right, they're about to get a commercial break. You already know what time it is. We don't do commercials here. Let's go to what's been one of the more exciting first halves, actually, between Kansas and Kansas State. They are back from break. Kansas does get the ball to start the second half.
On that long touchdown march going into the halftime locker room. He spins one up the seam. Too tall for Henderson. Oh, what a miss. Quay Moss in coverage. The Jayhawks will punt.
You saw press man to start on the left side of this play on both receivers, so Daniels knows if I can just give him some time, I've got my matchup with best on best in the interior with the aforementioned Quay Moss. He gets loose, and Daniels did a good job of even looking the safety off, just couldn't quite put the ball on him. Now the punt team out for Kansas.
A low snap led to a takeaway and a scoop and score. This one sends lapping lefts. Lockett, the return man, lets the helicopter punt bounce once. And he gives great starting field position to Avery Johnson and the K-State offense at the 40-yard line.
That's the story of the day on the other side. Jalen Daniels and his receiver is not quite there for Avery Johnson. That first half, 8 of 13, 120 yards, great touchdown pass in the low red zone.
But it was the one he missed, not incomplete, but just visually missed with Tibbs alone behind the safety.
No question. So you've got to continue to hit on some of those big plays, something you thought might be less a part of this offense with no Dylan Edwards in the backfield today, who had been that explosive element for this team.
Jackson's been the lead back, 7 carries for 34 yards. They use Brown. Has to slam on the brakes, and he's going for a huge loss. The redshirt freshman, Austin Alexander, -6.
Another east-west run, the motion coming across. The quarterback has a chance to read. He gives Jace Brown a chance.
All right, so we have a game break as we do actually have a team crossing midfield. Arkansas and Auburn once again. Auburn down by 4.
Has moved this offense.
And already down by 4. Auburn looking to respond, get the touchdown, and take the lead. Looks like you have 3.5 left to go in the first half.
Playmaker and Jeremiah Cobb.
So Omar Maps in the second. Give it to the true freshman here, and he is tripped up at the line of scrimmage. Forward progress will get him out to the 39-yard line. Shakur Smalls, get credit for that tackle.
That's a tremendous job by Smalls. Reading run and then triggering immediately to minimize that gain to only 2 yards. That's what you have to have if you have that lighter box.
I mean, how about a game break for Rutgers? Infant Calamatis with a massive throw. I mean, massive throw. Looks like it's an explosive passing play. About a 70-yard touchdown by Aiden Castellanos.
He'll have a first down to the 29-yard
With off the RPO, actually play action, wide button, make it open. Rutgers is going to close the gap on Purdue.
Auburn High School, a few miles away from the football facility over on the campus.
Yeah, you can see an identity shift by this Auburn offense on this drive as well. Keep pounding the rock. They're having success.
5 rushes, 46 yards on this drive for the Tigers. Been a nice answer after giving up that touchdown.
Yeah, officially it was a 72-yard touchdown.
Himself, big collision, but he gets inside the 25 down to the 23 where Jordan Young puts his shoulder pads into Arnold.
All right, so they're going to go into the 2-minute
timeout.
Not a lot of other games happening. Most games are at the half. One game that isn't is Virginia and North Carolina.
It's a fun battle to watch.
We'll do a quick check-in on Virginia and North Carolina.
Carolina now. And
the game clock was never stopped due to the helmet coming off. Please set the game clock to 13 minutes and 27 seconds. It will start on my signal.
the referee today, Darryl DeBerry, as assigned by the Atlantic Coast Conference. Little game management there.
Well, UVA has an opportunity to get some good field position here. So it'd be nice to be able to set up a good return right now and get them an opportunity to get a little closer.
McGinnis hammers it toward Thomas, who will field at the 27 and just dive back to the 32. 51-yard punt by McGinnis. Just a return of about 5. Timeout, Chapel Hill.
All right, so they're about to go in commercial break too. What are the games pointedly? Nebraska, they are not in commercial break. They're the only team that's the only game that's not really in commercial break. They're in wrong. Well, and I guess Ohio and Eastern Michigan are also out of commercial break as well.
Maybe no, he didn't get there. He's short. Yeah, Uline drives him back and had just enough force to stop Johnson, but the offense for Nebraska will stay out there.
Showing like they're going to go for it empty. This is great design by Dana Holgerson. That's in space. Emmett Johnson against their best defender in the box on the perimeter. That's a tough assignment. And
All right, they're going to get ready to punt. We don't do punts around here. Ohio and Eastern Michigan, again, we're still waiting for Auburn and Arkansas to get out of the commercial break. We'll check in on some action, which, by the way, as we are approaching the month of November, we are going to get ready to see those weekday action games, which are,
some turnovers.
it's just a hallmark of college football, man. I mean, what else is there to say about it?
Too often. Kim, pump fake, this time McMillan out in the open field. And
yeah, man, we'll see what the Eastern Michigan can do while we are waiting to see the Arkansas and Auburn drive, particularly for Auburn, their drive comes to fruition. Still commercial break, though, so they are just coming out of it. So now let's check in on Auburn and Arkansas.
In Norman, get you ready for Missouri and Vandy up in Nashville. What are you thinking about this one?
Not much life in the first quarter for Arkansas's offense, but big explosive pass plays got them back in control.
Big life for Arnold, 6-6 in that first quarter, but then 1 of 5 after that.
Dave?
Thank you, boys. It has been a dreary day here in Northwest Arkansas. We've seen a little bit of rain. It's not much right now, but the field's certainly soggy. And Auburn going to stay with the run game that's been so effective on this drive. They have now rushed it 7 consecutive plays. Justice Boone gets credit of bringing down Cobb. No Cam Coleman since he went out in the first quarter with an ankle injury. They have turned it over to that guy right there, Jeremiah Cobb.
All right, so we are also seeing Ole Miss and Oklahoma come out of the half. We saw Ole Miss with a dominating first half, but we've seen them blow a double-digit lead before. So we'll see if Ole Miss can actually finish, or if it's going to be exactly like the Georgia game where Oklahoma is able to make an electric comeback or something.
A couple of yards. Saili and Jeff Rard. A couple of inside interior players there for Arkansas making the tackle. Saili didn't play against Texas A&M with an injury. They're glad to have him back, especially without Cameron Ball on the field today. Quick throw, that one's picked off.
Oh boy.
This has got a chance.
Oh boy. Oh boy. He's gonna be gone like a girl in a country song. And if you're Jackson Arnold, that is the one thing that you could absolutely not do right now. You could not have that happen. And what did you do? You threw a pick six. Congratulations. You played yourself. Oh my goodness. I hate to see it. Let's go ahead and jump into Virginia, North Carolina. Virginia recently crossed midfield. They're looking to retake the lead against North Carolina as the Tar Heels looking to pull the upset bid on what is currently, according to Redshirt Sports, the number 16 team in the nation.
That's tough. Good defense. Would have been a nice catch on the sideline. They need Chandler Morris here. Virginia does to become, you know, the leader that he is. He needs to put this offense on his back, and they gotta come away with points here. Second and long.
That's Taylor in the orbit. Morris looks, pressure coming, in trouble, and he's sacked. And that's Abujade. Melkart Abujade.
Well, Jack Whitmer, the right tackle, got beat there on that play, and that happened really quick. I think it was a spin move here. But
man, I'll tell you what, guys. I'll say this about North Carolina. You know, like been watching them like on the side when we're not checking in on them. And I'll say this, like, this is the hallmark of the Bill Belichick team. You know, maybe not the most talented team, obviously, but they're playing hard defensively. It was starting to come around like in the Cal game last week. I think we're really starting to see it come down in this Virginia game as well.
Morris cuts that loose, and that's Trell Harris hauling it in. He's going to be short of the first down on 3rd and 16.
Yeah.
But Virginia's keeping the offense on the field here.
You know, in that last play now, you had dude on dude right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Abujade versus Morris. That was the double D in the box right there. That happened. We saw that. Two players banging on each other right there. Big fourth down here. 4th and medium. You got to wonder if there's going to be pressure here right now. If they're going to add and bring 5.
Well, Virginia, they're actually going to mess around. They're going to try this.
ESPN analytics say go. Here's Morris trying to throw. And
it's picked off, but there's a flag.
On the pick by Marcus.
Hold on now. There is a flag on the field. Could it be defensive pass interference?
15. It's pass interference, though, against the Tar Heels.
Oh, Belichick is pissed. This looks like it's going to be on the defense after all.
And the drive is alive for the Cavaliers.
Wow. I guess they're going to call interference from the back.
Pass interference. Defense number 15.
Oh.
Automatic. First down.
Trey Miller.
Holy bailout. Virginia's going to have to drive, remain alive.
I don't see it.
Well, it must be in the middle of the field, Steve, because this is between Allen and Courtney here, and Miller. We didn't have.
Oh, that's a genuinely bad call.
The party
that can't be right.
I'm gonna give you a real call. That is a genuinely horrific call.
PI there. Wow.
That's DB going to make the play.
The Tar Heels, Virginia.
All right, so that means Virginia's going to be like on the verge of the red zone.
Taylor trying to build some steam. Only gets a
Speaking of red zone opportunities, Nebraska and Northwestern, they actually have a red zone opportunity as well. And Nebraska inside the 15-yard line.
I mean, I guess they're calling that bang right there on the 25-yard line for the PI. That's the only contact that occurred on that play.
I think the wrong number might have been announced.
Yeah, I think it had to be. I'm not sure. I didn't see.
So 2nd and 9 after Taylor only got a yard. Look at this little option read, and here goes Jamari Taylor around the edge. He'll be close to a first down. He got edged out by Simpson and Gibson. 7-yard run. Another
and then Zaya Hunter for Nebraska. They're calling it a touchdown on the field. I don't know if he actually got put down or not. But for now, Nebraska was a big-time touchdown.
There's contact down the field.
And it looks like they are on the verge of season momentum. We'll check this replay in the Nebraska game real fast.
Well, they got to get a stop here. It's 3rd and short right now. They've got.
Oh yeah, he dragged it. That's good. That's a tutty.
Virginia, right? They hand this off and they get a couple of yards here. They're going to go for it on 4th.
Pistol set. Carolina with 3 on the line, and now the Tar Heels want a timeout. Crowd is not happy with the pass interference call. among other frustrations from the partisan house here at Kenan Stadium.
Yeah. All right, and then we do also have a red zone opportunity in the Ole Miss Oklahoma game. Let's check in on Oklahoma now.
It looked like the entire left side of the offensive line was 3 or 4 yards, 5 yards downfield when he decided to throw.
An eligible receiver downfield on the offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty, first down.
And then so is Kansas State. It looks like Kansas State is they got to about the 1 yard line.
Tackle, understandable with the way that play went. It looked like he was going to take off running.
And it's a hard spot for an offensive lineman. I mean, it's a call to run play. You don't know that he's running around trying to make a play. So it's really impossible for the O-line to know exactly what the quarterback's doing behind him. They're just executing the play, and it results in a legal man downfield.
I mean, Kansas State does finish the drive off with a touchdown there. Rice is going to find the end zone. Definitely don't want to play with food, whether it's the football team, running backs, or actual food. So Kansas State will be doubling things up on Kansas there.
Anemic running game again today. Just 16 yards rushing for Ben Arbuckle's offense.
At this point, you got to find and involve your best playmakers. Satania needs a look. He's down here in the slot. He's been a little quiet outside of those 2 big plays in the first half.
Latier on the design rollout, being pursued, throws it away. Another well-defended play by the Ole Miss defense. And one way to get your coach off the hook for a questionable decision is to rally up and hold the opponent to a field goal attempt.
Perhaps maybe you can see Lane Kiffin agonizing, hoping for that result after rolling the dice. But here I would expect just bend don't break defense. I don't think you need to get overly aggressive. The D-line has won. Looks like for Pete Golding, they might be bringing pressure.
Xavier Robinson, the running back. Devontae Gibson went in motion under duress. Mateer sidestepped the rush, but he can't.
Nowhere to go. All right, so that's Oklahoma's going to be selling for a field goal here. All right, I just wanted to check in on that. That is like a spotlight game for us, so I just want to make sure that was getting the proper attention.
I think Virginia fell on it inside the 2. Robinson, I think, banged it away from Chandler Morris.
Oh, I think that was a loose ball. That's a heads-up play jumping on that ball. I'm not sure that. Watch this replay. A little cute quarterback draw, and look at him rake that ball. That ball's out, I think.
That ball was out.
Play there.
Tony Elliott used to tell Chandler Morris when he was just a
all right, so 42-yard field goal attempt that Oklahoma had settled for was at least good. They cut it to 9.
It was the #1 thing. 3rd and goal. Here's Morris looking. Backside throw beyond.
Outreached hands.
Around a little bit on his route.
My man was open too. Chandler Morris just couldn't put it on him.
And could not make the play. Morris might have thrown it beyond his reach. Now 4th and goal, and the Cavaliers are bringing big people into the lineup, Steve.
This is the old why high play. This was a George DeLeon special for years at Syracuse, where you hide the tight end, roll the quarterback out, and then try to hit the tight end on the crosser. That was our go-to play. 4th and 1. Great call. Didn't make it happen. Now you got to make it happen on 4th and 1.
Ben York has come in as an extra tackle. Taylor's the running back. Morris in the gun. Look at now. Taylor's going to slide to the right.
You have a red zone opportunity as well in Eastern Michigan. It's incomplete, and North Carolina is gonna hold. All right, so the game's gonna remain tied at 10 for right now. And now we check in. Ohio, Eastern Michigan. Ohio still looking to tie it themselves. 2nd and 1 coming up. The ball's on the 16-yard line, though.
Most of this game at 2nd and 8. Ohio just looking for their 2nd score of this game. Navarro keeps it. Navarro pitches it out to Bangura, trying to get the corner. In hot pursuit, though, was Jason Marshall. Holds it to a 4-yard gain, and we've got 3rd down.
And we've referenced how this slow pace of the Ohio offense, how they get to the ball, they wait till about 15 seconds. So slow is hard to create rhythm. They seem really slow in snapping the ball. Again, 3rd and 4.
A little bit of a loopy for a second, but that's all right, though.
If I'm Ohio, I'm thinking 2 plays to pick this up.
All right, boys, big 3rd down for Ohio. They've had multiple red zone opportunities.
Parker Navarro always looks in his direction first, but the running game's alive here because it's 3rd and 4. And
Yeah, Tier's not been the same since he's down here. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to agree with you there. It just doesn't seem as decisive. I don't know if that's because of like he's still dealing with the hand injury. As hold on now, Georgia Tech, they just gave him a touchdown to Syracuse.
This isn't the
I'll finish that thought for a second, but Syracuse, this is from the first down of the game, 35-yard strike for Daryl Gill Jr., 40-yard range. And just like that, they're going to cut it to 10 points against Georgia Tech, their 7th-ranked team. Okay, going back to my original thought with but here, not sure if it's like because like he's dealing with like a mental or like physical issue with his hand injury, with those injuries. When it comes to sports injuries, and I can speak to this from a personal level because I ran cross-country at the collegiate level and dealt with a couple of major injuries, unfortunately. It's not just dealing with it from the physical standpoint, it's also dealing with it from the mental standpoint as well. You know, just knowing in the back of your head, hey, do I have to hold back a little bit because I'm worried about, you know, like my foot getting out or my hand like not being able to, you know, grip properly. So like there's the mental aspect of it as well. It makes me wonder. And again, I don't know because I'm not with Thomas here on the daily.
So the officials are going to measure this, and you're thinking his forward momentum initially got him past, and he got knocked backwards.
But it also could be because they are playing a higher level of competition, you know, deep in SEC play. The second half of Oklahoma's schedule, man, absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Hard to tell with so many bodies there in the pile.
They mark it a first down by the nose of the football. So
they did first down? Okay, they did get first and goal.
8-yard line for Ohio as they try to tie this game up late in the 3rd quarter.
Ohio's had
that's something I've been thinking about the last couple of weeks for John Matier.
So you go for it on 4th down, you need to end this drive.
Because the Ole Miss defense, it's a solid defense, but it's not like a world-beating defense by any means. We've got to be so real with ourselves right now.
In the red zone.
Ole Miss does not have an elite defense.
Ohio trying to cash in here. They're 0 for 3 in the red zone this afternoon.
All right, first and goal, though, for Ohio.
Navarro looking for Harris coming underneath. Nothing there. Navarro going to use his legs, dashing for the end zone. He's met before.
Oh, they're giving it to him. I thought it was short.
He cyclones in, and Parker Navarro scrambles 8 yards to tie this game. That play results in a Bobcat touchdown.
Boys, I am going to be real with you right now. I do not think that he's
covered well. But this is what he does, the extra stuff. The stuff you can't coach, the stuff you don't install, it's the stuff that makes you special.
Yeah, I'm actually not 100% sure there.
Parker Navarro has it.
It'll be a tie game with the extra point.
The field, it was a touchdown. The previous play is under review.
But they are going to review it, so whether or not he got in. And again, another Navarro carry.
Okay, so we'll put a bookmark on that. We'll see what happens there. In the meantime, Northwestern deep in Nebraska territory, I believe. We got a 3rd and short that they're about to deal with. Yeah, and another thing too. I mean, Ole Miss, like that's still a very real team. You know, we honestly should be talking about Ole Miss as an undefeated team. You know, if it wasn't for the 17 unanswered points that they gave up in the 4th quarter, right? We really could be talking about Ole Miss as an undefeated team. Real conversations for them being in the top 5. Memphis to hit like a 55-yard field goal. What a leg. But at the same time, though, like defensively,
first time out gone.
It's not an elite defense.
Before a 3rd and 3.
And it's also a little bit of an inconsistent defense as well. I think today we are seeing more of a good Ole Miss defense than the defense that we saw against Georgia.
So 3rd and 3 for the Wildcats.
And then look at this. What is happening? All right. So we already have a game in the 4th quarter. It's an incredibly fast game. Like I'm talking about like little over 2 hours.
Right here just felt like Matt Rule. That man just wasn't.
So Rutgers and Ole Miss actually have just started
tight end trips.
All right, so the call was overturned. So let's go down by the goal line.
You hear they go tell the coach to get the subs ready, and you say, hey man, we're not going to get it. So the players know before we actually know at home.
Do you go to Bangura here, or do you try to keep the ball in Navarro's hands?
You go to Bangura here, it's all going to be a read. This is what this offense does. But they've been running downhill straight to Bangura in these situations.
Well, we are going to pay more attention to that Rutgers and Purdue game, though. 3-point game entering the fourth quarter.
And Ohio is a point away from
And we're going to start that now because Ohio actually found the end zone. Look at them.
How about that punch out there? I wonder, is the knee down?
That knee right there was down.
Let's take a look right here.
Is Antoine Raymond's knee down?
Yeah, it's Antoine Raymond's knee now. That's my point. Doesn't look like it.
I don't think
it
so.
Doesn't look like it. You were curious because you knew his lower body was near the ground. But how McLaurin? He starts as a deep safety, gets near the line of scrimmage. On the snap, he jumps out to basically play corner and then comes from behind to punch the ball out.
Oh, yeah, it's the USF Memphis game has been very fun to watch. And I figured like everyone was, it seemed like everybody in the moment was saying that USF was going to blow out Memphis after the UAB upset. I mean, it was very much possible that Memphis treated that USF the UAB game as a look-ahead spot. Not trying to use Memphis at all. That's still a horrific loss. But, I mean, that does happen. I mean, they probably didn't take UAB seriously as they needed to because they were looking forward to this USF matchup. But now that they've lost, you know, they had to wake up as a team.
Keep an eye here on Christian McLaurin. I mean, he starts as a deep
But
safety.
yeah, I mean, Purdue. This Purdue Rutgers game has gone extremely fast.
He's going to jump out to the sideline like he's playing corner. And then it's almost as though Raymond doesn't see him. He comes from the backside and punches it out. I mean, this was awesome by him. And McLaurin's coming off of a really challenging game a week ago against Northwestern. He's thrust into action, his first big-time action of the season. He was challenged. What a response by him.
First turnover of the day. Now Ryan Brown to the air and connects for a first down for Purdue. It's EJ.
All right, we do have a touchdown on the board. Looks like Georgia Tech starting to pull, trying to pull back away from Syracuse there.
Defense, they love being an
aggressive Patterson does get a 37-yard strike.
Coverage. They have gotten some penetration from their edges on this defensive line. They've got to continue to close the pocket.
Brown back to Maccabee, and Jordan Walker brings him down for a short game.
But both of these backs got to keep falling forward. Devin Maccabee, what a career, closing in on 3,000 yards in his career here. This is a guy that could have left, decided to come back. He's a culture setter. And another guy who's got a huge part in this culture is in now in Malachi Singleton.
Trying to become the 4th Boilermaker ever to 3,000. Nobody reps Purdue better.
Nobody.
That's a quote from Drew Brees, not from you or from me or anybody else. Second down for Singleton, who's come into the game. Sets up the
he's got all day. Well, not anymore, but he had quite a bit of time.
That's a really good job on both sides. Right? The pressure and then to not make a bad play worse from Singleton. But you're right on Devin Maccabee. I mean, came back to finish his degree. Such an impressive young man.
He walked on. Not anymore, not a walk-on now, but Rhett.
Conversation I had with Drew Brees echoes what you just laid out there. A guy called Devin Maccabee the model for toughness, grit, and determination. His career represents what we would want for every student athlete that comes through Purdue.
Ryan Brown sets up the screen, and now they're trying to get Michael Jackson involved. That's just his 3rd catch today.
Not to be confused with the pop singer.
Possession. Rutgers defense stands up. Eric O'Neal slow to rise, but it's 4th down.
Yeah, what a play by O'Neal. Rushing the passer, retraces to make a play, and now here we go in that field position battle that we just talked about with Rutgers prior to the turnover. Purdue's going to say, no, we're going to punt it. We've got the lead. We're going to try to force you to go the length of the field.
DT Sheffield back deep. By the way, Drew Brees did 2 interviews this week. Busted with the boys and Rhett Lewis.
All right, that's going to go into commercial break. We're going to continue to watch out like Rutgers and Purdue. In the meantime, we'll go check in on Ole Miss in Oklahoma, though.
But watch number 16 come in late from the right-hand side of the screen, puts his helmet right in the quarterback's back. So I would like to think that maybe the referee saw that as a combination of the two hits, because that hit by 16 was definitely late, and getting the helmet in the back like that can hurt.
Yeah. Well, that's not what they announced. It also looked like Ole Miss might have been guilty of hands to the face.
Yeah, Ole Miss got a red zone opportunity. Ooh, we almost saw mossing
by Cortland Guillory
in the Oklahoma game.
Stribling almost went up and made a play here. This would have been a heck of a catch. Big and strong, gets one arm on it, but can't quite reel it in. Now a 3rd and 11. Haven't seen a ton of pressure this drive on 3rd down from Oklahoma. This would be the spot where I'd be thinking it might be coming. Do they bring the heat or they drop it out? But here in the red zone, might be more willing to play coverage and drop out.
Chambliss pulls it down, takes off running. And he
fell. He tripped and fell. Man, Trinidad Chambliss, he had a first down if he was just able to stay on his feet. We'll see what Lane Kiffin decides to do here, though.
Big decisions today. Both sides lean on analytics, and after some consideration, Lane sends the field goal team on.
Old Dominion also in the red zone against Appalachian State.
If it's 4th and 2 or less, maybe 4th and 1, then I'd strongly consider going for it. But on 4th and 3,
Northwestern, they've entered the red zone. Actually, in a goal line situation, they're settling for a field goal. Okay, so Purdue and Northwestern. Purdue and Rutgers.
Hyman with a magician act in the backfield, plus the penalty on right, and it's 1st and goal.
Heavy personnel, 6 offensive linemen.
Toss.
Got it.
Touchdown Northwestern.
Now, here's the
6 offensive linemen loaded up to that right-hand side.
Hey, Rhythm, how's it going, man? Man, I'm you know what? We're doing all right, man. You know, just enjoying our college football Saturday, just like you are. How's my fantasy year going? Actually, fantasy, I think we're doing pretty well. I think we're like 5-3, which for my very first year doing like fantasy football at the college level, that's not bad at all. Okay, Northwestern leaders. So I'm surprised they didn't go for the 2-point conversion. Try to make it a 7-point game straight up. But alas, you know, they do that. Yeah, it's honestly like for the past like 2 weeks, been the opposite for me. So a little bit of the same. Like these times on, I actually work for the federal government as a finance person. I'm a financial analyst. That is my day job. For those that have not been living on a job, there has been a government shutdown for the last 25 days. So, just trying to like approach it like as positive as I can from the fact that I am in a furlough status. Because at the very least, you know, I get to spend more time with my wife at home, and I get to spend more time with my son too. Secondarily, so like I have more time like doing this. So like I know you've probably been busy. You know, like I'm sure you're happy that you don't have to work on a Saturday. Like it's been the opposite for me like the last few weeks. It's good to hear you though, like algorithm. I have not heard from you in a long time, man. I'm glad I'm hoping you're doing good though.
Making a play on the ball using all of his size, and to Rhett's point, he's coached by NFL wide receiver coaches. Dave Brock is the lead wide receiver coach. John McDonald.
What a loss, by the way.
He's had a illustrious career in the National
Football League. The
lessons and the way this
Indiana got a touchdown too.
Has really been an impressive story over the last 2 seasons.
Kirk Shiraka, the offensive coordinator, gives so much credit to those receiver coaches. He said that our pitch to receivers is you're going to come play for pro coaches, guys who have coached big-time pros. Antoine Raymond, a flag comes down.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a hold inside on Taj White, the offensive line.
Offense number 54, 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Wipes out a 17-yard run.
Yeah, it's such a competitive battle. See him right there, number 54. See the hands on the outside of Manny Powell. Hands inside, not going to be called. Hands outside, going to be called every single time.
You know, back to the point on Dave Brock. Everyone speaks so highly of him. He coached Julio Jones with the Falcons, and Ian Strong has said, you know, the thing he talks about with Julio, it's not just the on-field. He talks to us.
Yeah, you know, and I'm trying to look at it from like a positive aspect as well. I mean, we're at least like able to, you know, like put a lot more content out like on Twitter, and do more live streams over here on YouTube. I mean, we are. What a diving grab, by the way.
You want to play press coverage, that's one thing, but you've got to win.
That is an incredible play by Dub Jr., who, you know, lost the guy earlier, now Rutgers.
We want to match him up against number 4. Look at the line of scrimmage. Look at the release. Look at those hands.
A nice spot.
Larry Fitz, shall we, at the line of scrimmage, or Julio at the line of scrimmage? To your earlier point, the patience, the awareness, big time.
Jayshon Benjamin in the game, as you saw KJ Defter over 200 yards of offense of receiving today. And Benjamin is spinning his way.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just trying to look at it from like a positive aspect. Like, even though I am furloughed right now, I am at least able, you know, to spend more time with my family, and like I'm able to do more live streams, which, depending on what my day looks like on Monday, the government's not going to open up anytime soon. I'm gonna be so real with y'all in the moment. I don't see it opening up anytime soon. But like Monday at like 6 p.m. we might go live with the CFP Eliminator instead of doing a traditional video, as Rutgers is going to find the end zone.
Down at the 1-yard line. He's down at the 1-yard line. That was a heck of a run.
That was a heck of a run, and he was almost getting escorted into the end zone. I
thought he did.
So we have a game break. Okay, so we do have a game break out in Oklahoma right now. In Norman, Xavier Robinson is able to. We have a big run, guys. We actually have an actual run, not from Dobbins here, that goes for an explosive play. Oklahoma finds the end zone off of it. It's going to cut it to just a 5-point game. I actually missed field goal from Ole Miss as well. That is commercial. We don't do that here. We do not do those commercials.
Means there is no possible review. That looked like that ball was loose, but forward progress means that didn't happen.
Yep.
Yeah, imagine that. Like and then I actually missed an Old Dominion touchdown as well.
Fitzgerald coming on a blitz. Right up the middle, it's Johnson stuck by Flakes.
Yeah, ESPN needs to choose the 4 box games we want to tune into when we are in the app. You know what? I mean, that should honestly be something that they should like copy from YouTube TV, because I know YouTube TV does something very similar. Because my brother has like YouTube TV. The problem is with YouTube, it seems like every 2 to 3 weeks they are in some kind of dispute with the networks. No idea where that's coming from.
Gone run heavy today. 10 more runs than they've thrown it. And then they'll run it again. It's Johnson twisting ahead. He's up to the 39. It could be the last play of this third quarter.
Bastone is having a field day inside as far as his initial get off and avoidance and sheds of blocks, but hasn't made that play yet behind the line of scrimmage. We'll see if he can finish the 4.
4 fingers up here in Lincoln.
Yeah, that's we're going to see a 1-possession game between Northwestern and Nebraska. We'll check back in. Let me go ahead and check in on this like Ole Miss and Oklahoma game real fast.
6-yard touchdown pass for Oklahoma the first half, a 65-yard touchdown run. Crowd back into it. Now very important for Ole Miss.
All right, so we do see Rutgers and Purdue back from commercial break. I'm going to be right back. I got to let the dogs out.
after
Gotta get that taken care of, and then I gotta use the restroom as well. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the Rutgers in Purdue game that's now currently online.
Raymond is down. Ball doesn't cross.
They're gonna have first and goal. Looks like at the 1. So I'll be right back.
So they stick with it.
First and goal. Rutgers has hit some big explosive plays. This is the opposite of that. This is the dirty work. And Ethan Kaliak-Manis gets in. And Rutgers leads for the first time today.
I mean, it's just the epitome of chop, right? I just think in this sport of football, guy, when your backs are against the wall, when you meet adversity, which is a given, you have to go back to who you are and what you are. Look at that physicality at the line of scrimmage. Both teams laying on the line, and then just a leg drive. Quarterback sneak, you're always taught, keep your feet moving. Kaliak-Manis does just that.
He almost got pulled in by there was a hand in his face mask. So Rutgers, you said it, Yogi, the mantra, the thing that runs through it all for Rutgers, chop. And this has been a battle today against a Purdue team that's brought the energy. But right now Rutgers has the lead.
I'm the guy sitting next to your girl on the kiss cam.
And this game just got a lot more interesting.
Sheila? Mom? And if you don't have the right home coverage, you might have to kiss your savings goodbye. Let's go, beat it. So get Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem. Yeah, like me.
Bro.
Rutgers takes the lead with the Ethan Kaliak-Manis sneak, and you guys up in the booth were just talking about it, the chop mentality. Ask Kyle Monungai, former Rutgers running back, what Greg Schiano would be telling his guys right on this 4-game losing streak. The first word out of his mouth was chop. Asked Tyquan Underwood, former Rutgers receiver, the same thing. He said Schiano is telling them to trust their training. They have a hard fall camp for a reason, to establish mental and physical toughness that it will require to break this streak, and we have seen that all day.
I mean, Rutgers coming off a 56-10 loss last week to Oregon. Purdue coming off a 19-0.
All right, so we go back. Great. As well as like taking care of the also back. Big kick return here as well.
But not before he hits a huge one. Timmy Ward might have saved the touchdown. And Michael Jackson finally gets free today for the Boilermakers.
How about he sets up the block, makes one man miss, and how about right here? One cut is what you teach as a returner, and then see if you can take it the distance.
North Carolina.
And this game is such about momentum. The stars have to show up. Michael Jackson not doing it necessarily as a wideout, does it on special teams. Cross the 50. Purdue
all right, and then Virginia, that's going to be a one-score game as well.
Thriller was one of the candidates. It won in a landslide.
Well, we got a thriller, it looks like, here.
Brown on the move. Tough throw. And it's dropped. And let's go to Ashley Adamson in Chicago for a thriving studio update.
Well, gentlemen, Northwestern hanging around at Nebraska after converting on 4th and 3. Caleb Komolafe finishing the job. Wildcats' first touchdown.
And, by the way, Indiana scored over touchdown as well. Splattering in Bloomington. There's been a public execution. Of course, it'll be the week where I made a video about UCLA's college football playoff. That's when UCLA kind of has that quintessential return to earth kind of game.
Trying to respond. They had a first
getting absolutely slaughtered for it.
Catch opportunity there. They'll give it to Maccabee instead, and Maccabee fights his way before he's finally brought down.
Guys, they were playing like an actual ranked opponent. It's the type of game that Indiana played.
Can you execute when you have to?
Or we could be talking about them possibly season number 1.
They didn't have a drop last week. They didn't have one today until then. So
yeah, Indiana is definitely going to remain at number 2.
As it gets tighter, as the pressure mounts,
I'm just saying, like, if they were,
you are going to sink to that level.
If they were doing this against the top 25 teams this weekend with Ohio State being on bye, because I don't know what it is. Like, it seems like we have like this really interesting habit of just completely like forgetting that certain teams exist when they go on bye for a week. Like, if they were doing this to a top 25 team right now, like the Illinois game earlier this year, we could have a real conversation about, hey, Indiana could be number 1 team in the nation.
Their other quarterback, yeah, and here comes Singleton in, and the whole stadium knows it. Greg Schiano knows it. I'd imagine this is going to be some form of quarterback lead with Malachi Singleton on 235 pounds.
SMU game. Is that?
And Greg Schiano takes a timeout. How fast is Greg Schiano? We thought PJ, if you think PJ Fleck is the sprinter, no, he learned it from this man.
Look at that. Chopping up, getting a timeout. You know, both of these teams, they know they got to win in the margins, right? And this is one of those moments in the margins. You only get a few times in a game, and I think in the second half, guy, there's often 3 to 5 plays that can dictate the flow of a game. This 4th down is one of them. Hey, we asked him earlier this week, right? Hey, do you love kind of being in the mix when it's tough and your back's against the wall? He goes, well, it'd be nice if we won, but there is something about getting a team to galvanize. Look at him there. Fired up and rolled.
Later tonight, don't miss a Saturday night volleyball doubleheader when Harper Murray leads #1 Nebraska against Michigan
no
State.
kidding with the broadcasting things, yeah.
Live coverage begins at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app.
Okay, you've got Christian Moore in, who's basically a fullback, lead blocker. You got Devin Maccabee, who can be that as well. You got multiple tight ends. I'm going Malachi Singleton, quarterback lead, and everybody knows it.
He takes it, and
got it.
He is very close. Well, Rutgers thinks they got the stop. Greg Schiano is on the field, fist pumping, and it's a first down.
Right. Met him with
Greg Schiano apparently need to get some lines.
The strength, the girth, the weight, and Singleton played a ton in the first quarter, not a lot in the second. He looks pretty fresh. How about his offensive line? Washes it down, and it's just a leg drive. Again, the quarterback leg drive. Saw it on the touchdown with Caliac Manis. See it on the first down here with Singleton.
This game has been a mix of explosive plays and then fighting for one blade of grass. And both offenses have had to do it. Maccabee can't get away. What a tackle from Kaj Sanders. And Maccabee pops up.
All right, he's fine.
So close on some of these interior inside runs where they're pulling somebody in the offensive line and breaking one. They haven't, to your point. Really nice job there tackling. And you got to start thinking clock here, I think, on both sides. About to be under the 5-minute mark.
Maccabee goes off with a little bit of a limp there. You can see he's almost run for 100 yards today. 12 yards shy of 3,000 for his career. Brown with time. Tough throw to the sideline, and it's now third down.
This is the part of the decision-making process for Barry Odom. Based on the next down, here's a play where Maccabee gets tackled, comes up a little gimpy.
Yep.
Oh, we do have that field goal in the Auburn in Arkansas. Auburn does get a field goal up on the board.
But they feel good.
So they're down by a possession. We're starting to see quite a few one possession games starting to unfold here. Already got 3. We'll have a 4th and a 5th once USF and Memphis both go into. And Northwestern is going to tie things up. Caleb Kalafe
Easy PI and a really nice job.
connecting with Preston Stone.
Nice job by Brown.
All right, so hang on. So we got a pending 2-point conversion here. Let's switch over to that Northwestern Nebraska game.
Just an absolute
Get the analysis on the replay.
2 pounds it in. Nebraska players trip over themselves. Komolafe bounces it out to green artificial surface and goes the distance. 21-19. Immediately from that Northwestern sideline, go for two to tie it up.
Yeah, they absolutely have to go for two. We are checking in on this 2-point conversion here.
Shifting now to the inside, has a matchup favorable as they switch around.
Nebraska late getting organized again. They're still shifting guys around. Stone out quickly.
Got it.
For two.
Hold on to it. It's tied. Dogs 3 fun Northwestern kids.
Guts on the road for Northwestern once again. Silencing this crowd in Lincoln.
Great design that time. Empty 4x1.
And then Nitro toggle of Purdue helps Purdue take the lead with less than 5 minutes to go.
And then just a simple little one-on-one goal line slant.
All right, in the meantime, meanwhile, we have a touchdown in the Oklahoma game. Oklahoma
There's a toss. Taylor
is going to take the lead
find a crease
against
let's see, they'll
Ole Miss.
to the 43. So
actually, we would not be surprised if we saw them go for the 2-point conversion here. See if Oklahoma. Oh, imagine they'll go for the 2-point conversion.
For the Sooners. And they're going to go for two. They'll try to make it a 3-point lead. Go for Dos, brought to us by Dos Equis.
And like in this Oklahoma Ole Miss game, it feels like the same script as the Georgia game last week.
Batier throws it in his direction, but low, and the try for two fails.
Oh, actually, they missed it. Actually, they missed the field goal. Okay.
Xavier Robinson, a 2-touchdown game, back-to-back scores to give Oklahoma the lead.
And these two offensive linemen right here on the left side, Zaida and Fususi, they try to go against Will Eccles, who kind of olays his way out of the hole, tried to go around him to the outside, but him moving just ever so slightly allows for plenty of space up on the interior. And that's where Robinson finds it, just poorly defended along the line of scrimmage by Ole Miss, but a great job by the O-line.
We have a game break out in the USF Memphis game, barring a penalty right before the end of the third quarter. We got a touchdown by Sam Franklin on a 73-yard run. And just like that, after a missed field goal, USF comes through. They get a touchdown themselves. And USF, they are going to make it a 2-score lead. Looks like unless something crazy happens on the kickoff return for Memphis, that's going to be your score going into the final quarter over there.
6-1 entering today. And now with the lead with 1:04 to go in the third quarter.
And then I almost forgot. We had a game to get through the cracks here. We have... Ohio. Let's get Ohio right. That is also a one-possession game. 21-14 over there.
Massive drive for Ole Miss too. They have got to find something in the run game. They have 98 yards rushing in the first half. So far, just 9 in the second half. They have to find something in the ground because the pass rush is turned up from the Sooners front.
This is why College Football Red Zone is here. Look at the number 1-score games that we have. Virginia, North Carolina, 1-score game. Rutgers, Purdue, 1-score game. Ohio and Eastern Michigan, 1-score game. Nebraska and Northwestern are tied. And Oklahoma with a 1-point lead. There's about a minute left in the first quarter.
Down at the 34-yard line. Well, a gain of 9.
Talked to Charlie Weiss and Lane Kiffin. They said we should have done a better job in the fourth quarter to take care of their quarterback by moving the pocket and running the football. There they moved the pocket on 1st and 10. Good play.
Lacey did not get the first down. Jaden Jackson made the play, the sophomore from Indianapolis.
Normally in short yard situations with Ole Miss, you see a direct snap, but they've had 3 off off-target snaps from their center, Bryson Sanders, today. Do they trust going with the direct snap, knowing their center's been a little bit off-target with the shotgun snaps today? I would say so.
No, we don't have to snap this ball. If they're not comfortable with the play set, they're going to snap it.
Play fake to Lacey. Down the middle.
Oh, he was open too.
Lucas was wide open.
All right, so we're going to punt that pass away. We're going to check back in. Rutgers and Purdue. Again, we got 4 minutes left. Rutgers is across midfield.
For Duff today,
So is Northwestern with 11 to go.
Program record, Antoine Raymond. KJ
Rutgers has to get a field goal on the board in order to time this one up. With how condensed the game has been in that Rutgers-Purdue matchup, this might genuinely be the last time we see Rutgers touch the ball in regulation. They have to make it count.
Not being on the field today, what a performance! And now what you're seeing for Rutgers, they love situational football in Piscataway. And now it's all about managing this clock, also knowing that you're down 3.
Raymond fighting his way forward. It'll bring up 3rd down.
So clearly we're always in 4-down territory here in this situation. You only have to get half, which means you can run the football here. They've had success with Raymond. This is all about the evaluation.
I was actually missed on that, man. SMU is actually only by 2. They're not up by 3.
The fans know it, and Mike Shear, the DC, knows it. Number 8 cannot have the ball. So do they try to double cover him? And how does Candy Akmanis read that out?
Raymond slips away from one man, but stonewalled by another.
Okay, so decision time for Greg Sciano. He's going to kick. He's got. I feel like you have to almost have to kick the field goal and just pray your defense is able to. Well, I don't know, because that Rutgers defense is really not good, guys.
Candy Akmanis is going to have an evaluation here at the line of scrimmage to see the play. If I'm Rutgers, I'm going back to what's really had a ton of success all season long, guy. It's the run-pass option where you put Candy Akmanis on the edge. You can use his legs. He can throw it to an outlet.
4th down as we tick towards 2 minutes remaining in the game.
Oh, they're going for it.
Pressure.
Got it.
Makes the catch. A 1st down conversion.
Okay, that's going to lead to a 2-minute warning, so we're going to put a bookmark on this. We will come back to Rutgers-Purdue as soon as they get out of the commercial break. Meanwhile, Northwestern with an opportunity to take the lead against Nebraska on the road.
And the near touchdown run right there, he bounces with speed, puts his O-line in a bad situation sometimes.
Goes on Guthrie, the safety, and that backs Northwestern up to the 36. This is stretching out longer than Jack Olson's career long with a field goal.
Timeout, David Brown burst down the sideline.
Meanwhile, SMU and Wake Forest, they officially enter the 4th quarter. So now I'm looking at it right now on the screen. We got 6 one-possession games in what is like 12 games on the notable networks. That doesn't even count the ESPN Plus games because they have a close one in the back. Bowling Green is only up by Kent State 21-17 with less than 5 minutes left to play.
1 score wins, 1 score losses.
So really in this noon window, we have 7 one-score games right now. It's going to get spicy, and we're just in the noon window. We are just getting started in week number 9.
Everybody in their program knows exactly what's next. Total confidence in what they're doing.
This is an interesting decision if they don't gain any yardage here, because Jack Olson, 47 yards is his long in his career. This would be a 53-yard field goal from here.
Or Auburn does hit another field goal, makes it 21-16.
Yeah, very good special teams. They blocked a couple of kicks this year. And they do have Luke Akers in their back pocket, more of a long-range kicker. Let's see how Northwestern plays this. After the penalty, backed him up. McCullough showing pressure, walking up to the line. Stone protected. Stone throws an interception.
Oh, that is a back-breaking interception for Preston Stone. Brother. Oh, brother. You are in field goal range. Why are you throwing that pass? Oh my God, I cannot believe that pass. You can't do that. You cannot do that. That is insane. Okay, that being said, Rutgers and Purdue coming out of the 2-minute warning.
2 minutes left in this thriller, and
We'll
when it
see
is done,
the
it's a
end
really big game with Washington
in West Lafayette, Indiana. Can Purdue get their first win in Big Ten Conference play since the 2023 campaign?
Bowl eligible, but like we said, 2 fun minutes left in West Laf. Guy?
3-point game, 2 minutes left. And Rutgers has it first down and 10. One of these teams
we're getting in the Nebraska Northwestern game real fast. So Northwestern took over after a Dylan interception, and Preston Stone threw an interception right back. It's quickly turning into a battle of who wants to lose less.
His way down for a pickup of 8.5.
If that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, this is fun to watch both of these coaches, especially when it comes to the timeout.
Ole Miss, meanwhile, in the red zone.
You're in control right now. You're easily in field goal range. You want to get a score, and you want to make sure Purdue doesn't have the ball. Purdue, on the other side, they're trying to navigate it as well.
And how about Virginia and North Carolina? That is a 4. They are within 4 minutes. They just got to down the under 4 minutes. North Carolina also in midfield. They got to get to about the 33-yard line. So they're looking at about 20 yards that North Carolina needs to gain before they get into field goal range.
And traditionally, you don't want to necessarily. Oh, and we have an injured player down.
It's Taj White, the right tackle.
Timeout for an offensive injury.
Rutgers has the 2 timeouts. Purdue has all 3 of their timeouts. Let's see if we can see here 54 in white on the right of the screen.
North Carolina is going to have their drive stall, however, 4th and 4.
Always a scary spot
punt
for
this one
offensive
away.
linemen getting rolled up on. We always teach them to keep their feet moving. And right now, both sides are talking situations, right? For Greg Schiano saying, okay, we clearly want to score a touchdown here, but we want to use as much clock as possible. On the other side, you're trying to navigate when do we use our timeouts.
Well, you think about, think about the situation SC was in at Illinois, right? Where you're like, we need a touchdown.
Yeah.
So can we really sit on the clock if we have to get a touchdown to take the lead here?
Yeah, and I don't think you can, but I do think you run the football here if you're Rutgers. Run the football and then force Purdue to make a decision. For Barry Odom to use a timeout, to not. And if I'm Purdue, I'm saying, okay, if they run the football, I'm utilizing a timeout, especially where the ball sits here on 1st and goal.
Nathan Kaliak-Manis today, after the rough game against Oregon last week, has thrown for 359 yards. 241 of them have gone to KJ Duff. Antoine Raymond is up over 100 yards rushing. You can see Greg Schiano there talking to Taj White.
And that's part of the conversation, right? Duff has been unstoppable today. He's been incredible, and at 6'6", clearly a red zone target. But even if it takes you multiple downs,
all right, we do have an update in the Old Dominion Appalachian State game. Old Dominion does get another touchdown on the board, 24-7. Not in the 4th quarter yet. They are getting close, about 30 seconds left until the end of the 3rd.
And if you don't get it, the clock clearly stops.
Old Dominion looking to put it away, and they're getting close to doing so as they try to get their first win in the last few weeks.
KJ Duff, for his career, has 6 catches in the red zone, and 5 of them have gone for touchdowns. Don't forget, coming up, Illinois and Washington is next.
That's going to be a really good one on the Big Ten Network. That is a game that we do have where, according to Redshirt Sports, both Illinois and Washington are receiving votes. Illinois is ranked number 23 in the nation in the Redshirt Sports Top 25, the official poll of College Football Red Zone. Whereas Washington, they're not ranked, but they are receiving votes. That's going to be a really good game happening on Big Ten Network. That will kick off after the Rutgers and Purdue game does come to an end.
This is what KJ Duff has done today.
Yeah, he's just been dominant down the field. How about the way he's not only snagged the ball out of the air, the way he's tucked it away from coverage. He's seen so much press coverage at the line of scrimmage. It's been a physical game for him, but a really nice job of finding holes in zones, beating man coverage. Somebody had to elevate. Ian Strong not being out, who's been a dominant player in the Big Ten all season long for Rutgers. KJ Duff has done just that.
They announced a Purdue timeout.
Where Virginia now has the ball, about 3 minutes left to play. They have a chance to put together a game-winning drive. Nebraska trying to do the same thing as well, but they have a little bit more to go. 7.5 is first and foremost. Rutgers, 1:23 left to go. First and goal opportunity.
That's the right call from Rutgers, and here comes Barry Odom, calls a quick timeout. Right job by him as well. I mean, this is all the things that coaches are looking at all week long.
Ball is inside the 5-yard line for Rutgers.
Next Saturday, a football doubleheader kicks off with Michigan State.
Rutgers trying to avoid the fall to 3-5, while Purdue looking for its first Big Ten conference win since 2023. That's what's at stake right now.
Michigan State later tonight. One of the rivalry game. Okay, so Purdue brings in their base off defensive package. Alex Sanford in the linebacker. And again, if I'm Rutgers.
Second and goal from the 5-yard line now.
It might be one of those zone reads, though, with Kaliak-Manis has the opportunity and the option to keep it.
He keeps, and a jump throw.
Oh, I have no idea what that was. That looked ugly.
I don't know if that ball got batted down a little bit. CJ Nunnally just came out kind of.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you, V-Dub. I think they were actually playing Baby Shark in the background. Oh, they got a freaking Baby Shark section at the Purdue Stadium. That's incredible.
But to your point, you got to go.
That is so incredible. I can't even be mad about it.
Do you feed a man
That's so hilarious, bro.
At the top of the screen, number 8.
All right, third and goal now.
Man-to-man coverage against Tony Grimes.
Kaliak-Manis gives it. Antoine Raymond pushing, and he gets stopped.
He's not going to get there.
How about that? The call from Purdue to bring in their base package with Alex Sanford. He makes the tackle.
All right, game break out of Ole Miss, though. Oklahoma is going to lose the lead as Ole Miss finally finds its way into the end zone. Maybe 31-26. Trace Butler.
They go back to that run pass option that we talked about.
With a score in the Ole Miss game.
So strong, but not strong enough to get by 3 Purdue defenders. Watch Sanford right here. Really nice job. And then even Taj Rael, number 21, look at his effort driving, and you know the energy from both of these sides is evident. They're on 3rd and goal. And now
we might have a 1-score game. Oh. Come back here. All right, there we go.
Of this Purdue defensive front.
Okay, no,
the
they
ball needs to get up. Jay Patel has struggled at times this year with getting the ball up.
All right, so Memphis did score. Because Memphis did score, they made it a 1-score game. Ohio had a chance to make it a 10-point lead, but they missed the field goal badly. All right, so a 20-yard field goal attempt.
To try and tie the game. And
all right, they do tie it.
Clutch kick from Jay Patel, and we're tied
all
at
right,
24.
24 all. Minute left.
Purdue's going to get the ball back at 1:06 with no timeouts. What a drive from Rutgers.
I'm keeping an eye for you on other one-possession games that we do have going on.
From Michael O'Connor.
Blazes out, nailed it. Nice job, Jay Patel, getting the ball up, especially on grass. Coach Shiano saying, just keep chopping. There we go. And now this is a big moment for both teams. For Purdue defensively, you cannot give up any gimmies, right? There's been 2 times in this ball game that busts have led to touchdowns. You also just can't be in prevent mode defensively because the legs of Ryan Brown and the ability to check the ball down can beat you. There's a lot of time. I get no timeout, but 106 is more than enough time based on where you start here with field position.
Yeah, there are some coaches in college football that will say the 2-minute offense is really the 1-minute offense in college because of the stoppages that you get after first downs.
All right, meanwhile, Nebraska is in the red zone against Northwestern. We get to about the 10-yard line. Nebraska does have a chance to take the lead. Northwestern would have one more shot at the ball, I would imagine.
Ryan Brown. Purdue looking for his first conference win since
and we do also have another score. Indiana is good. Public execution.
So there's two sides to this coin of where we sit in this game, all knotted up at 24.
And then Kansas State puts another one on the board as well.
Then Rutgers
You're going to get
is
like
to use their
25.
in their eyes. Oh, can we get the ball back? Can we get the ball back here? So there's so much strategy going on here for both head coaches. Do you want to run the football or no? Or are you trying to see if you can find your way to be aggressive for a field goal?
Ryan Brown batted in the air. He catches it, and then he fumbles it, and it's recovered by Rutgers.
Oh, no.
Jet Elad recovered it.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, you wonder if he would have been better served just knocking it to the ground for an incompletion.
That is a disaster.
Recovered by the defense, first down Rutgers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. That means so Rutgers
is right, partner. Ryan Brown trying a little RPO. The ball gets batted down to the line of scrimmage from Jordan Walker. He catches it, and then it gets stripped out.
But I wonder if you can argue that it's an incomplete pass since technically Max Brown never had control, though.
The one-time player at UNLV under Barry Odom.
Okay, hold up. We have another game about like 1:30 left. Virginia has a chance at a game-winning score, end of regulation.
Carolina brings 5. Morris in trouble, and it'll be sacked for a 6th time, and that's a Bujade again.
All right, so that's going to end in a punt. All right, so here we go. Rutgers.
All changes of possession are reviewed.
For a chance, but in the Nebraska game with less than 3 minutes left to play, Emmert Johnson found the end zone. Don't know if it's confirmed or not.
No more timeouts.
And Rutgers has 2. So this is all about clock management. 2 hands on the ball as the clock goes tick, 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 tick. And now you're thinking to yourself, if you're Greg Schiano, where does Jay Patel love the ball? What's an automatic field position? Right hash, middle, left hash.
Arkansas did also get a field goal. They're not in the. All right, they're not officially in the fourth quarter yet. They are getting close though.
Benjamin gets down to the middle of the field. I mean, you could hear a cat walking outside of the stadium right now. It is so quiet.
I mean, of all the things that
have you ever
predicted.
seen that?
Never. And it's just an elite competitor making a competitive play. And on the other side, for Rutgers being aware of him catching the ball, to strip the ball, to fall on the ball. I mean, Greg Schiano, again, we'll go to the chop, right? This is the mantra in Piscataway. And it's just staying connected to the moment. Both of these head coaches that neither team a week ago played with an edge. We've seen them both play with an edge. None greater than here. Ryan Brown trying to make a play. And Rutgers saying, we're going to make one too. And Jet Elad recovers.
Just an unbelievable.
All right, here we go. Field goal attempt. This is for Rutgers to win.
They both played like it today. Only one gets to walk
Get the
out
4-4.
So,
Their bowl eligibility also live. All right, meanwhile, the call has been upheld in the Nebraska game, so Nebraska is going to take the lead against Northwestern with 2:44 left to play.
Jay Patel line up a 31-yarder. Riley McCann will hold it. Michael O'Connor will snap. Patel for the win.
And there it is. That's game. Rutgers is going to seize victory from the jaws of defeat.
An emotional day ends with the Scarlet Knights picking up their first conference win of the year, and an absolute heartbreaker for Purdue.
That is genuinely
but this feels like a special moment for him. Look at the emotions. Wow.
That is genuinely one of the more heartbreaking games I've seen. Oh my.
Over a long period of time, it happens all of a sudden. And in a play that came out of nowhere, on a turnover, it seemed like Rutgers all of a sudden, with that leg of Jay Patel,
that is so incredibly heartbreaking. Okay, we're going to take a break.
Back in the victory column.
I don't want to
let's go check in on
North
North Carolina, see if they can do anything before we do see them go to overtime. We are looking at overtime over there.
There's another flag on the play. Timeout quickly called by Virginia.
Well, yeah, that's going to be your final score, though. Rutgers is going to win 27-24. So
that helps Carolina with 22 seconds left. 15 yards.
And I'll let you guys know in the chat.
That's a critical penalty right now. You're going from the negative side of the field, and that penalty is going to be walked off here and put him at midfield.
Yeah, face mask.
Oh man, wait a minute. That's on the Virginia defense. By the way, Virginia came in according to the Redshirt Sports Top 25, number 16 in the nation. North Carolina coming in at 2-4. They're coming off of that heartbreaking loss. Cal.
51-yarder at Georgia Southern when he was a member of Marshall. His longest this year has been 49 at Charlotte for Reese Verhall. Lopez wants to throw it, taking the deep shot and looking for.
Oh, he's got a man! Oh, it's almost caught. He had it in his hands. It was intercepted, though.
Comes up with the interception on a ball from Madrid.
Oh my word!
Wow, that was a pretty good ball. He had his hands on it.
All right, so we're gonna have overtime.
Third career interception
for
in
the Virginia North Carolina game.
Oh, wow, he had that ball. That's a.
Meanwhile, Ohio does score against.
They still at 25-20 in the third quarter. Xavier Robinson, a 65-yard touchdown run, followed it up with another.
Come on, my disorganization.
Resulted in a touchdown catch by Trace Butler.
Yeah, there it is.
A 5-point lead for Ole Miss.
Okay, checking in on the Ole Miss Oklahoma game now. Virginia's going to overtime.
And that 43 plays run by Oklahoma has helped limit the pitch count for that Ole Miss defense, which has been a concern for Pete Golding, particularly lately, and the starters played too many plays. Nothing for Lacey on first down, Molly.
Well, on Ole Miss's sideline, quarterback Trinidad Chambliss gathered together some of his lead wide receivers in a circle, and he was very animated, telling them, "I trust you."
I mean, Ole Miss genuinely with an opportunity to put Oklahoma away on the road and really cement themselves as an SEC title contender.
I think the strategy, Greg, would be you can't be too conservative here. The way this game is going, each team responding. It's 4 for 4 in the fourth quarter.
Okay, Northwestern though, about 2.5 minutes left. They are back from their commercial break as well. We'll check in after this Ole Miss drive comes to an end. We'll see if Preston Stone can help Northwestern tie this game up. They have 2 timeouts, 2:40 left. We'll keep you in tune with what Northwestern is doing against Nebraska, needing a touchdown in order to force overtime.
They're 9 or 10 yards off of them on just a 3rd and 5.
Lacey went out wide. That pass is incomplete. Off the hands of Harrison Wallace, the third.
Okay, so that's gonna be a punt. Let's now get into Northwestern and Nebraska. Northwestern at about the 40-yard line now. We do also see Arkansas and Auburn entering the fourth quarter. 1 possession game there as well.
And fires sideline, twisting around. It's Wilson to grab it. Ridiculous play.
All right, they're going to go to the 2-minute warning. We'll check back in on them when they get back from commercial break. Game-winning situation happening over there. Whereas, let's go ahead and jump into South Florida and Memphis. South Florida only up 31-23, one possession game. 10 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter, though. Not as much urgency, but if you're Memphis, you got one, maybe two possessions max here. You got to score on either one of them. Don't love the fact that he slid there. He could have gotten the first down over instead of slid.
And the benefit of him using his legs is the fact that now it just slows down the defense just a little bit.
All right, hang on. We have a goal opportunity in the Auburn-Arkansas game. Auburn with a chance to tie against Arkansas.
A career high for Cobb. Daniel running into some trouble. Spins out. Throws on the run to the end zone. Right through the hands of Malcolm Simmons.
Yeah, I did. Wow, I did see that as well. Okay, we do officially have a final in the Kansas State and Kansas game. Kansas State is going to win 42-17, ends up being your final score.
Pressure he was able to send. And Malcolm Simmons right off the bat, wide open.
And how about Kansas State? You know, Kansas State ends up being like left for dead.
Incomplete pass. And Auburn is
and because they were, you know, left for dead, you know, no one hasn't really been paying attention to Kansas State nearly as much. You know, did believe in them. I thought they had a chance to win this game.
He'll get it down to the 5. It'll be 3rd and goal from there. Ian Jeffrard making the tackle.
Yeah, and I mean, like, needless to say, yeah, Kansas definitely a little rubber in that series. Wake Forest going for it on 4th and 2. They do pick up the first down. They're going to get to
you got Cam Coleman in there.
Give him the first down. Virginia and North Carolina. They're also going into overtime.
Still got to be able to spy the quarterback.
At resolution of the Auburn and Arkansas game, we're going to flip back over to Virginia and North Carolina with that being the overtime ball game. And it looks like there's 4th down. Decision time for Hugh Freeze.
4th down and goal from about the 3.5-yard line.
I will say this. You have 12 and a half minutes left in that game. That's all I'm saying.
Got to get the ball in Ashton Daniels' hands, rolling out.
You do not have to go for it if you don't like the look. We're going for it anyways. But wait a minute, there's a flag though. False start.
False start against Auburn.
All right, that might force their hand there. We'll go back to Virginia and North Carolina for now.
They are, but they, you know, you got to be careful with the ball. Obviously in overtime, or it'll end quick on you. So make good decisions and have a good mix of run and throw here.
Here's Morris. 1st and 10 now. Looking for the end zone, throws, and Edgerrin is there.
Oh, did he moss him?
No, incomplete. He was battling Patterson.
Did not moss him.
Also Coleman Bryson there.
Okay, so Auburn is going to take the field goal.
I don't know, man. He's pile driving him before he even has a chance to catch the ball. I mean, that looked like interference.
Right, field goal is good there. So Auburn cuts at the 5.
Like to see
and then Memphis, they had the ball inside in the USF 10-yard line.
This defense has pushed the pocket inside.
And they, but their drive is going to fall out. So Memphis is going to try for a 28-yard field goal themselves.
2nd and 10, they're going to hand it to Taylor. And Jamari Taylor will get to the 10, knocked back. Isaiah Johnson there. So now 3rd down and...
All right, so Memphis gets for the field goal. Northwestern, we got a 4th down situation for Northwestern, though. Here's the thing. Northwestern, they have to pick up this 1st down. There's about 1:20 left in the ball game. Northwestern in Nebraska.
See if Nebraska elects here to take a picture, call timeout.
4th and 6. I would not use this timeout unless you really don't like the look.
Zero coverage down here. 4th and 6. Sluggo. Stone.
He's going for it. He's got a man. It's overthrown. It is overthrown.
Best against best. Andrew Marshall.
Now, they do have 2 timeouts, so it is theoretical
I got it.
that we could see Northwestern get the ball. That was a good concept. He got open there.
This is go time. And he made that go time. He did it. There was no doubt he was going to lower his shoulder and go get a first down. And
Might have been a little grabbing there on the logo, but not enough to warrant the flag, though.
And Tony Elliott, is he thinking about burning a timeout here? I think he is and will. So it's 1st and goal at the 3 for Virginia.
Okay, and then
10-10 game.
we've also noticed Eastern Michigan actually does score against Ohio.
Once again, right here in the cardiac zone. They've been here since beating Florida State in double overtime on a Friday night. Then the very next week they go to Louisville, overtime again. They win 30-27, and then last Saturday night should have been to overtime, and they won on a safety when Robinson stopped the Cougars in the end zone. Steve and Dana, here we are again. And it's funny, Dana, Tony Elliott just kind of very cool and calm. Doesn't necessarily want these games to be like this, but never too high, never too low, it feels like, Dana.
Neither is his quarterback, Chandler Morris, who actually called and signaled for that timeout, Wes. But Tony Elliott was really honest with us after that win last weekend. We haven't won anything. We haven't even reached our goals, so the ceiling is really high for these Cavaliers.
Well, they may look at this again. He might be a little short here on this play, you know, and they could create a 4th and short play.
The previous play in the game for a first down is
so they're going to go back and
all right, so while we're reviewing that, Eastern Michigan does get a 1-score game against Ohio. Eastern Michigan attempting the onside kick.
What Ohio's going to do is take a timeout to see what they lined up in there and talk about it.
All right, so they're going to go timeout. Let's go check in on Nebraska. Nebraska can get this first down against Northwestern. Game is going to be over, and Nebraska is going to be your winner. And they got the first down to Nebraska. They are, in fact, going to survive. That's going to be a Johnny ball game, though. Nebraska going to survive. 28-21 is going to be your final score over there.
Your receivers, your trusted DBs, whoever that may be. But you do not want to be hesitant. Either if it's kicked to me, I'm going to catch it and go down, or I'm going to go block somebody. If you kind of wait in the middle and you're indecisive, that's when confusion happens.
Eastern Michigan hasn't recovered their own onside kick since 2015. So we are looking for a once-in-a-decade opportunity here if you're Eastern Michigan.
And let me break it down for you. This guy.
Here's the kick. Cleanly fielded. Oh, you can't do it.
All right, so Ohio is also going to hang on. They're going to win 28-21 there. Let's go ahead and jump back into the overtime game that we currently have. Not an up at 10.
All right.
Do also see Ole Miss get a field goal. Makes an 8-point game, but Oklahoma certainly not out of it by any means.
That's what it's all about.
So, 1st and goal, and let's call it the 3, right? Overtime in Chapel Hill. Virginia trying to stay in the race at the top of the ACC.
I really think quarterback runs are big for this guy down here. You know, they're a shotgun team, so you don't want to get plus by numbers on defense. But
Morris to Taylor, and Jamari Taylor will be held up shy of the goal. It'll be 2nd and goal. Leroy Jackson in the mix. Redshirt freshman from Lee County, Georgia.
Well, he got half of it, but he's running into a stone wall here again. A wonderful.
They ran that little speed option in the first half.
Speed option or some sort of quarterback run where the back is blocking for him too to equate the numbers. I'd be surprised if we don't see that here. But the back is forward now. The tailback is forward towards the line of scrimmage, so it doesn't look like he's getting it. Oh, they snapped it
snap to Taylor, and he's in for the touchdown.
All right, so we got first blood in the first overtime period. Virginia on the board.
In overtime, and Jamari Taylor in the end zone.
I like it a lot. You know, they ran a counter with him, but they
I saw his alignment was different. I could see it from up here. I just didn't know if it meant throw. I didn't know it was going to be a direct snap to him. But that was a good bit of deception and really, I think, a great call in that critical situation. Credit to the Wahoo-Wahs here.
Virginia.
And then we do have a game update from the like the ESPN Plus games. Bowling Green gets shocked. They lose to Kent State 24-21. So that gives the Golden Flashes 3 wins on the year. A nice year for their standards.
And the Tar Heels
You love to see that for them.
And Bill Belichick's last overtime win, the 2018 AFC Championship game when they beat Kansas City 37-31.
Now that's a long time ago, but I tell you, he knows what he needs to do right now, right? I mean, that's the benefit of playing defense. Whereas, okay, it's clear now. We don't have a lot of stressful decisions in terms of, you know, we got to score a touchdown. And then the next stressful decision would be if you do score a touchdown, by chance, do you say, go for two and win it?
That's the way I'm thinking that Carolina may play this, Steve.
Depends on how good they feel about the 2-point play they have, whatever they've been working on.
Right. Benjamin Hall is the running back with Gio Lopez. Carolina looking for their first ACC win. Virginia looking for their 4th. Tony Elliott has won 3 of his 4 one-score games this year. He is 9-10 in one-score games as the Cavalier coach and trying to find a 10th here today. They're going to hand the Hall on first down. Tries to cut back to the middle of the field. He'll get 6 to the 19, maybe 7 to the 18 is K-Mac. The defensive end peels back for the tackle.
I like my dude on that play. My dude got 6 yards, 6 hard yards. It's good. Good start here.
Full 4 for Carolina. For the first down. Lopez for Hall. He's got the first down. To the 12. Cam Robinson the tackle. 2 sturdy runs by Carolina. Tar Heels have run it well today, almost 150 yards.
All right, so Memphis, they had to like get a stop defensively against USF. They actually do get it. Because they actually do get it, they are going to come out. They have a chance. Less than 5 minutes left.
Run here.
I mean, not to mention like something that we missed actually. Auburn with 9 minutes left to go. They got the touchdown. They're also going to get the 2-point conversion as well. So Auburn going to pull away.
You know, if he didn't make a strong
pull ahead of Arkansas.
There was a lot of space.
Auburn going to be up 27-24.
So 2nd down and 9. The ball is at the 11. We're in overtime.
This is all happening while we have this overtime game going live.
Lopez wants to throw. Fails to his right. At the 10 and
boom, what a hit.
9. It'll be 3rd down. Prevard, the safety or nickel, if you will. The spur makes the hit.
And then Georgia Tech did also score a touchdown against Syracuse. Dominant affair for the Yellow Jackets in that one.
So it is now 3rd down and 7, Steve.
3rd down to 7 now. You know you got 2 downs because, I mean, there's no question what needs to happen here. So you got to say to yourself, okay, let's at least get half of this thing. At a minimum, we got to get half of that. And that's on Gio right now to make good decisions here out of empty.
Goss is coming to game. Lopez, the throw to the far side. This is Goss at the 5.
Got there, got the touchdown. All right, so North Carolina responds.
Carolina's going for 2.
Are they going for 2? And Bill Belichick putting nuts on his shoulder.
That was a great call because they outnumbered Virginia. Virginia brought a pressure, and they were a man down. There was 3-on-2 out there. Really well done. They're going for 2.
Carolina go for Dos is brought to you by Dos Equis. Hall has come into the ball game at the running back spot. Tar Heels are 1 for 2 on 2-point plays this year.
It's kind of what I thought they'd do. We both did, Wes. We thought this would very likely happen. I give Bill Belichick a lot of credit. This is the right call. Let's go.
Ship and Paysor go to the far side.
Here we go.
And Tucker here to
for the game.
Ball is the running back.
Between Virginia and North Carolina. Can North Carolina stun Virginia?
Snap. Lopez to his left. Throws. It's caught. And Hall.
He's short.
Did not get in.
He's going to be half a yard short, and Virginia's going to survive.
Game is not over.
Daryl DeBerry, the referee, telling you the game is not over. Oh, my.
Oh, it's going to be extremely close.
So the ball did not cross the plane, at least on the early look.
Or it didn't hit the pylon until after he was down.
Okay, that being said, while that's being reviewed, let's go to Memphis and USF. For Memphis, down by 5, 3.5 left to play. They have to get this fourth down. Can they get it?
Lewis floats, caught, first down.
Oh my goodness, and they do. Memphis,
Who has become the big play target
with a extremely critical first down.
Brendan Lewis has been using his legs. So number 24 inside linebacker Schuler, his eyes are on the quarterback. He's supposed to be on the running back, DeWosier. But instead, he has a missed assignment, a busted assignment, and the trust between DeWosier and Lewis pays off.
Nearing 100 all-purpose yards.
Would it hurt if I screamed into that?
Ball at midfield. DeWosier again on the swing pass with blockers.
Five-point game. Touchdown gives you the lead. Field goal does not help you. Memphis has had so much comfort this series. South Florida on their side, I think you need to bring some more pressure. Get Lewis less comfortable and create some negativity on their side.
Clock continuing to churn, under 2:50 to go. And movement up front.
Oh, that's devastating. All right, so that is all right, so we did review it in North Carolina. The call was upheld, so North Carolina, heartbreaking loss. They were, maybe not even a half a yard short from the goal line and upsetting the number 16 ranked team in the nation. Virginia's going to survive. They'll win 17-16. And this was also another one of those games where we did end up seeing Virginia, not winning pretty. And that goes back to the 22-20 victory that they did have against Washington State this past weekend. They find a way to win, though. That's the most important thing in all this. Virginia finds a way to win. They're going to be 7-1 on the year.
Lewis long throw caught.
Okay, meanwhile, so Memphis is getting ready to go into the 2-minute timeout. That being said, Oklahoma, I think they're coming out of the 2-minute timeout, 3rd and 6.
There's a replay. The clock never ran. We're going to check replay to confirm the clock.
They're going to use replay to see how much time should have come off the clock. The clock didn't move. And one of the reasons the numbers are so promising for Ole Miss with an eye toward the playoff with a win today, they have, by SEC standards, a very easy schedule going forward. They don't have another ranked opponent on the schedule. South Carolina, Citadel, and Florida are all in Oxford. Only one road game left today, and that won't be easy. The Egg Bowl in Starkville.
Reset the clock to 1:52, and there'll be 40 on the play clock, please.
And the converse is true for Oklahoma. They have a brutal schedule left. 4 more games after today, all against ranked opponents.
Look at that Ole Miss schedule, too. 2 of those 3 very difficult games are at home. And, of course, the Egg Bowl, anything can happen. But at that point, you're sitting there 10-1. Might not matter the result of the Egg Bowl. I never want to say that about your playoff candidacy.
Still plenty of time. I think one of the reasons Venables hasn't been using any of the timeouts, he knows they have plenty of time. They're going to go for it on 4th down.
Oh, and then UCLA also won. I don't think I need to stop that in the chat. What happened to UCLA? That one's pretty self-explanatory.
Williams Jr. trying to get into coverage on Kanik.
We'll have 4 one-possession games on the matter.
For sure, but here, big 4th down, and the most reliable guy for Oklahoma.
All right, we'll go. This is 4th and possibly ball game.
At the top.
Even if they get the stop,
find a matchup for.
Ole Miss is not completely out of the woods here. They do have all three of their timeout.
The guy you're looking in the direction of. I'd anticipate Ole Miss trying to double him.
0 for 1 on 4th down. Passive rush. Mateer incomplete.
And it's off. Ole Miss is going to take over.
And the Ole Miss defense holds and takes over on downs.
And this is just a mistake by Mateer. It's 4th and 5. You need to think about the conversion before you think about going for the jugular. He's got Satania wide open. Give it to him at 1st and 10. Instead on 4th and 5, you throw a low percentage throw down the field. You got it right there. Take it. Don't agree with the decision by Mateer on these last handful of snaps being as aggressive as he was down the field when a lot of the underneath completions were there.
Now that's one of the things that Brent Venables, Ben Arbuckle told us about Mateer. They appreciate what a fine season he's had, but they do believe the decision making can be better. I thought it was particularly a problem in the loss against Texas. Understandable. You know,
okay, Ole Miss has a chance to put this game on ice.
Rivalry. He's Keywan Lacey wants to stay in bounds and does.
Now, Oklahoma does have all of their timeouts. I do want to point that out.
And Oklahoma will use its first timeout.
Timeout, Oklahoma. Their first of the half.
I think you're right, though, Sean. I mean, when you watch Mateer, he's so great. I love watching this young man play. He's such a competitor. But the game management, there are aspects where you can grow there. And I think being too aggressive at times, pressing at times is something that...
All right, Memphis is coming out of its 2-minute timeout as
well.
On
the 4th and 5 when you got a 1st and 10 right in front of you.
I think if you're an Ole Miss
we'll have a 3rd and 3.
The offense is probably about what you expected, maybe even better, given the caliber of the competition on the opposing defense today. If you're a Rebels fan, I would be encouraged by the defensive play today. Gave up a couple of big plays. That's been an ongoing problem. But they also made plays, and they haven't really made a lot of big plays through the first 7 games.
And there haven't been nearly as many mistakes. And if you point to the big plays created, they were mistakes. There was poor run fit by Wyatt Williams on the long run. They blew a coverage that allowed Satania to get deep for a big one as well. So they can kind of look internally and say, hey, those plays were on us. And that's always kind of a good feeling from a coaching standpoint.
Okay, Memphis did recently pick up a 1st down. 154 left to play in the Memphis USF game. Memphis at the 20-yard line of USF, though. They are in the red zone.
One timeout left. And if Ole Miss can convert,
and getting a lot closer with that 1st down run as well for as Brandon Lewis does get Memphis inside the 10-yard line.
In the 6th season Lane Kiffin era, he keeps checking boxes, things that either haven't happened at Ole Miss or haven't happened in a long time. And for as much as he's done, you know, play for a conference championship, get in the college football playoff. There's more to be done, but what he's done is remarkable. They're in the pistol. Must-stop situation for Oklahoma. Lane Kiffin wants to make sure they have the right play.
30 seconds.
Yeah, if Ole Miss picks up this 1st down, it is over. Meanwhile, Memphis got a 2nd and goal. Inside the 10-yard line.
He started it well, too. I mean, accurate throw on the move there to Caden Lee in a very
We saw Memphis in the situation late in the game. Goal line situation. They messed it up against UAB. Can they find it against USF? Oh, we got a toe tap. We got a toe tap in the Memphis game. Memphis just took the lead against USF. Memphis just took the lead against USF. Oh my. Do also have a like a field goal in the Auburn game.
Trust them to throw it here. They've had a hard time running between the tackles. So they go with maybe a high percentage throw. Probably not. Probably just run it here. Maybe
I would not throw it. For them, make Oklahoma use the last timeout. Here's Keywan Lacey, and he'll be stopped for a loss. Initial contact from Kendall Daniels.
All right, 4th down. They're going to get ready to punt the ball. Let's go ahead and check in on the 2-point conversion attempt for Memphis.
At the bottom of your screen. In-man coverage.
Here we go, 2-point attempt. Brandon Lewis. He's running for it. He's going to be. He's got it. The 2-point conversion is good. Memphis.
Willie on the field. The runner extended the ball across the goal line before
This is what experience does for you. There's no
that play
hesitation.
is under further review.
Okay, they're going to review that.
We talked about.
But for right now, I'll let you know what happens with the review, if it gets overturned or not. In the meantime, we head back. Oklahoma, 1 minute left, down by 8.
So no timeouts, a minute 3 to go.
John Mateer, is this a legacy moment?
3 yards and get a 2-point conversion.
As an offense, you work this play.
Well, damn, man, we can't have USF losing here. Holy, what you out of rhythm. Out of rhythm. Come to the front of the congregation real fast. What you got against Memphis? Great game. It's a great American Conference game. What you got again? What's the motive behind that, good sir? What's the motive behind that?
Absolutely cannot take a sack at any point in this drive.
Four-man rush. Mateer down the sideline. Some space for Gibson. And the ball was over his head. This is not the time, if you're the Ole Miss Rebels, to have a bust in the secondary.
And that time, I mean, Gibson was wide open, and Mateer just missed him. I mean, that was a big missed opportunity for the Sooners.
We're going to replay the Memphis game, though. It looks like they did. Like my eye test is telling me, I think Memphis got that 2-point conversion.
Mateer.
Like from the angle that I saw, I think he got it.
Got it off to Xavier Robinson down the sideline, got all that he could, and then got knocked across the boundary at the 38. 21-yard gain, career day for Robinson. He's rushed for 109. That's his career high. It's the most by an Oklahoma running back this year.
Reminder, 2 freshman tackles. We're going to get Zuman Miel and Centarian Perkins on the edge.
Well, so here's the thing with USF. If the result holds, I don't think that they're going to be eliminated from playoff contention. I think with the goodwill that they got from blowing out Boise State earlier in the year, as well as beating at Florida, who was ranked in the top 25 at the time that they played, I do think that, unlike most G5s, USF can afford to lose a G5 game and still get playoff consideration.
He's had a nice day.
Now an opportunity for Ben Arbuckle to communicate with his quarterback. Hey, it's 3rd and 2. You got to extend this drive. Get the first down. Get up there and execute some type of clock.
Yeah, I mean, like out of rhythm, I think that they like when I did my power rankings earlier this week on the American Conference, I had USF #1, but guess who I had #2? I had Memphis at #2 because how I felt about that Memphis game, even though that loss was absolutely egregious against UAB. At the same time, though, did the Rebels recover?
And they'll take a look at it because it looked like as Mateer was rolling to his left, he was trying to initiate a throw. Is the hand moving forward before the ball comes loose? Let's take a peek here. Ooh, it's very, very close.
I think that's an incomplete pass.
Ever so slightly forward, but they feel as though there's enough replay evidence to overturn the call on the field.
Yeah, Vito, if they so like if USF loses 2 American Conference games, they're done. Like in terms of playoff contention. Speaking of USF, we'll go ahead and tune in on them while they're doing the review over on their end. USF, less than a minute left. They do just need a field goal.
Their first charge right out of the half. This is a 30-second timeout.
And then in the meantime as well, Wake Forest has the ball. 12 seconds left. They're down by 2. They are down by 2 against SMU. Robbie Ashford, big throw downfield. It's caught. They got to get up and spike the ball in a heartbeat. Wake Forest has a chance and a game-winning field goal against SMU.
They get them all back, and now they become even more dangerous. Certainly, this South Florida offense has been incredibly dangerous. 2 ranked wins in back-to-back games for the first time all year.
All right, that being said, here we go. Let's check in on the possible game-winning field goal attempt for SMU and Wake Forest.
You could tell the defensive back was ready to pick it off, and just a great catch, get down, give your team a chance.
This is going to be a 50.
Oh, also like for the 3-30 windows, the first touchdown that we do see from the like the 3-30 windows, actually like 2. So
is 43.
Hit scores 7-0. Iowa State, they're gonna be up 7-0 against BYU as well. We also got a touchdown for FAU. He got it. Wake Forest is gonna beat SMU. Do you believe in the boys and Jake Dicker? Oh my!
They tried everything they could to give it away, and now they win it. Unbelievable!
We're from not so special to special teams, and the streak is done. Oh, we're having fun in the CW.
Look at this.
Barely got it.
Front of the pad. How does it hit the front? It goes over.
Okay, that being said, we gotta focus in real fast. Oklahoma has the ball down 8 with 12 seconds left. USF has the ball with 41 seconds left in their game as well. We got 3 one-possession games to close out the noon window.
To his left, get a 15-20 yard play and see if you can get maybe 1 or 2 shots at the end zone.
I got eyes on you. For you guys for the South Florida Memphis game.
And Lane Kiffin's going to use his last timeout.
Wow, what a win for Wake Forest, though.
Still have to play a more conventional defensive alignment.
No, I would drop way back. I would have 3, maybe 4 safeties deep. I'd probably have heels at the 20-yard line. Right now, they're sitting at about the 45. Therefore, they're 25 yards deep or so. They cannot, under any circumstances, let anything go over their head. So I would try to flush.
CW repeats the Bronx with that game. Hey, man, John Brennan was with a call. He was like a long-time red announcer before like into some controversy. You know, maybe not the best person in the world, but he's a good announcer though. From like the number of Reds games I remember watching with my dad when I was a kid.
Tier's arm just barely coming forward. An incomplete pass instead of the fumble that would have ended it.
Keep an eye on Uman Mielen on the left-hand side. They'll have the running back over there to help with protection.
Uman Mielen's at 6 tackles, 2 for a loss. Matier near the line of scrimmage, throws incomplete behind Gibson.
All right. This might be the last play of the game for Oklahoma.
Is chewed up after rain all day yesterday, most of the morning prior to kickoff and early into this game. That took up half of their remaining time, so it's possible this could be the last play for Brent Venables.
And they put on Ivan Carrion, who's 6'6". He's down right here in the slot, trying to throw a jump ball to their
I don't remember his
It's not a tall receiving group.
I don't have like any visible memories of that. Last play of the game for Oklahoma though.
That's not going to reach the end zone.
It's not. Ole Miss is going to hang on. They'll beat Oklahoma 34-26.
Gushigan and his former teammate Matier congratulate each other. Ole Miss has
What
its
a
first
game.
win on
All right,
the road.
let's go back over to USF in Memphis. 34-31.
32 seconds left, 1 timeout for South Florida. Brown underneath, caught inside field goal territory by Singleton.
You got to hurry up to the line right now. You want to save that last time out for your kicker.
Warp speed, blitz comes. Brown got rid of it, caught again by Singleton. And he's hammered down inside the 25.
Clock stops, it's going to get reset. I would spike it and then try to run one play.
5 catches for 70 yards for Keyshawn Singleton in this game.
So here's the situation. I've been saying field goal, field goal, field goal. Sure, field goal ties it. But right now you're at the 24-yard line. Take one shot to the end zone. Maybe it's to your true freshman number 16, Jeremiah Coger. Maybe it's to Singleton. Take one shot to the end zone, see if you can win it. And if not, kick the field goal. Memphis has to know that. So Memphis isn't protecting 2, 4, 5 yards. They should be protecting the end zone. They feel like the field goal would be good from here.
10 seconds to play. They bring delayed pressure. Brown rolls. Flag is down. And it's incomplete.
Oh, that's going to be...
This
flag.
could very well be a hold on South Florida. And it will back them up 10 yards if so.
Right. And then while we have all these one-possession games going on, we are doing our best to keep tabs.
10-yard penalty. Second down.
Grammatica time. So they brought pressure. You see the right.
Oh, and then I don't know if you guys noticed, Georgia Tech did beat Syracuse pretty handily. 41-16 is going to be your final score over there.
South Florida takes their third and final charge timeout of the half. This is a 30-second timeout.
So it's up to Nico Grammatica. His father, Martine, Super Bowl champion, NFL All-Pro. His uncle Bill, still with the longest field goal in South Florida history at 63 yards.
Okay, here we go. USF, a chance to send to overtime.
Nico himself has already etched his name into the South Florida record books with his first kick as a freshman last year, hit from 58. He's already 1 for 1 today from 46. This from 50.
All right, looks like Memphis is going to use a timeout.
Memphis takes their first charge timeout of the half. It's a 30-second timeout.
Interestingly, Alex Golish told us last night that they would prefer on 50-plus yard field goals to get Nico Grammatica the ball on the left hash. This will be from the right hash for the sophomore kicker.
Are you nervous, Shu?
I feel it in my guts. I got butterflies right now.
Me too.
My heart's beating a little bit, TD. I don't know why. I'm not.
Meanwhile, Auburn has a chance to put the game on ice on a 3rd and 6. They don't pick up the first down. If Auburn makes this field goal, it's barbecue chicken, though.
A reminder coming up at the top of the hour right here on ESPN2, Cincinnati in Baylor. Homecoming at Nippert Stadium. But first,
and then also things getting very interesting in Old Dominion. Old Dominion's got it down to a 4-point game, pending the field goal. USF, 52-yard field goal attempt. Kick is up. It's missed. It's no good. Memphis is going to stun USF. I'm going to say this right now. I took quite a bit of criticism when I had Memphis #2 in my power rankings for the American Conference. Look what they just did to the #1 team in the American. Memphis beating USF. For those of you that criticized me for only moving Memphis down to #2 after the UAB loss, I hope the apologies, I hope they're as loud as the criticism. Put some respect on my fucking name, baby.
We talked about
great win for Memphis.
This felt like it could be a playoff.
Great fucking win.
The snap was low. We'll start there. There's a low snap. And Nico Grammatica kicks it wide. Remember, South Florida had an opportunity to kick a field goal in the 4th quarter from inside the 10-yard line. They declined. And
okay, that being said, we got something really interesting brewing in the App State Old Dominion game. Appalachian State, they do get the extra point. That's good.
3 going to 84.
So Devin Roche trades in the 3 for an 84 and stands back at his own 23-yard line.
I think if App State had 2 timeouts, he probably kicked this deep. But I think this is the right decision given this situation in the ball game. There's a lot of guys that's on that field in blue hoping the ball doesn't come to them. I've been there. I know what that's like. And there's some guys on that field.
All right, things are going to get very interesting.
So they can make the play to save the game.
App State is 1 of 2 on onside kicks.
All right.
Mario Easterly, one of the members of the hands team, number 3, is out there for
All right,
ODU.
so Auburn does give it a 9-point lead over
It is
Arkansas.
secured by Ja'Cory Thomas. Old Dominion gets the football back.
All right, so Old Dominion, they're going to get the ball back. They're going to win 24-21.
Midfield.
Wow.
These are 2 East Division rivals in the Sun Belt Conference, both coming off of losses, both knowing how important this win is as they try to at least keep within shouting distance of the teams ahead of them in the division like James Madison.
And we talked about this was a must-win. I mean, they both have losing records coming into this game in the conference and couldn't afford to lose another. They both 1-2. As you see, you got the
Okay, Old Dominion got the onside kick. It was like that game is going to be over. We're going to tune in for the first time in the Missouri and Vanderbilt game. I'm going to use the bathroom to make sure the dogs are taken care of as well. What a tap to the 3:30 window. Oh my goodness.
Good hit by Colby Taylor as he put a shoulder right to the back.
So I'm gonna pull up the Missouri.
Only picked up 2 yards.
But that's what you want to see from Fabiola. You just want to see him delivering the football where it needs to be.
Well, actually, this game is still going.
And if you're Vanderbilt, you want to make sure you're getting guys on the ground. They have a physical secondary, long, angular corners that can really tackle.
All right, there we go. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna have to use the restroom. And I'm going to take care of my dog real quick. I will be back, and we're gonna get things in full swing for the a 3:30 window.
Thrown down about 3 yards shy of the first down by Jalen Stone. So now a 3rd down to keep the drive alive for Mizzou.
And there's an example of that wide zone that we're talking about. The offensive line basically almost runs laterally along the line of scrimmage and wants to get the defensive line to turn their shoulders and let the running back find a crease and hit it upfield. Got to reset the line of scrimmage and play physical. Now here on 3rd down, this is again where Steve Gregory, the defensive coordinator, can go to work. Change the coverage lookups in the back end. Is he going to show blitz? Give this young quarterback a lot of different things to think about.
Now it's Jamal Robertson to the left of Fabiola. They try the jet sweep. Josh Manning heading in the wrong direction. He'll lose yardage all the way back to the 35. Landon Fontenette, tackle for loss. He backed up 7. And here comes the Missouri punt group.
You're going to see Fontenette right here. At the left side of your screen, watch him just stay square, shuffle down the line of scrimmage. He reads this sweep immediately, able to get upfield and create the TFL. Fontenette's a big boy now, 6'2", 220 pounds. He'll be called on to run the alleys, be the guy who sets the edge of the defense against this running game. That's a great job.
Much better punt this time from Wesselman. Returnable for Martell Height. Good coverage by Missouri to the 15-yard line after a 52-yard punt.
All right, we are back, and just in the nick of time, too. We are getting a commercial break. The audacity to think we're going to let a commercial break happen on this program? Hell nah. We are going to go ahead. I need to take a look. Okay, so we have Alabama and South Carolina.
And now Sellers is going to run ahead for that line to gain.
All right, he got the line to gain, though.
And is able to get it before Nakai.
He got it. Well, really nice job. And then Auburn is going to Auburn. The Auburn Arkansas game does officially go final. They are going to win 33-24.
Green, the transfer from Colorado, a linebacker.
All right, there we go. I didn't need that move for a good second. Man, you're kind of seeing like how the sausage is made.
Quarterback run, but they waited on him, and Hill Green made the tackle after a gain of just 1.
Yeah, that's an RPO.
Man, Old Dominion, they do end up winning 24-21.
You got to be impressed with Nakai Hill Green. He comes over from Colorado. He has been a tackling machine. They've been running about a 3-man rotation at linebacker with Justin Jefferson, Deontay Lawson. But Nakai Hill Green has made a lot of plays for this defense as well.
One more thing, we are actually
he moved over to Tuscaloosa.
Oh, this game is dead. I gotta move some tabs around on my computer. So if I'm a tad distracted, I do apologize for that in advance.
Again, it's Donovan Murph, the freshman.
I love the play call by offensive coordinator Mike Shula, moving the pocket, changing the launch point. Again, this offensive line has struggled, so this is a great way to give Sellers a clear place at the field to throw from and give him clear vision. And how about Donovan Murph, the true freshman, making that big play? He should be a senior in high school, Joe. He was only 17 years old at the start of the season, reclassified to be a part of the Gamecocks this season.
15-yard reception. Now the 12th play of this opening drive. They wanted the ball, and this is what they're doing with it. As Matt Fuller again coming in motion on the jet action, takes it inside the 10.
And this is an area where South Carolina has struggled. They're the worst red zone offense in the SEC, only scoring points on 73% of these possessions inside the 20-yard. They haven't had many of them, honestly, this season, but what an opportunity here to score points. Not just that, but a touchdown. You know, if they do that on the opening drive to seize that momentum, Williams-Brice Stadium will erupt.
2nd and 6. They can get a first down at the 2-yard line. Fuller probing that Alabama defense and dives ahead inside the 5, tackled by Hill Green.
I just feel like when you get in this area, inside the 5-yard line, you've got a quarterback that's 240 pounds. You can just take advantage of the scheme, use an extra blocker, and just let the best athlete that you've got go get it done. And to me, if you're Shane Beamer, if you don't get it here on 3rd and 2, I'm going for it on 4th down. I'm being aggressive because of number 16.
110th in red zone touchdown percentage.
All right, we go. All right. I appreciate everyone's patience. I had to lock in for a moment. We do also have a goal line opportunity in the San Diego State red zone state game.
Phase on.
It doesn't last long because San Diego State does find the end zone. Touchdown for the Aztecs.
Here comes that 4th down decision for Shane Beamer. Looks like he's going to decide to play it safe and kick a field goal. Now, they were very aggressive in their last game against Oklahoma. They went for it on 4th down 4 different times in the first half. I think he's just looking to pay this drive off, score some points, and try and seize on as much momentum as you can early.
So William Joyce, a 6-year player, but his first year as the starter. Stuck around the program, looking for it to pay off this year. To open up the scoring here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon in Columbia, South Carolina.
All right, so South Carolina to open up, got a 3-0 lead. Stop the count. Stop the count.
He is out there to start his afternoon when we return.
All right, so that's being said, we're going to put a bookmark on there. Iowa, they're going for it on 4th down against Minnesota. Let's see if they pick it up. If they do pick up the 1st down, we are staying in the Iowa game. Oh, it's going to be really close.
The linesman came right down the line, as you saw. The marker is right on the line. If it touches the line, it's a 1st down.
All right, and then we do also have a game break in the Navy-FAU game. Navy does get another touchdown on the board. The Navy's going to have a 14-7 lead.
How they can find the ball here. Yeah, I don't either. Big push from Large. Oh, how about this? A large push from Large. Hey, no mystery right there. The Gophers anticipated a quarterback sneak. It was just a little bit too short. So it's a 1st down at the 15-yard line. 2nd offensive series for the Hawkeyes, and they're threatening in the red zone again. Gronowski keeps Minnesota equal to the task this time. And Anthony Smith made first contact and then got help from his friends, including Kingsbury. Now let's look back and see what happened to Bo Stevens about 2 or 3 plays ago. See him on the right side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really funny for me, right? Like the way for me that I'm essentially like figuring out like who's going to stay in the Mountain West and stay in the Mountain West, and who's going over to Pac-12. Do they have state in their school name? If I'm not mistaken, it feels like literally all the state schools in the Mountain West plus Texas State is moving over to the Pac-12.
On 2nd down and 11, Gronowski lost yardage, and this one's tipped, almost intercepted by Nestor. Beg your pardon. I don't know.
We do also have a red zone opportunity for Pitt as the Panthers are already up 7-0. have a chance to increase that lead even more now that they just started their red zone opportunity. The Iowa drive stalls out. We'll move over and check out the Pitt and NC State game.
So a near miss right there.
On those RPO offenses nowadays, you're telling all of your players, get your hands up because they have to throw short before the linemen get downfield.
Minnesota's got to lean on a very good red zone defense right here on 3rd down and 11. Lasky throws late and incomplete.
Yeah, okay, we have a field goal for Illinois. Iowa State also got a field goal too.
Again on 3rd down, rushes 3 players.
Okay, so that's going to be 4th down. So let's check in NC State and Pitt,
that it fell incomplete.
because we do have
It's another in-breaking route.
Since that drive did end up falling out.
Kenny Soares Jr., the outside linebacker for North Carolina State. This is a Wolfpack secondary. They've been beat by a lot of routes over the middle of the field. To
it does end up settling for field goal. They're going to take a 10-0 lead.
For Pitt. Again, trying that same route combination here in the second drive.
9th play of this drive. NC State looking to force a field goal here. Heinzel. Design quarterback draw, and he goes down.
Yeah, he gets rolled up there.
Cleveland combining on the tackle. Looked like Soares may have tripped him up. And speaking of sore, Heinzel might be a little bit sore.
All right, so that drive is also going to stall out. Toledo, they're getting something cooking here. Toledo, 3rd and 2. They're at about the 35-yard line of Washington State, though.
And Gleason pulled the ball back, but the drop. Eric Holly. And now, first big coaching decision here for Toledo, 4th and 2.
Great job on the zone read. Just triple option to his pitch man out there, puts it perfectly in Eric Hawley's arms, and he just turns and looks up the field before he puts it in his belly and picks up the 1st down, 4th down.
That'd be a 50 to 51-yard try, so this is a Jason Candle play to say, I like my shot here to get 2 full yards.
Oh, they're going for it. I love the cojones here.
And I believe it's...
Oh, that's a false start.
The question is, does the defense do something? Again, this is a MAC crew. Head linesman ran in quickly.
Legal snap.
Nope.
On the offense, number 52. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
It was Anthony Boswell on the front for Toledo.
All right, so for those wondering, my Cincinnati Bearcats are also kicking off. They just started the game against Baylor, and then Texas Tech and Oklahoma State. They're going to get their game started shortly. They're at commercial break right now. Although actually, scratch that. They are on leather delay, so their game isn't going to start till 4:30.
Beyond the range of Dylan Kunanen, the place kicker rather. Toledo, with that defense willing to play the field position game, line drive.
Okay, so that draw is going to stall out for the first time. Let's check in on Illinois and Washington. It looks like Washington now has something brewing.
Rush for 17, the total package.
Yeah, they're Washington's got the 25-yard line.
Carries and falls down, maybe some of that turf issue. Gain of 4 on the play. Not many times you see a backup center get an opportunity to play tight end. That's what Zach Henning is called to do this week.
He's got to be so excited too. It's one of those things where the entire offensive line is excited for you. You get to put on a receiver number, you get out there on the edge, and clearly the emphasis is going to be blocking for him, as we saw in those last 2 plays.
Handed off Coleman up the middle, and pushes forward for a few, brings up 3rd down for Washington.
really like the game plan so far by Jedd Fisch. He's making Illinois defend the entire width of the field. They're moving them laterally with different screens, with Damon Williams running the ball, some boot action, and then they take those two battering rams, Jonah Coleman and Muhammad, and they just run right down into the teeth of the defense.
Very balanced so far. Coleman bounces. Coleman across the 15 and lunges for a first down.
Got it.
It's been tough sledding for Jonah Coleman, at least by his standards. Some of these Big Ten matchups.
All right, so we have a game break out in the Iowa game, as not only is Minnesota picked off, but Iowa taking it back to the crib. And Iowa is dominating early after the Drake Lindsey interception. Zach Lutmer is going to take it to the crib, and Iowa is going to.
Get a foot down. Yes, touchdown. Huskies.
All right, so we might have a belt to ass conundrum unfolding in Iowa City, out in Kinnick Stadium. And in Washington, we obviously just heard on the call they get a touchdown as well against Illinois. Got that foot down. Yeah, that's a tutty.
He catches it clean as long as he maintains possession. There's the left foot down inbounds.
That's a tutty. And there is very little doubt about that.
Yeah, for the NFL scouts that are here.
Okay, that being said, okay, NC State's getting something brewing here. They are inside the 35-yard line. They're looking to get their first points of the day against the Pitt Panthers. Actually, with that first down, they're now inside the 25-yard line as well.
Bailey sharp on this drive, 5 for 5.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I mean, Chris, we've had Pitt a few times this year. We have not seen any offense consistently have a quick game versus this Pitt defense. Getting the ball to your hands quickly, it softens up this secondary, and then you can get to the run game with Hollywood Smothers.
Let's see what they want to do here with a fresh set of downs. They got Smothers in the backfield. Bailey looking to throw. He's got all kinds of time. Going to the end zone. Jolie makes the
catch. Wide, butt naked, open. That's a tutty for NC State.
And Justin Jolie with his 4th touchdown of the season.
Jolie's a dynamic weapon at the
All right, let's go ahead and check in on my Cincinnati Bearcats then, because Cincinnati inside the 40-yard line.
Get the right guy. Isaiah Johnson's their jet sweep guy, and he can be electric.
And like, if any of you are Baylor fans in this stream, like, I'm gonna apologize in advance. If I sound biased, I am a Cincinnati fan. That's why I don't call myself like a self-proclaimed sports journalist by any means. Like, I have my own bias here, guys.
I mean, in terms of a rushing attack. So you think about all these QBR leaders. Right there, we see Sorsby with 85.5, but his rushing game works out as well.
Sorsby checked down Evan Pryor. Escaped momentarily out of the grasp of Marion Winston, the redshirt junior Oregon transfer.
Do also have a red zone opportunity as well in the FAU Navy game. Been a little bit of a high flyer in that one. FAU looking to tie things up. We're going to stay on the Cincinnati game for right now. They're looking at reviews on it. Looks like they're a little targeting call.
That's a pass to Evan Pryor. Should have been a negative game, yet they get +1.
Unless Cincinnati turns into a goal-line situation by the time like we're done here, then we'll go over to the FAU games.
As they put it here around Cincinnati. From the edge of the red zone, this is Evan Pryor pushing the pile to the 15. 6-yard pickup.
Yeah, they're still under the targeting review right now.
So far, this opening drive for Cincinnati, this opening script has gone.
And then we do have a game break as well in the Alabama-South Carolina game. Ryan Williams is actually able to, like, tiptoe and lay down the sideline, gets an explosive play from Ty Simpson, who is certainly a high candidate. And Alabama now has a 7-3 lead.
Offense to be almost perfect. Cincinnati great in the red zone. Tawee Walker, the big body.
All right, so it is going to be basically a goal line opportunity there's like a little bit of wiggle room.
Fifth-year senior who transferred in from Wisconsin.
Well, just watch this offensive line go to work.
Where you
just hat on
could
head, everybody
say
just doing their job, making plays.
that like
you've got Walker who
they
starts
could
to
pick
the
up the
left,
first
but
down.
cuts it all the way back. That's
But it's
a lot
like
of
a
trust
quarter of a
in his
yard. So
offensive
it,
line,
all right,
trying
for
to
all
find the
intents and
right
purposes,
door.
it is
He
first
took
and
door
goal.
number 3 backside, and that was enough for a first down.
Joe Cotton, a transfer at left tackle. Tarantayo, a transfer at right guard. 10th play of the drive. Sorsby keeps it. A lane, a cut. He dives down just short. Mark him down at the 1. LeVar Thornton tripped him up.
Yeah, once you get inside the 10-yard line, it's Sorsby time. We saw it last week. It's a lot of that quarterback keeper. The quarterback comes alive in the red
All right, so it looks like in the FAU Navy game, we did not call it targeting, but it is like 2nd and 5.
Walker, the running back. The give this time, and Walker goes.
Which we can check in now because Cincinnati just found the end zone. Let's go, baby.
Got the start. 2nd down, 5 to go. Beltcamp for Messer turns up the field.
All right.
Messer already his 3rd catch. It'll be 3rd down for FAU.
Down Bearcats.
Stepped
We
out.
love it here.
I think the 2nd step, the first one almost went out of bounds, and the 2nd step did go out of bounds.
Messer a catch at 26 straight games, dating back to 2023, his time at Western Kentucky, where he was a teammate of Caden Beltcamp.
Classic air raid. 2 receivers left. Trips formation right. Now defended.
All right, we go. 3rd and 4. What does FAU come with?
3rd and 4, but before a flag down, ball start, FAU.
Oh, that's a tough break because they do it by the first down if it wasn't for a false start.
Brandon Hoke.
That's
It was
one
good
of
play
the
call by Zach Sidney, the head coach of FAU.
When you're outside, you're one of those deuce guys left or the trips guys on the right. Your only job, you're looking in, you're watching the ball. You can't hear the snap count. You're watching the ball. When the ball moves, you go. Then you freelance.
Not one of those big guys right around the ball having to worry about a pass rusher. 3rd and 4 into a 3rd and 9. Beltcamp over the middle. It sails out of bounds.
Navy got lucky there. They blitzed, and Florida Atlantic picked up the blitz. They had an extra blocker in. The blitzer got stoned about 3 yards into the backfield, and P.J. Volker's defense did a nice job on the back end.
Okay, so that drive is going to end up stalling out, but Iowa State, man, they're cooking up something.
Yeah, he does, and you're talking about duo blocks all over the
Iowa
place.
State.
Duo blocks. You're talking about guys moving and pushing.
We haven't talked about much.
Them free runners, and right
There we
now
go.
you see Tanner Wall right
Iowa
there,
State in a
the
goal
safety
line
number
situation.
28. BYU has to decide if they want to be catchers or throwers. Right now they're catching the blows instead of throwing them.
Which is not what we saw last week against Utah.
Yeah, but like here's the thing with the Utah game, right? I mean, what we saw from them, I mean, it was a very emotional win. So I mean, we did mention in the preview. I think like when we did the Monday live stream that this was a potential letdown spot, and so far.
And they're going to bring the
It seems like BYU they're having themselves a little bit of a letdown right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Not being too pretty, not trying to tiptoe, get vertical. The fastest way between point A and point B is a straight line. At least that's what my mama told me.
And your geometry teacher.
Mama told me not to spell word.
Carson Hansen.
All right, so
all right,
so that's going to obviously end in a touchdown drive. Pitt looking to answer back after they gave up a touchdown to own. Pitt looks like in a pretty solid start spot late in the first quarter. They're at about the 25-yard line.
Carrion Turner and Joel's Goff, who haven't.
So here we go. Let's see what Pitt responds after the Bailey touchdown they gave up on the previous drive.
But it's, DJ Elliott, defensive coordinator for North Carolina State, he's got to change what he's bringing to the park, play in and play out.
First down for Pitt at the 25. The give to Turner. Cuts it back inside, gets about 4.
Turner's a guy they really like, had an excellent spring, true freshman, got banged up during fall camp, and then was really coming on in the month of September as Desmond Reed was hurt. And then obviously with Reed being back, his workload has lessened, but very capable and an exciting young running back.
Turner's in the slot, Heinzel to throw. Going to the end zone for Turner.
Ooh, what a throw. What a true freshman.
Set up first and goal.
Said on the last drive, it's a route concept.
Man, it's
North Carolina State struggled with
Heinzel
all
guy.
year. Those
God, am I right? Oh my word.
Notre Dame got them many times, and
Okay, so that's going to be the end of the first quarter. I'm not seeing anybody. We're going to put a bookmark on Penn in North Carolina State for right now. What we will do, I don't see anybody across midfield at the moment unless I'm blind. Actually, okay, so we have something going on in the San Diego State-Fresno State game. We will come back to Pitt in NC State shortly, but for right now, let's check in on San Diego State and Fresno State. Aztecs already have that 7-0 lead.
Got a one-on-one matchup down here.
8th play of the drive. Denegal can't get away.
Well, that's not what you want.
Immediately dropped by Dejan Lafitte.
Well, we talked about Lafitte and how twitchy he is. See if this will work. Right there. Lafitte just breaking through, and looked like there was a little bit of confusion there. It's the right guard, Bayo Kaniki, just kind of left Lafitte. That's not a guy that you want to have free access to your quarterback. Big man, but he can accelerate. Big third down here. Just want to take a chunk out of this. Maybe go for it on 4th.
They need 14, drop it off to Cardwell, gets a block, cuts up field, and then he gets stacked up just inside the 25. So they do get a few yards, but you're still talking about 9 yards to go on 4th down, and the field goal unit starts trotting out for the Aztecs.
All right, so it looks like San Diego State's drive is going to stall out. We are still waiting for Pitt and NC State to get a commercial break. Here's the thing, though. Vanderbilt, they do have a red zone opportunity. So we're actually going to roll over to Missouri and Vanderbilt. Still waiting. Still waiting for the first point of the game. Keep in mind, this game is, we've had a full quarter being played.
Watch Zion Young. He almost had dreams of right here taking
And yet, no one has scored. No one has scored in Missouri and Vanderbilt. It's been a very lethargic offensive performance so far.
But you see, Cedric Alexander.
The only over game I could say that is that actually kicked off Leo Wazoo.
Now you're sitting here at 2nd and long. I don't know if those are the kind of things you want to try too often against a defense as disciplined as Missouri's. But now you're behind the sticks.
Bobby up off play action. He's got a one-on-one. Incomplete. Toriano Pride walled off Junior Sherrill. Now it's 3rd down and 10.
Textbook man-to-man coverage by Toriano Pride. Just watch the feet at the line of scrimmage. He never opens his hips. He just does what they call a soft motor technique. Just give some ground off the line of scrimmage and then lean into the wide receiver. Press him into the boundary. Junior Sherrill's the guy who's made nothing but plays for this big play Vanderbilt offense, but not today. And now you're sitting here at 3rd and long. In the high red zone at the plus 24-yard line. And this is where the defensive line has to go to work for Missouri. Might just rush with 3, drop 8.
And a flag thrown from the end zone. Looks like delay of game.
All right, so 3rd and 16. We're probably not going to see much there. Let's head back over to the NC State and Pitt game. They just came back out of commercial break.
Desmond Reed, and how do you want to use him today? And do you think that this turf has played a role in some of the slippage we've seen out here?
I haven't seen any slipping. I'm busy watching plays, but Des is going to play. He feels good, and we're going to get as much as we can out of him today.
All right, thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kendra and Coach.
I'm scared of heights, Chris. That's I can't do that. Did it once and was like, that's enough.
Wow, look at that touchdown run for Pat Narduzzi and the boys. Make it 17-7. All right, now I can confidently go back to Missouri and South Carolina.
So a clock adjustment before 3rd down and 16.
Just had to see that at least before.
Like it's going to be a low-scoring time of possession, field position game. Is this just a play call to secure a field goal?
Yeah, you want to see if you can get into better field goal position for your kicker, Brock Taylor. Against this Missouri defense, look, anything is possible. Diego Pavia has shown you that. He has pulled some plays off that not many quarterbacks can. You just want to protect the football here.
Pavia spins out.
Run, Pavia.
Has to throw it away. That's some speed for Darius Smith. And a late flag as well.
Oh, what's the late flag, though? Is it unnecessary roughness?
You see this game is getting chippy already. This Missouri defensive line, they're feeling it right now. Really rushing the passer with a lot of ferocity. That time it was Damon Wilson II who beat his guy cleanly.
Do have a red zone opportunity for Illinois going up against Washington.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 53 offense.
On the offense.
So the down counts. And that will probably pull them out of field goal range.
Wow, that is absolutely huge. I mean, especially with it being like such a low-scoring game that we have seen.
Third and short situation. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get into a heavy play action and take a shot at the end zone here in anticipation of going for it on fourth down if they don't get it.
It's Taitai Uiagalelei that forced Altmaier to step up. 3rd and 1.
Okay, we do also have a goal line situation here. Not just in the Illinois game, because that just they just got the first down off of that, right? Texas, nice first drive, got a nice explosive play off of a screen, and Texas inside the 5-yard line has a chance to score very early against Mississippi State. So I'll keep an eye on the Texas Mississippi State while the Illinois broadcast is running in the background.
A team that has really struggled in that department coming in, just 37%.
Fagan back in the game at running back. Remember his size.
Okay, and then we do have Arch Manning.
To throw, end zone incomplete, flag comes in. Cario Davis on the coverage.
All right, so Texas actually, we're going to give him a touchdown for now. I don't know if he actually got it or not. We also have more of a belt-to-ass update. Iowa jumping all over Minnesota right now, 24-0.
Number 8 of the defense. Penalty occurred in the end zone. First down at the 2-yard line.
That left hand on the jersey. They're pulling Dixon away, so 1st and goal from the 2.
Already the penalty discrepancy is drastic.
Then we also have another score. NC State is able to find a score as well. First and goal. That was off a 65-yard run for the NC State touchdown. It was by Snubbers, 65-yard run.
Maybe a half a yard. Prysock coming in from his cornerback position. Initial contact.
Yeah, it was a nice job there at the nose position, number 77, Samote Pepa. He's 350 pounds. Josh Kreutz, the center, only 290. Pepa won and forced the cutback. Sometimes that's all it takes for the rest of your defense to rally and make the tackle short.
There we go. Goal line dance for Illinois. Play back to one possession.
Altmaier inside, touchdown.
Wow, nice.
Colin Dixon with the score. What a drive from the Illini.
All right, so Illinois is going to score a touchdown. We do have a goal line situation in the Washington State game. Washington State is going to score. And then how about Navy? They're approaching the red zone as well. They just got inside the 25-yard line.
Go a full quarter without calling his name.
Well, Zach Hitley said last night, you know, his coaches know full well that 22 is the guy you've got to be concerned of. You got to find him every single play.
Tallest head coach in the FBS. You see that note there. Although he's the only one who didn't play college football in the FBS, which is, again, kind of strange. He's the tallest, but
it's not mandatory. He played some hoops, a little baseball, a little basketball.
After a pickup of 2, Teska rumbles. So he left the
All right, so we're tuned in to Navy and FAU now. Navy was 3rd and short, which, I mean, that, that is a wet dream when you're a military academy.
He and Heidenreich from Pittsburgh, Known each other since the 1st grade, played football together since about the 8th grade. What a bond between those two guys. His face just lights up when you ask him about his buddy Eli.
Teska was offered at Navy first, but Heidenreich was the one who accepted the offer to Navy first. 3rd down, 2 to go. Horvath drilled back. Leon Hart Jr. was the first one there to deliver the hits. And it's 4th down coming up for Navy. Imagine the offense will get right to work.
There isn't
Oh, you already know they are not turning down a 4th and short. Are you kidding me?
If they'd have run that on the left side, if Horvath would have handed it off or gone to the left, it'd have been a 1st down easily. The one place there was nowhere to go was dead up the middle.
So it's a Coach Chronic call. Always trust his calm quarterback in these situations, Horvath.
Tackle over, strong right.
They make it right, they pitch it right. Chapman 1st down. Brandon Chapman is in.
That's going to get him firmly inside the 10-yard line now.
It's been the Chapman experience in the first half for Navy.
Well, that's Brandon Chapman's MO. Watch him at contact on the sideline. I could juke, but nah, what the heck. I'll just lower my shoulder and go to contact. He stepped out, but right after he stepped out, he got himself a little hit.
Yeah, if they hit hard, meaning Chapman was hitting the defender hard. First and goal from the 8. Teska's turn. And the defense for FAU all over it. You heard Coach Kitley say you have to be over the dive. They were there with Demarius McGee. Navy in the red zone. They've been excellent. The best touchdown percentage inside the red zone this season.
And that pays
all right, so for an update on the Texas Tech and Oklahoma State game, we finally have a kickoff. They were originally supposed to kick off at 4. There was an initial weather delay.
They were one of the best teams in the country.
So Texas Tech and Oklahoma State, they're finally getting ready to kick off.
That's a culture thing.
It is rocking there early as Texas Tech doesn't bounce back.
Snap it with 3. Here's Horvath. Jukes, spins, and marches in. It is a Horvath thing. Touchdown, Navy.
All right, so another score from the Navy.
This is not a huge quarterback. Other side, he got 6'6", 240. You know, Blake's.
All right, that being said, boys, okay, so Navy's that's going to drive out Cincinnati, putting together another really good drive.
He's like, yeah, give a chip.
We are again approaching the red zone. We'll check in on the Cincinnati Bearcats. Looks like nobody else is close to the 20 at this moment.
Senior Cincinnati native. Last year, first team Big 12 after 4 years at Ohio State. One of the great weapons like we've been talking about for Sorsby.
Yeah, he's to me one of the success stories of college football. A guy that's really found his love and his passion, and it's really happened the last couple of years at Cincinnati.
2nd down and 7. Sorsby escaped the rush.
Oh!
Tripped up by Caleb
I thought Sorsby was going to get skinny there.
Yards short, so it's 3rd down and 1 coming up. With 3:05 to go in the first quarter, and Cincinnati up 7-0.
Yeah, nice job again of filling the rush. Kyler Jordan, number 40, he's coming right up.
Then, oh my goodness, Iowa just scored again.
Being able to go north. I love
what
happened. Goes north. He doesn't retreat. He doesn't back up in the pocket. He's
okay. We got a special teams touchdown in the Iowa game. Belt to ass to Minnesota in the Florida Ragsdale game. Iowa up 31-0.
Cincinnati aligning its
31-0.
Play fake.
So needless to say, probably not going to pay too much further attention to that unless Minnesota is able to respond. But we know how good
that's a different RPO. It's a
that Iowa defense is. So it's going to be an uphill battle for TJ Fleck and his guys. Has to be the shock of the weekend. My word.
And you get enough, and you see the physical run of the quarterback. He knew where that marker was. Kept the ball, protected it, dove forward for the 1st down.
He's been their 3rd leading rusher this year with 6 rushing touchdowns of those 24 total. Told us he grew up playing running back because they didn't throw the ball very much in 5th and 6th grade. He wanted to run. Evan Pryor does here. Off the right
there.
Side
all right, so inside the 5-yard line for him.
70-yard pickup.
Yeah, I love how just the formations that you see from Cincinnati. They'll put double tight ends up top, and then they'll just leave DeAndre Buford, the right tackle, over there by himself. They add blockers. They try to get a numbers game on you offensively to where it outnumbers the defense. And you saw that last one. That should have been a minimal game, but yet they turn it into 5 or 6 yards just because they add extra blockers at the point of attack.
Line to gain is just inside the 1, so this is 2nd down and 4 for the Bearcats. Pryor.
Get there.
Ahead, reaching out. Pryor's in, touchdown.
Love to see it. What a start for my Bearcats. 14-0 on Baylor.
I mean, they just caving it down. Joe Cotton, that left tackle. 87, Gavin Grover. I mean, this offensive line dominates. Just watch the left side of the offensive line. They're just caving everything down. And then Evan Pryor, he's like, wait, is it this easy? Yeah, it's that easy. He just leads.
All right, that being said, so Missouri and Vanderbilt, they are approaching the red zone themselves.
In rushing yards as the backup to Ahmad Hardy, who's #1. So that tandem, it's the best tandem in the SEC. It's the only
Still working for the first points of the game.
In college football coming into this week.
Oh, and then Texas Tech, they had an opening kickoff for a touchdown too.
This is the #2 running back tandem in football.
Yeah, they've given teams some problems now. With this 2 tight end, 12 personnel that they have on the football field right now, they have really run the football effectively.
Roberts in motion. Prabula fakes it to him. Turns the corner. Flag down. Prabula inside the 5. Looking for the end zone.
All right. I mean, if this play stands, I mean, Missouri's going to be down on the goal line. We'll have to wait and see, though.
Personal foul. Tripping. 56 offense. 15-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Wow, a personal foul against Vanderbilt pushed them out.
All right.
Of
Well, that's
range. This is a very
that's a punch in the dick for Missouri.
The left guard for Mizzou.
You're going to see him. He's going to try and cut that 2 technique. The defensive tackle is lined up right over his nose. And as he misses him, he then swings his leg up in the air, trying to get Glenn Seabrooks III on the ground. You're going to see it right here. He tries to cut him and cut him off. You see the right leg come up in the air.
And Jerry McGinn is our officiating expert. And Jerry, there might be some folks at home saying, well, he didn't trip him. The player didn't fall. Does that not matter?
No, it doesn't matter at all. He lifted his leg up. He was trying to trip him. That was a very good call by the referee.
So Prabula to the sideline, and there, the first time we see the freshman, Donovan Alubade, who you, Lewis, had your eyes on all week when you watched this Mizzou offense. He's a good-looking freshman.
This kid's a freaking stud. He is a stud. Alubade is the truth now. He is big. He's got a great catch radius. In crunch time, they have gone to him the past 2 weeks. Because of his one-on-one ability, and he is going to play a big role in this football game here today.
3rd down and 12. Blitz coming. Prabula avoids it. He gets out of the pocket, but he's tracked down from behind, shy of the 20-yard line.
All right, so that is going to end up stalling out for Missouri and Vanderbilt. We'll go ahead. Is that picked off?
Intercepted it. Wow, Alzillian Hamilton's 2nd pick of the season.
That is in fact picked off. So we were going to check in on San Diego State and Fresno State, but because of that interception, let's check in instead on possibly FAU, unless Texas Tech.
Is blocked by McDonald, and then I think it was Tillman, 18. Yep, I believe, who ends up catching the ball.
Okay, so Texas Tech is going to be inside the 30-yard line. Let's go ahead and check in on Texas Tech then.
Better field position than if Oklahoma State would have gone for that and not been successful on the attempt. So how about the special teams of the Red Raiders to start this game?
Unbelievable. Already a 99-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Now a blocked punt. Great starting field position. Will Hammond. He'll swing it out to Jacoby Williams in the open field.
I mean, just wide butt naked open there. He wasn't even touched until he got at least to the 5-yard line. Oh boy, it's gonna be a long day for Oklahoma State, man. It's gonna be a long day for Oklahoma State. been a long day. It's been a long day for the defenses over in FAU and Navy.
On the stop.
Yeah, that's how you feel. Philip Hamilton coming from that corner spot, a little bit off the ball. He comes through the attempted block and delivers his message on the sideline.
Hamilton plays a lot of corner. This week, though, playing some safety as well. A transition during the bye week, getting some reps at the safety position.
2 downs to get this first down. You can't afford to
Right. FAU playing a little bit of a track meet against Navy. They have to respond.
But before the play, more penalty.
He also can't afford to jump off sides.
False start. Offense, number 75. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
This was a problem against South Florida last week.
The right guard, Mauricio Hines, the freshman. Just a quick little quiver, but it doesn't have to be much.
While we're talking Florida Atlantic offensive line, they're hoping to get their captain Alex Akavage back for their stretch run of the season. He's missed the last few weeks with an injury. Had to make it work without the captain on the O-line. 3rd and 3 turns into a 3rd and 8.
They're still from the 20-yard line now, still in the red zone.
Man, the play clock expires.
Prior to the delay of game, timeout.
Another
Florida
timeout
Atlantic.
right at the last second.
30-second timeout.
Save the 5 yards, burn the second timeout. So Navy, FAU.
I mean, I totally get it. It's a very important drive for FAU. Like even if it's not a touchdown, you have to come out and get some points on this
the power conference. The group
you have to do it.
Or 6 if you wanted to include the Pac-12 in there. But the key here is Memphis, a come-from-behind win today against USF.
To beat a ranked USF.
They were down pretty much the entire game.
They were. Yeah, that's a huge win for Memphis coming off a big loss last week.
So you saw some of the other teams on that list, whether it's UNLV, Boise State in the Mountain West, James Madison. What they're hoping for is the American Conference contenders, which are all great to sort of knock each other off and to make their eventual champion have a weaker resume. But right now the American Conference is in the driver's seat. 3rd down and 8. Velkamp backpedals. Looks right, back foot throw, sideline, and incomplete. So it's 4th down and 8. A field goal does make it a 1-possession game. And
all right, so they're going to settle for the field goal. I'll let you guys know what happens there. We have not, however, checked in on the Texas-Mississippi State game all day. Here's so far, Mississippi State got it in the red zone, chance to tie, but they're facing a 3rd and long, though.
Throws, and that ball's
It's going
deflected.
to be incomplete, okay.
By a horn near the line of scrimmage, it'll force 4th.
Yeah, and then FAU did like hit the field goal. It's going to be 1-possession game over there.
Great timing by Trey Moore. Saw it, felt it, he was kind of dropping out of his pass rush, knew he wasn't going to get home. Good job of getting up and elevating. Already we've seen now on 3rd down.
Okay, and then we have a big play in the Washington State-Toledo game. And so
15 of Toledo. It's not necessarily a bad read, Ted. You have both guys streaking with the shallow post, followed by a Meredith deep post over the top. He chose to go for the deeper one, and he put it perfectly on him, though, and makes another big explosive play.
Well, you can tell it crossed me up because Noga was running free. I thought that's where the ball was going.
It looked like it from up here, too, the way the ball was going, and Noga was wide open crossing the field. He just
all right, red zone opportunity for Wazoo.
put it on his body perfectly.
The second
Former home, the home of the late, great Mike Leach. They're going to take the 14-0 lead.
And Eckhouse has room to run this. And he'll get down to the 10.
Don't love that hit that he just took, but he bounces right back up. He's a tough guy. He's had his Wheaties.
It's a good job of both receivers running the post. As you can see, Noga is just wide open there, but he puts it perfectly to Meredith. Now, this is just double post, and when you get man-to-man coverage, you want to take the bigger shot. I don't know if he even looked at the fact that Noga was crossing the field and just was eyes on Meredith the whole way and put it perfectly in stride to him.
2nd and 5. Voorhees trying to bounce, And does do a good job. He bounced off the hit and falls forward. McNeil Warren had him down for maybe a 1-yard gain, but Voorhees using momentum to fall forward and puts that down. It's going to be 2 yards short.
A lot of these guys are that Brookings crew, you know, from South Dakota, followed their head coach, Jimmy Rogers, from South Dakota State, and some of these guys are really kind of starting to get in the mix again. Voorhees being one of them, his ability to take the punishment, but dish it out as well.
Rarity under center, and they use the tush push.
That may have been the most evidence of a real tush push. I mean, his hands.
All right, well, all right. So Washington State's down on the goal line. We do have
and just steamrolls it for
Pitt possibly in the red zone. It is dependent on what happens with the flag. It's still being worked out. We do also have Missouri. They did end up getting a field goal. Finally, with the points in that game.
Under center, and they said really only on sneaks.
Yep. So you know, if you're self-scouting people out there, you know, it's pretty evident when he's under center, he's most likely going to sneak it or run it.
So 1st and goal at the 5. Looking for a quick throw, not there, and that's a good job by Backhouse then to get rid of it with the pressure of Malachi Davis. Backhouse. I think the other thing the coaches were talking with us about, you know, he's not fast. He's not that kind of a runner, but he has enough quickness, just enough ability to use those legs and damage you.
And as a quarterback, that's what you need. And on the play they just ran.
All right, we have a major game break happening in the Pitt North Carolina State game. Eichel with a big-time play that's able to get hit into the red zone once again. And then Washington getting a nice stand possibly with Illinois, making Altmaier throw an interception. However, there is a flag. It doesn't look good.
Lost it down. 3rd down.
And Pitt is going to find itself like inside the 10-yard line, actually.
A 10-yard loss.
The loss is the fact that he just did not throw it over the corner route's head in the back of the end zone, leaving it with the 2nd and short. Instead, they lose all that yardage, and it's 3rd down. And now they back themselves.
All right, so
up.
Pitt with a 1st and goal. Heischel
that Jimmy Rogers
fires. It's caught.
We just can't get out of the jams.
Off the deflection.
And I thought that was very, very apropos.
And Pitt is going to score with Williams Jr. As Heischel was having himself a short day. Another touchdown for the Panthers. Look at 24-14.
You get yourself in a jam, young man. Get yourself.
All right, so Minnesota, Washington State, they did the score against Toledo, and then the penalty, it was originally going to be a, we were going to see a turnover on Altmaier, but a defensive penalty does keep the drive alive for Illinois, and also gets them down on the goal line too. So,
to make the interception. So it's not much, but if you put yourself in the shoes of the official, what he's seeing is that push off.
The one stream that was Minnesota, Iowa just did a hiding and switch to Bama, South Carolina. Listen, I do not blame them at all, right? I mean, it was 31-0 last time I checked. I don't have the game up any longer because I want to prioritize some of these closer games that are happening. Minnesota and Iowa obviously being belt to ass. So whenever I do see score updates,
how'd you get my number?
All right, they are at commercial break. You know I don't do that here. Hang on now. Vanderbilt at the goal line against Missouri. So we're actually going to be away from the Illinois with watching this game real fast. We got to tune into the Vanderbilt game. Hasn't been a lot of scoring here. Seeing Diego Pavia can at least time things up against his Missouri squad.
Eamon Wilson was there.
He was doing UCLA IU earlier and had to hide it's the Ole Miss OU.
A lot of that has to do with the fact that they have great pass catchers, great size down here. Junior Sherrill been the guy that really has been
honestly, I have to check my settings.
You just wonder who Tim Beck's going to dial up here. Is it going to be Eli Stowers? Cole Spence had a touchdown last week, the 6'7" tight end. He's in the game down here at the bottom of the screen.
They got this diamond formation with 3 backs surrounding Pavia. He wants to throw. Flag down. Pavia. A little juke at the 5. Pavia gets a block.
Can we get there?
If this one's coming back, it's a shame because it's a touchdown. There are flags everywhere. 3 separate flags thrown on the play.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think this is coming back. I think the first flag is going to be on Bryce Henderson, the right tackle.
Well, as the play-by-play guy, I object. That would have been a fun play to call. He's a fun player to watch.
Yeah, I thought
even on plays you know are coming back.
Yeah, I thought there was a YouTube setting where like you had to like enable like I guess like rating of like for streams, because we're only streaming on YouTube. We aren't streaming on Twitch. Because of the internet issues that we had a couple of weeks ago, I didn't want to push it too much.
On the field, so there's a lot to sort out.
Both on the offense, holding 55. Offense is declined. Holding. Offense number 0 is accepted. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
So Junior Sherrill, the wide receiver.
So yeah, man. I mean, like if it happens, it happens. If not, then I mean, like it is what it is.
You're gonna see Sherrill initially. He falls down.
You know, it's not gonna stop me from having a good time.
Then when he sees Pavia come back his way, you see the right hand. It has a hold of Toriano Pride, the corner. That's what happens sometimes in these extended plays when you have quarterbacks that are so creative like Pavia.
We do also have an update in the BYU game. BYU did successfully kick a field goal. They did come to within a touchdown there. And then Illinois, they had a.
But all the way back out at the 18-yard line.
We need to see that. Illinois they actually found the end zone as well, so Illinois does take the lead against Washington.
He's down to about the 15. Picked up 3.
See, just rushing with 3, keeping eyes on the quarterback, playing some zone coverage, keeping eyes on Pavia. Pavia wants you to play man-to-man, so when you turn your back, if they're throwing the football, he'll take off and run. That's
all right, third and goal, though.
Linebackers are rallying. Khalil Jacobs, nice open field tackle. Now you got him here in the third down situation. Only 1 for 4 today. What does defensive coordinator Corey Batoon draw up? The one thing you know he's going to draw up, he's going to say, pass rushers, go get them. That can eliminate everything.
Flags down again. It's going to be a false start.
I've been telling everyone over there about this channel. I mean, I really do appreciate it. As long as you don't get into any trouble over there, like on that other screen. Because I know there's some creators that are a little bit touchy about like a quote-unquote like self-promoting. Even though like you're obviously not self-promoting, I know you're promoting me. I just know like for some folks they are a little bit touch and go about that. We do have an update for Mississippi State able to find a way to make it 7-all. And then how about this for an upset alert?
So now it's third down and goal from the 20.
We have South Carolina possibly taking the lead on Alabama. Never mind. It's a holding penalty. Never mind. Never mind.
And 20 yards to go. Rolling. And just dirts it.
Yeah, there at that point we got it. We're going to get a field goal.
It's a frustrating series for Vanderbilt. The way they move the football down the field, put a little tempo in. Really got some.
All right, so that's going to probably throw in a field goal. Let's check in on Alabama, South Carolina. They had a red zone opportunity. Not quite a red zone because of the holding penalty. South Carolina, the closest to getting to the end zone, though. At least from what I've seen.
Wipes a touchdown off the board. These are just self-inflicted wounds that just can't happen for South Carolina.
First and 20 after the penalty wipes out the touchdown. And Donovan Murph can't go anywhere, and the crowd wants a penalty flag here on Yanze Pierre. They didn't like what happened after the play.
Oh, that was,
and it's down at the 25.
That's a WWE move. This is like a DDT. Back at it, he literally scoops him from behind his back. Watch number 42. Getting in here on Murph. True freshman gets up and picks him up and slams him.
Yeah, suplex city.
Unnecessary roughness. Defense, number 42. The penalty will be enforced from the dead ball spot, half the distance to the goal. First down.
You just got to know when the play is over. We've had a wild series and sequence of events here in the last two plays. The holding call on Babalade, wiping out the touchdown by Sellers, and now on what looked like a really good play by Bama's defense gets wiped away because of the personal foul penalty.
So dueling penalties make it a first down again for South Carolina, who's 2 for 2 on fourth down on this drive to put themselves in position.
All right, so we're back to a 1st and 10 after like 2 consecutive penalties. In fact, he has helped me choose certain games for my CFP 26 and goes, oh, that's pretty cool. Okay.
Comes in motion. Sellers looking for an option. He spins all the way back at the 26.
They're going to call holding on that one.
The next flag comes out. They may have another holding.
It's going to be Josiah Thompson, the left tackle, number 74.
Can we get like one play where we're tuned into the Bama South Carolina game, and it's not
number 74, 10-yard penalty from the previous
a penalty involved?
A guy who was a freshman All-America last year, but has not played up to that number this year.
Yeah, and he's been the consistent up front for South Carolina. He started every game for them, but you're right. He is very talented, but he's been very up and down.
I do have an update on Iowa State and BYU. Iowa State is in the red zone.
Just can't believe it. These penalties on the offensive line have been killing.
It's like about the 15, 16-yard line, but they are reviewing it. Just saying that he was short of the stick, but they're reviewing it. Could have been first down.
As the option pitch goes to 4 and
I think it was like the difference between being like a first down and a fourth down.
I think situationally, Alabama's defense has been great this season. Down in the red zone with their backs against the wall, they're only letting opponents score on 64% of their possessions. That's best in the SEC, third best in the country. Great
like really egregious. Yeah, that makes sense.
By the true freshman Dijon Lee.
Yeah, so like as long as you're not like too
23. That was thrown high, incomplete, looking for
as long as you're not excessive about it. Like he's cool with the promo. All right.
You just have to be able to make.
We do have a field goal update. San Diego State look at a 14-0 lead on Fresno State.
There was the cat and mouse, right? Sellers audibled. Alabama put everybody at the line of scrimmage, tried to drop guys out, and South Carolina picked it up. They hit a big one to Jaden Sellers. What happens here?
Okay, so they did review it, and it does turn out that it is like a. So Iowa State was short of the first down, but with that being said, 3rd and 1 inside the 20-yard line.
As he is wrapped up and brought
And in
down
fact, Iowa
at the
State
16-yard line.
not quite going to score, but they're going to get inside the 5-yard line. It's 4th down. South Carolina will be settling for yet another field goal.
The big fellas up front. You're talking about Dylan Barrett pulling outside.
So more to come on that. We do also have a field goal update.
And then sometimes you do have to bounce it, and they are picking on Satuala right now, the safety number 11. He's got to show that he can make plays like he did last week in the Holy War against Utah.
4 tight ends again in here. That's a matchup nightmare for guys like Satuala and that entire secondary. And we get the 2-minute timeout.
Okay, they're actually about to go into a 2-minute timeout already. That's crazy. We're going to put a bookmark into that right now. I've been thinking with the Missouri and Vanderbilt. That's also going into a 2-minute timeout. So looks like FAU and Navy actually got something going. Navy looking to get some more points on the board. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to check in on the Dogs. In the meantime, actually, that's like less than 3 minutes. Is there like any game out there that has like less than 3 minutes? Really, more than 3 minutes?
Really nice block. He was lined up at the wing position.
Okay, we're gonna check in on Texas Tech and Oklahoma State because I got a tweet and I want to make sure that no commercials happen. So I'll be right back. We are definitely gonna keep this rolling. I gotta take care of a couple of things. Okay.
It's a pretty good start to an afternoon for Jacoby Williams, one of the more electric players in the entire Big 12 conference.
Pass, that was incomplete, dangerous. That actually hit off of Eric Fletcher, defensive back. So really, with the exception of that one touchdown pass, we haven't seen much offensively for this Texas Tech team, which last week the Red Raiders lost 26-22 at Arizona State, and we got to see how Will Hammond responds. On third down, forced out of the pocket, he's got some green. He's trying to run for that first down, and he does get it. Very heads-up play right there by the redshirt freshman.
Yeah, he's an athletic guy. I mean, for, you know, a guy who can obviously make all the throws at his size, 6'2", 210, very, very mobile. And when you think about what he's done on the season, he's got 5 rushing touchdowns already, so he is a mobile quarterback.
Quick pass to Coy Aiken, makes one man miss.
You know, one thing to note today as well in terms of this offense and how they're going to open things up a little bit more. They're without Terrence Carter. He's not going to play in this ball game, which means they're going to play a lot more 10 personnel, which is going to be those empty sets. You're going to see four wide receivers, sometimes 5 wide receivers on the field with an empty set like you saw on that third down where he just took off and ran.
There's a handoff to Cameron Dickey. And Dickey, he'll get the first down. The offensive coordinator, Mac Leftwich, young offensive coordinator. He said, you know what, last week, I take a lot of the blame because I wasn't letting this young freshman, Will Hammond, let it rip. I was trying to be too cautious. And now he said this week, as you mentioned, we're going to let him rip it.
Taking the training wheels off early in this ball game. He probably should have done that a little earlier in the ASU game. Did it in the fourth quarter, and he saw the results. I mean, they nearly won the ball game, nearly stole the win on the road, which obviously would have been huge for them. But
All right, we are back, and it looks like we came in perfect timing because BYU and Iowa State coming from commercial break. The touchdown? We come back in time for a touchdown. We did. Touchdown, Iowa State. You see me rolling like a cyclone.
Straight there. Boniface has hit a couple of bullseyes with these snaps.
Yes, he has. And Carson Hansen doing what Carson Hansen does best, which is run downhill behind his shoulder pads. We'll show you that touchdown run right after this.
Most popular man in Ames first, Kyle Conrady, back from
All
injury.
right, okay, that being said, we do have Texas and Mississippi State
A week ago, it wasn't the third and long, so it's the third and manageable.
going in.
We saw them last week. They ran a quarterback counter on third and about 6. So the run game
Yeah.
is still very much
So about the last comment, you know, about like red zone. So
number 16 in their quarterback.
So
Third and 3.5.
my wife and my son, they're not at the house with me at the moment. They're spending some time with her parents. Probably will be coming back at some point tonight. And like if depending on when that happens, if it's before his bedtime, you know, you might see him for a brief moment.
Second false start on Texas, 4th penalty.
Got Texas inside 25-yard line. Texas Tech.
Manning throws, and it's caught. DeAndre Moore climbs the ladder and makes the grab over.
Like approaching the red zone as well, maybe in the red zone. So Texas in the red zone, but it looks like they're actually going to be the end of the first quarter. So I'm going to put a bookmark on this game. Let's go over to Navy and FAU.
But Coach Newberry mentioned
Who also has the red zone opportunity as well.
Last year, 6-0.
No, they were happy to be winning. They were ecstatic to be winning, and part of the reasons they played so poorly against Notre Dame in their 7th game.
And then we actually do have another touchdown scored in Illinois with Washington game. I don't know why I always want to say.
Refusal to die that they didn't have.
Horvath dances for the first, although there are 2 flags down. That could be a face mask.
Face mask for sure. Did you see Horvath going out of bounds? He took the time to look at the ref like, they had my face.
They had me face.
Right there.
Yeah, I mean, it is like after 5 o'clock. He actually changed up his routine recently.
Distance to the goal, automatic first down.
So he used to go to bed like a little bit later, like his bedtime used to be like 8 to 9 o'clock, and now we actually had it set up to where like his bedtime typically is around 7 o'clock. Although we've had a couple of instances where he gets that second wind of energy, and he ends up like staying until like 8:30, 8:45. But we did that last night. But he doesn't want to hear the understand man because we were watching the Virginia Tech and Cal game last night. That was an elimination game for Cal.
This is what you didn't want to see happen.
Still waiting.
A long drive at the end of the half.
Horvath.
So Texas looks to come back from break. But with that being said, Navy closing in on the goal line. He actually might just stick around of his Navy game.
Their running game.
The stellar team inside the red zone. Navy does take the timeouts.
Their first of the half.
Want to at least give yourself all 3 downs and enough time for it. So with 21 seconds, you take the timeout, still with 2 left.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 3 to score a touchdown, or 2.
And we do have they did also score as well. Quite the shootout happening in Pittsburgh right now.
Run off the clock, and I guess your first instinct as a fan maybe sometimes is go, why didn't they call a timeout sooner? Well, maybe you don't want to leave much time on the clock. Maybe you figure you're pretty confident you can score on the next play. Why leave 20-something seconds on the clock when you could leave 12 seconds on the clock?
Especially with Kitley and Velkamp and all of what FAU can do in a quick amount of time. So 22 seconds. Navy has scored a touchdown on all but 1 drive. The one that they didn't was a fumble on the snap.
Watch the formation they start in, and watch the formation they end up in.
Pitch to Hyden right. The weapon for Navy. Towards the 1, call it the 2. And a timeout Navy, 17 seconds.
So that's exactly why you called that last timeout. You're in a position you had 3, then you had 2.
Yeah, Navy trying to put themselves in a position to where they are trying to be the last person that had this ball. We do have an update in the Texas Tech Oklahoma State game late in the first quarter over there.
Remember, it started at the 3-yard line with a little over 5 minutes to go.
They had a touchdown. They also went for the 2-point conversion. 2-point conversion is good. So Texas Tech does have a 21-0 lead. Do see Texas and Mississippi State back.
To start the game and say, well, I'd rather have the ball at the end of the first half and the beginning of the second half.
Yeah, they came out in the first quarter. And then we have a touchdown in the Washington State game. Washington State able to get another one up on the board. They're going to take a 21-0 lead likely into the half, starting to turn into a belt-to-ass situation.
If you're Navy, you want the ball.
Meanwhile, Texas is looks like they are running it again on 2nd and 9 with Arch Manning. A little bit closer, gets to about the 5-yard line.
And C.J. Doggett was the one to lead the way. And with the time moving, 10 seconds left, Navy with a timeout left. I imagine they'll take the timeout with 1 play left.
Yeah, they'll take the timeout with 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Here you go.
I mean, do you go for it here, or you just take the field goal and get it out?
I don't believe you're going to run one and try for a touchdown. You're going to take the points you can, and you're going to go in 24-13.
You also have a red zone opportunity for BYU.
That is a huge stop for FAU and Doggett, the captain.
Beautiful play by Doggett inside number 1. Look at him come from that left defensive tackle
And then Texas, they go over on 3rd and 5.
Beautiful. On time.
And it looks like, matter of fact, like Texas is, they're going to spell out.
Into the end zone. Doggett the former hockey goalie with he's got sisters that are gymnasts. How many defensive tackles have sisters that are gymnasts? That just doesn't seem to run in the family when you're a little bit on the shorter side, a little wider side. But
I mean, also the hockey background for a guy who's playing football in Florida now, although he's from Pickerington, Ohio. And grew up playing hockey.
The Panthers.
So yeah, Texas going to settle for the field goal.
Usually not players from the area on that team.
He's got his own clothesline.
All right, so you said field goal. I was wondering if Navy would be aggressive in going for it.
Oh, they're are they going for this?
It's 4th and goal.
All right, we do also have another goal line situation unfolding. Alabama and South Carolina, they have 3rd and goal that's inside the 5-yard line.
And you get Kidley over on the Florida Atlantic side. He gets his timeout, his last timeout, to adjust to what he just saw.
Coach who is yelling and screaming there.
Okay, so while that 3rd and goal is a 4th and goal play now for Navy. Let's check in. 3rd and goal for Alabama. Chance to possibly get it to 14-6 before halftime.
3rd and goal. Simpson to the back of the end zone, looking for Ryan Williams.
That was a solid throw, but don't get any feet in bounds, unfortunately. So that is going to be.
But again, I believe, and it didn't hold true last time, but this
So
ball
4th and goal. I mean, they're going to do this. Maybe they'll have make timeout. Did we the last play of the first half? No good. All right, so they're gonna hold on.
Manning had trouble with the snap, but got it to
Baxter. So because there was a penalty,
still trucking defenders.
and then look at this in the Alabama game. They go for it on 4th down, and Ty Simpson finds Josh Clavin, the tight end, in the back of the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. So it looks like a little bit left to play in the first half, but
take a look at this.
Yeah. Ruling of the runner being shown the goal line is under video review. Timeout.
It was quite the scrum, as you mentioned, Taylor. I thought,
and then BYU will also win a goal line opportunity as well.
In there in that mass of humanity, driving towards the goal line.
Sarkisian said with Baxter back in the lineup, we must run the football better. Let's take another look here as Baxter is aided by his offensive linemen to get near the goal line. And some wide receivers.
Like we said, there was never any whistle. It did not, I guess, indicate there was a lack of forward progress, that he was still moving forward. Now they're going to take a look and see if, in fact, he was able to break that plane. I was always curious, when you see it.
Meanwhile, BYU on a 2nd and goal, looking to the back of the end zone, finds a man. He touchdown for BYU. Worked hard for one possession before going into halftime. And then Cincinnati does kick a field goal as well. They actually very nice lead for Cincinnati getting thus far. They'll have a 17-0 lead there.
1,000-yard rusher, 13 straight years he's been a head coach in college football. Wisner leads the team with 222 yards. Baxter just 110 coming into this game today, in part due to these injuries. But once again, this is the identity of their team with both of those guys in the lineup.
You see that? I mean, it looked as if maybe the State's defense felt like the ball was going to be blown dead. It never did. You had guys, defenders, that were kind of standing there.
It's not
they anticipate a whistle.
It's not a down-the-line view, but it certainly doesn't appear he's down as he is being pushed to the ground over the goal line there.
Do also have a goal line situation in the Pitt and NC State game. All right, so because we are starting this review is dragging out longer than I expected, I wanted to check it on the Pitt game, and it's so glad I did. Pitt scores again. Oh my goodness. We have possibly a generational shootout on our hands between Pitt and NC State. We got 50 points in the first half.
But Kenny Johnson was able to squirm his way out of the tackle.
So glad we checked in on that real fast, man. That is incredible. Incredible work being done.
Right there, he took an absolute shot
as both him and the defender were diving at the front pylon.
Okay, so they did finally get the Texas review done and taken care of.
Look at that and say it's probably a touchdown.
Right.
But do you have enough definitive evidence to overturn what was the call on the field?
Right. That's the key, right? If it was ruled a touchdown, there's not enough there, I think, to overturn it. Because it was ruled down, it's upheld. Regardless, you've got very little grass to defend if you're Mississippi State right here.
Texas tries to make it irrelevant.
Then Toledo, right before the half, they're going to find the end zone as well. Finally getting on the board.
And driven backwards. Jaron Manning again.
What a game number 13 is having already for Mississippi State. Boy,
I'm going to go Carolina quickly on this third and goal, though.
Used every bit of that 195 pounds.
This time Manning will roll and throw, and it's a touchdown.
Boom.
That's Parker Livingston.
All right, so Texas going to get that touchdown there.
Dad, Cooper, they love it.
All right, let's check in now. South Carolina and Alabama. Seeing a lot of games either going to the half or already at halftime.
His quarterback coach, Nick Sheridan. They're going over what's going to happen in a 2-minute situation to see if they can steal some more points here before the end of the half.
Sellers on 3rd and 19.
All right, hang on. So we got a game break in the Cincinnati-Baylor game. As Baylor, they had the ball in their hands, right? They were going to go ahead and try and get Cincinnati back, or get back into this game. But man, Cincinnati, they are coming out hair on fire right now. And because they're coming out with their hair on fire, they get a fumble recovery, actually. And Cincinnati starts off in very favorable field position. Already up 17-0. They have a chance to really come out.
That look says it up for Baylor fans.
Why really another demoralizing hit. I don't want to say it's over if Cincinnati scores another touchdown, but at the same time, man,
Feel for Ashton Hawkins.
not looking good for Baylor.
Field position for Cincinnati. Another chunk gain, Evan Pryor. Kylan Reed, the sophomore linebacker, in on the stop.
That's just a heartbreaker for Baylor. You finally get a good stop. You hold them to a field goal, and you're trying to get your offense in gear, and in one play, ball's on the ground, and it's right back to Cincinnati, who can honestly win this middle 8 as we start to get closer to the halftime break. They get points here. You almost feel like this game could be out of reach.
Pryor. Up the middle. 3rd down and short.
Here's the thing, now that Cincinnati does have that lead, they are going to ground and pound. A lot of talk about Brandon Sawyer, but this is a solid running team too. Very balanced offensive unit.
He does feel like Pryor now can give you some dirty
and the defense going up the plate too.
Pryor's really evolved.
Yeah, he's just not a guy that just goes to the outside. He's getting his work done in between the tackles.
The Bearcats are 4 for 6 on 3rd downs in this first half. They've converted them all on the ground. Another give. Pryor's got the speed to get around the edge. He gets bumped out of bounds. And where do they
spot?
Kylan Reed nudged him out again. Line to gain was the 19.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised there. I thought Sorsby read that they were going to blitz right off of that left side of the offense, and they ran a run play right into the blitz. Just shows you the speed of Pryor to outrace the blitz and get enough for a first down.
And they do mark
Wait, they gave it
enough for a first down from Evan Pryor.
Wow, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually surprised that they gave my Bearcats the first down. I thought it was short.
Did he get the line to gain?
Yeah, that's definitely fair.
First review, Mike, you ready?
Feels like we could have had a few.
I thought he was short.
All right, let's see.
I definitely thought he was short there. I'm going to be real with you.
I'm ready.
All right, so that review is happening. That being said, we'll check back in on Alabama and South Carolina. A lot of the 3:30 games that we do have, they are getting to halftime.
Here's 2nd and 10. Simpson will dump down to Hill, who's been the leading receiver for Alabama so far. And he goes for 8 yards.
It's a good job by Hill just catching it and immediately turning around and trying to get upfield, get what he can. Now finally going to use a timeout here and schedule a play for 3rd down.
You know, it's one of those funny games just where it falls on the schedule, Jesse, right? Because, and we've talked about how unique it was for Alabama to play the 4 ranked teams in 4 consecutive weeks, and then you land this one.
Yeah, and they've had this attitude all season long of sort of us against the world, and they remember a lot of people that were criticizing them after that Florida State loss. They're the ones now patting them on the back, just telling them how good of a team are. They've not listened to that.
We do have the take a look at it in a Baylor and Cincinnati game. Cincinnati actually was short. So, because they were short, it's going to be 4th and 1. See what Scott Satterfield does.
Especially the way the game has gone.
It looks like as of right now, the offense is coming back out on the field. Less than 4 minutes left in the half.
2 tight ends on the right side of the formation, Joe Royer and Patrick Gerd, 21 in the red.
Okay, here we go.
Door by himself, no receiver, no tight end to that side.
Cardiac Cats going for it.
Tawi Walker needs the 19, churns the legs, and Walker's got another.
Boom, first down, baby. Boom.
It's like one of those old boxing workouts you ever see where the guy has the rope attached to him, he's pulling the truck. Watch the legs of Tawi Walker. Just watch.
We love to see it, baby.
Bringing along the truck. This is a truck run. I'm going to call it a truck run because he's dragging that truck. See, he stopped at the line to gain, but the legs keep moving, keep turning, dragging that truck.
Quarterback draw. Sorsby behind Pryor. And Sorsby wrapped up just outside the 5, and it sets up 1st and goal.
He's a sneaky runner. When I say sneaky, because he just finds the voids in the defense. That time, Keaton Thomas, number 11, he blitzes off the edge. Sorsby just feels it. He just feels it. See, watch Keaton Thomas, number 11, right there in the front. He just steps up. Doesn't even get a hand on Brendan Sorsby, and he gets a 10-yard gain for a 1st down because of his ability to see it and just glide and find a way for a 1st down.
Sorsby has 55 of the 143 rushing yards. Fires to the end zone, this time to Allen.
There we go, touchdown, Cincinnati. Borderline belt to ass right now in the Cincinnati ball game.
Man, what a throw.
24 skunk.
Watch how this is called an area throw. Watch this. So you bring this guy over in here and stop. So he goes with him.
Okay, while that was being played out, let's check in on Texas and Mississippi State. The Bulldogs of Mississippi State.
Slipped down in safety. Right as Thompson was coming out of his break, Chapin throws another strike.
Have an opportunity to tie this game against number 22 Texas, according to our Red Zone Top 25.
Coverage back in there, and Anthony Hill was in.
See if they can make that goal line situation happen.
That was smart on Chapin. Don't take the negative yardage play. Hill was in the backfield right now. Wisely just burns that play versus taking the negative yards.
Chapin 7 of 13, 113 yards and a touchdown.
You can see, obviously, State, get these scenarios. We saw on the 4th down, they stayed in tempo. They get in the red zone much more deliberate in this part of the field.
Number 5 on the play clock, and Chapin will hand it off to Booth. Spinning towards the end zone.
Is he in? They're gonna mark him at the 1.
Mississippi State isn't going to give them time to even look. Booth is wrapped. Nope. Chapin keeps it and incomplete.
Okay, if you're Mississippi State, do you go for it here? We're at the 1-yard line, 4th and goal. I think you have to at least try.
State stays in their tempo offense, and Texas defense finds a way to get this stop. Watches Booth driving towards the end zone. Well, that's awful close. That was on the play before.
11th play of the drive. Stayed 0 for 1 on 4th down. Camario Taylor is in there at quarterback. Taylor will throw. It's deflected.
Cut! Oh my goodness. All right, so Mississippi State, they're going to tie it up against Texas. Oh boy. Okay, so that's resolved. How about Texas Tech and Oklahoma State? We haven't seen
How about that answer? Only the 4th pass attempt.
tons from them, but Texas Tech already up 21-0. They do have a looks like close to a red zone opportunity. I don't know if they're actually there.
Almost like forever, as this nearly could have been intercepted by Harris. Or even the other defender, LaDainian Fields, who comes over from his cornerback spot.
Up the middle, watch out, Williams. Anytime he touches the ball now, your heart rate goes up. He gets to Parker Robertson, who was initially called for targeting, as the one to make that tackle.
Well, maybe this is the breakout game for Jacoby Williams. Cameron Dickey had his against Kansas a few weeks back, where he ran for 263. This could be the game, not just with, you know, his running ability, but his kickoff return, his all-purpose yards have been huge thus far.
Empty backfield here on 3rd.
All right, so Texas Tech is in fact in the red zone.
He did. He lost it. Fumble recovered here by Oklahoma State. Tajay McCoy, number 41.
Oh, brother.
Slipped out of the hands of Will Hammond.
I can't believe it. What are we doing there? All right, so that case, so Texas Tech not going to get anything out of that one. Not a lot of games. All games are a commercial. We are going to see Missouri and Vanderbilt come out of commercial break, so we're going to check in.
He said, "Look, they got to stop hurting
on that
themselves.
particular ball game.
They really started to hit some plays.
Nobody else across. If someone else crosses midfield, I'll definitely let it be known.
You want to continue to run the football, really use that two-headed monster at the running back position, and then let Bo Pribula just execute the play-action passing game, sprinkle in some runs. This is going to come down to a last possession. These are two good football teams that are very evenly matched."
Pavia hands one up the middle to Cedric Alexander. We go down to Chris.
Spoke with Eli Drinkwitz coming out of the locker room. He said, we've been in this situation so many times. We just have to be able to stay true to ourselves offensively. Have to be able to sustain drives and get in the open space. Feels like Vanderbilt has not been able to tackle them in space. He said, on this drive, I really like what our ability has been able to do to limit the run game. But if they get back into tempo, we need to not panic.
When they went up tempo, it seemed like that was when Vanderbilt had their most success offensively. They're grinding the play clock down here. Again, Cedric Alexander.
Ooh, what a hit.
Sterling Webb and Josiah Trotter, who hits like his dad used to.
But Jeremiah Trotter was an absolute beast during his time with the Philadelphia Eagles. We were on the same flight down here from Philadelphia to Nashville, and you can see Jeremiah Trotter there. He was an absolute stud, and his son is a chip off the old block. This young man plays the game with tremendous instincts, great hitting ability, and you saw it right there. He has really had a nice season so far for Missouri.
Both teams have struggled on third down. Only one third down conversion apiece. They flex out Stowers. Empty backfield for Pavia. Five-man rush. Tipped ball. Intercepted.
Oh no. Oh, wait a minute. The fumble too. Did Vandy get the fumble?
Pop back out at the end. There's a scramble for the ball. I'm not sure if Wilson didn't cough it up before he went down.
I think that may have been a heck of an effort play on the part of Trent Richardson or Trey Richardson to try and strip Damon Wilson.
Who's got the ball?
Damon Wilson is running off the football field.
Trey Richardson has it in his hands. And the offense for Vanderbilt staying on the field.
Going on the field is an interception by the defense and a return, and the ball carrier down before the ball came loose.
Wow. So what we just witnessed was, okay, so Diego Pavio was intercepted, but Missouri on the return ends up getting stripped. Vanderbilt recovers the fumble, and it's Vanderbilt ball with a brand new set of downs. You literally cannot make this up.
The previous play is under further review.
Now, if they were to rule that a fumble, they would also have to rule that Trey Richardson had clear recovery. You see, it was a very quick pileup. Not sure you're going to be
okay, so while that's being resolved, we do have Baylor approaching the red zone, actually. They just crossed the 50, and not only are they in the 50-yard line, they are actually like well endowed, like in almost in the red zone, actually. Well, actually not almost in the red zone. They're at the 37, but definitely a scoring opportunity in the works here. Ooh, what a hit.
John Thompson banged out of bounds after a dozen by Jake Golday.
Yeah, that's a positive play right there, getting the ball to Washington. He had a wide open Cameron, though, that was streaking down the right sideline. So he had two opportunities, just didn't have enough time. He's looking down there. He had Cameron, but got the check down and got the first down.
Took another big hit, though, and he checks out of the game. Dave Aranda told us that Washington has dealt with hand, shoulder, rib problems, you name it. This dude's been a battler all season, they think. Fresh set of downs with 90 seconds. Robertson the run. That's where he started the slide. They give him about a yard and a half.
Yes, they still have all three timeouts. Surprised they take one here. You still got a lot of time on the clock. You got 1:19. Why waste the timeout here? Let that clock go just a little bit. I don't want to save any time. I don't want any time on this clock for Cincinnati.
It leads by 24. Time now for Never Settle. Brought to you by State Farm. And yeah, the Cincinnati offense has not.
Well, they had to settle for 3 once, but other than that, they've settled for touchdowns. Been able to rush for a couple, just downhill and through the teeth of the defense, showing the physical nature of this offense in getting the ball in their hands in the rushing attack. But in one passing touchdown to Allen, everybody's been involved so far offensively for this Cincinnati offense, and they're leaning on that quarterback right there, Sorsby, doing a terrific job.
He's been one of the best in the country, and they have just pounded the rock against a shaky Baylor defense. So 1:22 to go. Baylor on the edge of the red zone with second down and 8 and 2 timeouts remaining. Cameron motions to the bottom of your screen. Robertson for the freshman Mike Turner. Got a block on the edge, and Turner gets a first down. Clock's going to roll here. Did not get fully.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. So, all right, so they did take a look, and it looks like they're giving the interception obviously happened, but the fumble recovery, interesting enough, the fumble recovery, it turns out it was ruled not a fumble. So Missouri keeps possession. Missouri is going to also start out in the red zone.
All over the shifty wide receiver for a loss of 3.
Yeah, nice job by Jonathan Thompson.
And that's absolutely huge there. Matter of fact, we have a goal line opportunity. Let's put a bookmark on this Baylor and Cincinnati game.
Making good on his promise to try and get this.
We're going to get in on this Missouri offensive possession because that has major implications.
Making some guys miss in the open field. You see their red zone success this season. Steve Gregory, the defensive coordinator for Vanderbilt, tries to figure out what can I do? How can I stop this running game that seems to be getting ramped up?
Ahmad Hardy now to the 5-yard line and
Bad
inside
man.
the 5, down to about the 3.
Got him on my college fantasy team. He is a stud.
So they got those big tight ends in the game. They got 86 Jordan Harris and Brett Norfleet, both of them going 6'4", 6'5 plus, 260 pounds plus. It's like having 7 offensive linemen on the field. Just trying to secure the edge and then let Ahmad Hardy go to work.
They just brought 2 more in.
I mean, those are some big bodies. Typically, though, a lot of times you got to be aware of the pass here because they're trying to lull you to sleep.
They run it with Hardy. 4 tight ends on the field from Missouri.
And they can get it.
with Brian Longwell and Langston Patterson shut the door. It's 3rd down and goal.
It's a great job by the linebackers of getting over the top. As you mentioned, Longwell and Patterson just flowing to the football. It's a key 3rd down. This is where you got to have great eyes on defense. You know here, play action, especially with the way this team runs the football, as athletic as Fabiola is out on the perimeter. You got to be careful. Keep your eye on Brett Norfleet, number 87, the tight end. This is where his range and catch radius, and also...
All right, it looks like the Baylor drive is getting ready to spell out. They're going to attempt a field goal. We'll see, however, what Missouri does on the 3rd and goal. They're calling a timeout.
Eli Drinkwitz just ran about a 4.5 40.
Timeout, Missouri.
To get down the sideline.
First of the half.
And frantically call a timeout before the 3rd and goal snap, which we will have in a moment.
All right, so we're gonna come right back. You already know how we handle things around here. No commercial breaks. Let's head back over to the Baylor and Cincinnati game. See what Baylor decides to do. If they try to go for it on 4th down, it is like relatively short, like 4th and 2 or like a 4th and 3 inside the 10. Could also just see Dave Miranda collectively decide, hey, let's just go ahead and get to the halftime locker room.
And he's got a terrific offensive line that I think just doesn't get enough credit. He stays upright, but he stays protected, and I think that's what they lean on. If you ask me what's the one thing right now about Cincinnati, it has to be their offensive line.
Yeah, those guys paving the way for an offense that can run it. Sorsby's got all these weapons as well, with Scott Satterfield calling the plays. And so here we go on 4th down and 3.
Oh, they're going for it.
Corleone fires up the locals, and Baylor going for it here.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this decision. If I got 3 points, I'm kicking a field goal knowing I get the ball to start the 2nd half. You're kind of gambling for it right here, trying to get 7. I would definitely settle for a field goal.
Robertson
and the gamble works.
Baylor needed that desperately.
Now, here's the next question. Does Baylor go for 2?
Desperation, and you find a way to get the ball to the guy who I highlighted before the game. Michael Trigg, the tight end. He's a mismatch nightmare, but just watch this route. He gets up and sells it, and he just kind of goes to the post. And watch where this ball is delivered. Maybe Sawyer Robertson, the best throw of the day. I mean, he gets it between 3 Cincinnati defenders.
That's what Robinson is nice with it. It is not the, all right, they're going for 2.
They're going to go for 2 here. I mean, I get what you're saying about needing points, but
go for no.
You can't be getting field goals against Cincinnati.
But they have a possession to start the 2nd half. But this is a positive possession, getting 7. Hopefully, or even 2 extra.
Empty it out for Sawyer Robertson. Quarterback draw, and Robertson gets stacked up. This is 2 weeks in a row. Baylor's needed 3 yards and goes with quarterback draw.
And it doesn't work.
Stands up Robertson.
Yeah, that's a
all right,
job.
so unless something happens,
easily. Quarterback, and a nice job by Dingle, the linebacker, Jack Dingle. See how he's right there, just pressing the offensive lineman back.
Looks like we are going to see Cincinnati about to go to half. Convincing, 24-6 lead though.
So Baylor gets
yeah, I mean, I figured that they would. They figured that they would. But since they failed that 2-point conversion, it's still going to be a free score game. But I mean, I thought they were going to settle for a field goal. They didn't do it.
I would have settled for the field goal, but look, you gamble, you get the touchdown.
And here's the thing: Baylor does get the ball to start the 2nd half. So
where could we be better at?
Baylor can get a touchdown on their next drive. I mean, this game suddenly gets a lot more interesting. But hey, we are seeing like back at the goal line, Missouri and Vanderbilt. They're out of commercial break.
In this matchup of top 15 teams.
So here we go. Missouri trying to punch it in on a 3rd and goal opportunity.
Got to keep an eye on him.
Rolls away from him. He wants the throwback. He's in trouble. Dangerous throw.
Oh, that was a very ill-advised throw. Oh my.
Pick 6. Brian Longwell put the pressure on. Now what do you do? 4th and goal.
Fabiola was looking to see if
you got to go for a field goal. Okay, I mean the points are a premium right now. You got to go for field goals there.
Then he tries to come back opposite side to Olubade, but he's blocking, locked up against the corner, Colby Taylor.
And Eli Drinkwitz. He doesn't want 3, he wants 7. They're going.
Oh, they're going for it.
I think here you got to trust your players.
That's a bold choice.
Ahmad Hardy, or you're going to go one-on-one with Olubade at the top of the screen.
Fake toss. Prabula. Tied back.
He's short.
That's a fourth down stop for Vanderbilt.
He's short. Vanderbilt takes over.
Miles Capers led the charge.
And then we also have a game break. We do have Mississippi State off of a Texas interception. Arch Manning, which, to be fair, the Arch Manning interception was not his fault. It bounced off of a receiver's hands and bounces into like a Mississippi State defender. But that being said, though, Mississippi State, they are going to take over. And they're going to have a chance to take the lead against number 22 ranked Texas.
Again, almost slips.
Missouri State be a stunner.
Appears to be just short of the first down. It's 3rd and inches for Mississippi State, and the Bulldogs have struggled on this down so far today, but they slow it down this time.
Yeah, and we mentioned that earlier. They're so tempo-oriented. Saw it quick on a 4th down. We saw it quick on a run that was near the goal line. This time, a good bit more deliberate to try to extend this possession.
On 3rd and a yard, it is Booth. It's the first down.
And that's going to have Mississippi State inside the 10-yard line. And then we also have a red zone opportunity for BYU. BYU looking to tie things up against Iowa State. Oh, that could have been a first down. I would have gotten down to the goal line. Incomplete, though. It was dropped. But now Mississippi State with a goal line opportunity.
And Booth goes down near the 5. That's his career high for rushes in a game, Matt, are 22. He has 17 in the first half.
You see, obviously leaning hard on him without Fluff Bothwell available. Really patient runs. Sometimes you see a back, especially you get in the red zone, they get a little bit sped up. We talk about passers kind of getting sped up in their head, trying to press the hole too quickly.
And this time it's not going to work. Chapin has to take the loss.
Yeah, I got to eat that one.
In the backfield there, the senior from Germany.
A little bit of confusion in the blocking scheme on the right side. Right guard, right tackle, Albert Reese. Really, Kanu just wasn't accounted for. Should have been. Just was not well assigned on the right side. A negative yardage play, big play for the Longhorn defense.
All right, so we do officially have BYU with a goal line opportunity. They converted a 3rd and short. BYU inside the 10-yard line. They're going to be looking to tie. We'll move over there after this 3rd and goal from Mississippi State.
Chapin steps up, dumps it off, and it's underneath.
All right, that's going to be well short of the goal line. So now let's head over to BYU and Iowa State.
So for them to trust him there in that moment, maybe they can lean on some of these other running backs to get those traditional yardages that L.J. Martin was getting.
Going this way, he's got it to Roberts, who was down there with Kingston, and they'll chip away for a couple yards. They're picking on the freshman Coffee again, and it's 2nd down and goal. Kingston will pick there.
A pick? I don't know. It's behind the line of scrimmage. So.
Oh my goodness. And how about this for a major development? Bola, the starting quarterback for Missouri, the Penn State transfer, he is being carted off the field. He is being carried out in a leg cast. They're about to put him in a wheelchair.
Immediately, Cooper Ebel with the stop. It's 3rd and goal.
So early fears.
Yeah, you talk about
Bola done for the season.
Talk about attacking down.
That would be a major loss for Missouri.
Offensive line and this running back group without their
stars. If those worst fears are confirmed. In the meantime, Missouri and Vanderbilt still in a dogfight. Check in on BYU's 3rd and goal now.
Has made a name for himself. Leads the Big 12 all quarterbacks in rushing touchdowns with 8.
Well, they bring pressure from the side. Roberts is on. He's down at the bottom. Bachmeier, end zone, incomplete. He wanted Kingston.
All right, so that is going to end probably with a field goal for BYU, but they'll chip away at Iowa State. They are going to at least do that. We do have...
Since it's your traditional high-low concept, and they get the underneath defenders out of the way, create the whole...
See, we got to drive Buslin,
really nice job of playing
or it looks like
and making sure that
Washington in Illinois.
Once again, dodging a bullet. Remember, Denzel Boston muffed the punt as well, so Washington getting lucky. Damon Williams had his interception
35-yard line.
by James Crooks.
Design run for Williams.
Ooh.
Short gain, they'll call it 2. 3rd down and 8.
Okay, and then BYU, the field goal attempt is good there as well. BYU cuts it to 4.
Weather conditions, plus side of the field, maybe 4-down territory.
I think it's 4-down territory all the way. I mean, mentioned they don't have a single negative play before that muffed reverse. I think that's their only negative play today. So if you can get this into a 4th and manageable, I'm certain Jed Fish will go for it.
Williams, sprint right, Williams. Caught, 1st down, Huskies. Finds Denzel Boston again. He shed all of his gloves. Going straight right there.
It's a great note there, Jeff. Great observation. Going to the bare hands. And what I noticed, too, is that Damon Williams, he has some serious zip behind his passes. That time, it didn't quite have the zip. Once again, the conditions playing a factor.
Free play. Everybody's kind of standing around. Slip it to the outside, and it's almost a 1st
All right,
down.
Washington down on the goal line.
Finds Bright. It felt like half of the field was playing on that play.
Yeah, it looked like Illinois might have been caught with trying to get a substitution, and then the formation catches them off guard. And I mean, they got lucky there. Good coverage down the field, and Damon was able to hit his check down, Vines Bright, and turn it into a nice little chunk play for 9 yards.
2nd down and short. 6-yard line for a 1st down. Jumbo package with Zach Henning as a tight end.
All right, so quick update in the Texas Tech game. We see another touchdown for Texas Tech. And we're going to see a touchdown in the Washington game as well. Jonah Coleman finds the end zone for the Huskies. That makes it 28-17.
Man, how good is Jonah Coleman? He can run through you, he can run around you, he can jump over you, and lowers his shoulders just to tiptoe right inside the pylon for the touchdown.
All right, so that was resolved. Washington's going to get another touchdown. How about San Diego State? Backup quarterbacks in the game, but the ground game doing some nice work here.
Some big bodies up front that you can lean on and rely on in a run game, and you got a quarterback.
San Diego State at the 30-yard line, picking things up.
Entire defensive line subs out for Fresno State. They get new bodies in there. Emmanuel, which is what he's known for, charges down across the 25. He picks up 6 on his first carry of the game.
Man, I love the way Emmanuel runs, and he runs like a running back.
Yeah, it looks like Will Hammond just had a long touchdown run, so that's how Texas Tech made it a 28-0 affair there.
Run is he pushed that ball so far up into the line of scrimmage. He made that cut so late. Late cuts mean that defenders are going to be out of position. He took advantage of it there.
Christian Washington.
A little bit short.
All right, I'm going to be right back.
So it brings up 4th
I'll
down.
use the resume again real fast.
He's got a great leg, but we'll see if the offense just outside the red zone. And,
what in the?
They marked that at the 21.
I have no idea how that happened. We had this line judge that was like pulling for the 1st down. There's no way that was a 1st down.
No, he was about a half yard to a full yard short, but great spot.
It depends on who you're a fan of, I guess.
Give it to Washington for a 2nd straight carry, and he's taken down at the ankles. That's a short gain of just a yard.
So we got Jackson Ford, 6'6", 250-pound tight end. Lined up to the left of the formation out here. Haven't seen any throws from Emmanuel. Do you try and go to your big tight end?
Instead, they'll keep it on the ground. Washington bouncing away from tacklers, and he gets yanked out of bounds. About 2 yards shy of the line to gain, but a physical run there for Washington.
Well, you don't throw it to him, but you're going to see Ford come down on the block, the key block here, bam, right there. You got Kaniki pulling around. They talk about what kind of good feet he has. 6'4", 340 pounds, big puller coming around. But here, big third down opportunity. Watch the legs for Emmanuel here.
Already 2 third-down conversions on this drive after San Diego State did not have any in the first half. Washington straight up the gut, make it a third-down conversion, and it's 1st and goal coming up for the Aztecs.
All right, we're back.
Well, more of what we saw so many times in that first half, just dominance in the trenches. San Diego State, that offensive line, really getting tremendous push.
Emmanuel has yet to throw. Still won't. Trick play. Napier football.
Oh, it's on the ball's on the ground.
By Fresno State.
Put it away.
Just what you needed if you're the Bulldogs.
Oh my goodness, they needed that like they needed air. They needed that like they needed air.
Jason Jacks scoops up the loose ball.
We're gonna get that game going.
Parker McKenna, again a rarity. A Cougar who's back, not a starter last year, but did play on defense. Cougars have no starters back from last year on defense.
I wanted to show you this. This is what Coach talked about. Coach Candle told us, said this team does a tremendous job defensively. Watch at the end of this play how all 11 players for Washington State are around the football in this tackle. I mean, they run to the ball exceptionally. All 11 guys are within, I don't know, 3-4 yards of the football, and that is what we've been seeing from an alumni base, from people around this defense, is this defense is playing hard regardless of situation, and being around the football is a big part of that.
Stephen Gales, offensive lineman from Alliance, Ohio, down for Toledo. So while he's attended to, we'll step away in Pullman with Toledo threatening to pull within a touchdown.
It's an elimination race. The drama is building. We're ready for some Martinsville mayhem.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs tonight at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the CW.
The future of heart care continues at Cleveland Clinic. For appointments and
Joshua Manning, 1st down in the red zone for Missouri. Another 4th down conversion.
Nice job against man-to-man coverage. You're going to see them run kind of a mesh concept against man coverage, hoping the defenders pick one another off. And then Joshua Manning goes up high and pulls the ball down.
Jamal Roberts to the sideline. Broke a tackle just to get back close to the line of scrimmage.
What a heck of a throw by Matt Zollers, just standing in there, trying to remain composed here on the road in the SEC. A lot on the line. Eli Drinkwitz just trying to figure out the right rhythm here. Him and Kirby Moore, the offensive coordinator for this freshman. They know they can't just run the ball every single play. Here they put him in empty. Bring the running back in the backfield.
Tevin Coleman Jr. off the field, limped off with what looked like a bit of an ankle tweak after that last play. 10th play of the drive. This time it's a blitz. Zollers to the outside, incomplete. Whistled it right through Marquise Johnson's hands. So now it's 3rd down and 10 at the 15-yard line. From here, they probably would be in field goal range. Kevin Coleman is back on the field. Now, Eli Drinkwitz said we're basically the 20-yard line and in. Yep. That's where we need to get to if we're confident we're going to make a field goal.
I think right now they're just trying to figure out what plays can the young quarterback really execute. What makes him comfortable? Who do we need to get the ball to?
Up the middle, Jamal Roberts. 4 yards. 4th and 6, and now the field goal group comes out. And Robert Meyer, the true freshman preferred walk-on, will try and give Missouri the lead back.
You can feel the strain that's really probably going through the coaching staff of Missouri right now on the road in this tie ball game with the freshman in there. Now, how do we make the most opportunistic calls for this young man to help our offense achieve? And can we convert here now on this field goal attempt?
29 yards out.
That's going to add to the strain. That's exactly the situation you don't want to be in. And here again, special teams, that third phase, something that almost cost them a week ago against Auburn. Now the score remains tied.
The season continues in Mexico on ABC and the ESPN app.
What's up, Coach?
Yeah, Troy. You're not going to start this game?
Oh. Did you just sing that you're gonna bench me to the Avocados from Mexico jingle?
Well, they make everything better. Tastes good?
Bailey looking to the sideline. Crowd on their feet here at Acrisure. Guerriere, the second time in as many plays, knocked it away.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I said, Coleman, take that, coming home. There's a little guy right here. He's gonna be chilling in my lap for a little bit.
Josh Guerriere, another
my mama gets settled in.
for this Pitt team. Tries to get his eyes back enough, gets his hand up there. Ball's a little underthrown, but excellent coverage. They are going
and
to
I guess
trust their
Mississippi State got another touchdown.
If you're a redshirt senior
Well,
or a true freshman, that's the identity of this Pitt
ooh
defense.
man, Texas on upset alert.
On the day for NC State. Poppy Williams is going to let it bounce. And it's marked dead at the 12-yard line. Pitt with the football, leading 34-21.
We are not gonna tell you what we're not about to do. We are not about to do commercials here. It looks like Navy's in FAU territory.
1 for 3.
I'm going to gain the bearings here and try my best to multitask as well.
Navy had been stopped twice in 11 attempts.
Trying not to get up to touch my mic.
Little adjustment to what they're giving them. That looks like an audible.
Reich in motion. Teska. This is close.
Did he get it?
This is
I don't know if he actually got it or not.
It depends on the spot.
I think it's going to be a first down, but the term by the hair of your chinny chin chin. This is going to be a first down, but not by much.
FAU thinks that they've gotten off the field. Well, there is the first down signal.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh no.
Got an owl down.
Honestly, they might be short.
Good job onside by the young.
Looks like got multiple injuries going down.
Really nice job, Malcolm Johnson, number 50, lined up there at right tackle.
So a member of each team still down on the field. So the medical staff's busy with 3 to go in the third.
Old Trapper Beefs. Energy emergency.
Yeah, I mean Navy does have like some wiggle room to work with. Like if their only loss is going to be to Notre Dame, you know, 11-1, like 12-1. That's going to be more than enough, I think, especially with how the American is this year. So that'll be enough to get at least the default. The default.
without spending that much?
Head to Lowe's. They have cool decorations like
bid.
Bumble.
We do have multiple game breaks. I know it was like one that you talked about. South Carolina getting a touchdown.
Ready for a deal. Now you can order a footlong in the Subway app and get another for just $1. That's right.
All right. So Alabama, South Carolina, they're going for the 2-point conversion, and then actually have another game break as well. Vanderbilt did score a long touchdown.
South Carolina.
Timeout first is going to be used by South Carolina. Interesting sequence here as Alabama went for it on 4th down. Ryan Williams, he had the issues with dropping passes. The big one against Georgia had a 62-yard would-be touchdown. Vandy, there was a 3rd down play. You know what happened against Florida State. Recently, he was playing better, but moments ago.
Don't look down, guys. South Carolina.
And Sellers takes the ball and does this.
Yeah, and listen, all season long, they haven't been able to throw this ball or get it thrown very much because Norris Sellers really hasn't had a lot of time. We saw him on a 64-yard catch just like that against Virginia Tech in week 1, but look at the long strides. He's 6'5" and 235 pounds, and when he gets going top end speed, nobody can.
Then we do have another game break. Pitt.
So here we go.
Able to also score.
Trying to tie it up against number 4 Alabama. Sellers to the end zone.
Missed it.
He was trying to get his little brother Jaden.
It's a really small window he's throwing into. Bray Hubbard's closing in on one side.
All right, we do have another 2-point conversion going down in the NC State and Pittsburgh game.
Trying to get it to 21 full 3-touchdown game.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, right? Because I mean, we've already had like the volcanic eruption week the previous weekend with like 7 or 8 like top 25 teams going down in one weekend.
They're hyped after seeing Blue Hicks go 84
Pitt
yards.
actually going for the 2-point conversion here.
Heinzel to throw. Stays alive. It's like Fran Tarkinen out there, and it's incomplete.
All right, so that's no good. 2-point conversion does end up being a fail.
Heinzel's day is massive, and it just keeps getting bigger and better. Blue Hicks taking it to the house. You're my boy, Blue.
All right, let's see. BYU and Iowa State. Looks like BYU deep in Iowa State territory right now.
Bachmeier, first read wasn't there. Second one down the middle, and let's see. Tiger Bachmeier went low to go get it. Let's see what they say. It looked like it skimmed it.
Yeah, that ball hit the ground for sure.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a
pretty well. But that is definitely an incomplete pass.
We'll see if BYU ends up going for it though.
Watching over the game. 4th down and 2 coming up. They already took 3 once. Will they take 3 again? The answer is no.
You either got to go quarterback run or a movement pattern that gives Bear Bachmeier a run pass option here.
Yeah, they're going for it.
Quick throw. Roberts goes high.
Looks like he brought it in.
Walker comes in as well. It's a first down if it stands, and it looks like it will.
Wow, Gophers finally on the board. 34-3 Iowa. I mean, really opening up the can. And while he is like directly in the room with me, I'm gonna be a little bit more selective with my language.
Automatic first down.
But we'll just put it like this: Iowa giving Minnesota the business in the Porter Ragsdale game.
And right here, you're going to see Chase Roberts is going to run this play action slant off of the RPO, makes the catch, gets the face mask pulled, and is unfazed by it. Look at that. Oh, that's a neck injury for most people, but not for Chase Roberts. He must be
here we go. First and goal here.
First down, it's a Bachmeier run. Straight ahead, Bear Bachmeier, touchdown again. BYU takes the lead.
Yes, sir. Okay. BYU seizing the lead against Iowa State. How about this Cougar team, man? They are showing a ton of fight. They are showing a ton of resiliency as well.
And the backside tackle. Lapuahu comes around and boom, hits Caleb Bacon.
Okay, we do have a red zone opportunity in the Navy FAU game. So let's go over the Navy and FAU.
Horvath, sideline drops. So it's incomplete. It will be fourth down. They ruled it incomplete, but now they say incomplete. So it
Fourth down.
initially was ruled a grab, but he clearly dropped the football. We'll take another look before fourth down.
Clearly incomplete.
So this game has been a fourth down showcase with Navy. They've been stopped twice as many times in this game, and they've been stopped all season long heading into this game.
How about that stat? How many times have you seen that out of an option team, especially this option team? Last 2 drives have been turnovers on downs.
They have converted a fourth down on this drive. Horvath, he's pressured, jumps and throws one-on-one, knocked down, and incomplete. Demarius McGee with the stop. And it's the 3rd straight turnover on downs.
Media timeout on the field.
Incredible.
It's the other edge of the sword, the double-edged sword. You like to go for it, you like to get it a lot, but if you keep trying, you're going to have streaks like this. For them, 3 straight turnovers on downs.
So my fridge broke. What do I do now?
Lowe's. If you find a lower price on the same item, they'll match it with their lowest price guarantee. And they do next day delivery on hundreds of appliances.
Lowe's helps you get more holiday for less.
Take your vibes on the all-new Acura ADX. Crafted to match your energy.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on a new vehicle.
Clock at 5. Vanderbilt secondary communicating, trying to change the looks. Hardy. Couple of yards. What should take us to
It might be that they're riding like the backs of like Ahmad Hardy. Just realized it would help tremendously, but then we got a game break as Baylor just had a massive play down the sideline. Baylor coming out a half, by the way.
Well, watch what he does to Brian Sims, number 17. See how 17, Sims, he sneaks in? Well, if you have no edge, you have no chance to get Michael Turner, who races to the outside and gets up the sideline for the big gain. That's a nice job of selling the inside run, but then bouncing it outside by the true freshman Turner.
Kid who flashed last week was the top recruit in Baylor's freshman class. He was in the ESPN 300. Robertson, end zone, that is
They got it.
by Cameron. Flag down, you hear
And then we do have a game starting to enter the fourth quarter. The first game entering the fourth quarter. It's Vanderbilt and Missouri.
The result of the play is a touchdown.
So we'll be paying a lot more closer attention to Missouri and Vanderbilt going into that final quarter. But for now, Josh Cameron with the touchdown.
He's going to get the catch. I mean, Josh Cameron.
And I would imagine.
I mean, you've got guys draped all the way on him. You mentioned
I would imagine
you have full possession of that football.
that Baylor's going to go for 2 here.
Now he has possession immediately, but watch the ball move here.
He already maintained possession. That's a touchdown. Once he came down with possession, doesn't matter after that. It's a touchdown. But a nice job of finding your matchup, Sawyer Robertson.
You said how important this drive was for Baylor. They marched down the field.
They needed it bad.
Again, they'll go for 2.
There's already a flag.
Robertson got away from Golden. Fires on the move, incomplete.
Incomplete, but there is a flag.
Matt McDoom in coverage, but we got to check the penalty flag on the far side of the field.
And then we do also have a red zone opportunity in the Washington and Illinois game. Washington again finding himself in the red zone.
Lined up in the neutral zone. Half the distance of the goal. The try will be attempted from the 1.5-yard line.
It's the backup defensive end, Jalen White McLean, the Old Dominion transfer, who doesn't play a whole lot, who was offside.
Yeah, didn't really see much, but it looks like that helmet's right in the neutral zone. He's up top. If you got that helmet in the neutral zone, that official calls that flag every time.
Now you're moving from the 3 to the 1.5. Yet another chance to cut this to a 10-point game. Blocking fullback Kelsey Johnson in there. Robertson
missed it.
He sailed it for Matt Kloffenstein.
All right, so that being said, for Baylor and Cincinnati, we're going to put a bookmark back on that one. We're going to head over now to Illinois and Washington. In that Illinois-Washington game, Washington, again, looking to score first and goal. You might have got it.
Denzel Boston, Mr. TD.
Denzel Boston. How about Washington, man? Really making a statement.
That's his 7th of the season, and these guys, this is exactly what they do.
There's no notes either. So we're not there very long.
Wasn't set. Looked like he caught in between whether or not he was going to shift or motion or just stand still.
So still waiting for Vanderbilt and Missouri
number 87
to get back from the from their commercial break. But in the meantime, we'll definitely check in on this pit drive.
Penalties are the only thing that seem to be able to slow this Pitt offense down tonight.
It's one of those things. You can't tell if it's a miscommunication where the quarterback forgot to shift him, or
I mean, just outside of the red zone.
Overman, but you said it. It's really the only thing that slowed down this Pitt offense today.
1st and 15.
All right, we do see Missouri and Vanderbilt coming back from the commercial break.
Get some tough yards up the middle.
As again, Ahmad Hardy getting some hard running. He is trying his best to put this team on his back in a critical SEC matchup.
Sure, knowing Coach Narduzzi and Cade Bell, the offensive coordinator, like we do, they wouldn't mind getting a drive or two where they established a line of scrimmage down the field and ran the football.
Totally. Yeah, this is a Pitt offense, a little bit more finesse than the early days of Pat Narduzzi. Finesse sometimes has a
San Diego State also on the goal line as well. They got a first and goal from the 8.
Heinz is going to go to the end zone for Poppy. Couldn't bring it in. Defended well by Jackson Vick. That's good coverage from the safety.
Trying to get Poppy Williams on a little corner route. He's looking over his left shoulder. Ball's more over his right shoulder. Man, this Pitt offense forces you to cover every blade of grass. If you're a safety, if you're a corner, you got to be ready for every single route in the route tree.
Desmond Reed back in. Heinz to the throw. Shoots that one over Desmond's
All right, so that is so that's probably going to force Pitt to settle for a field goal. That being said, though,
was going to be double covered. Didn't want to put the ball in harm's way. Just lived to fight another down.
We got Missouri in the red zone themselves. 4th quarter. Looking to tie. And Missouri convert this 3rd and 6. And their backup quarterback step in.
Down here in the red zone. As far as throwing the football, Alubide's not on the field, so that's one option eliminated. Can we get the ball to Kevin Coleman in a catch-and-run situation, as elusive as he is?
We do also have another game that just entered the 4th quarter. Navy and
Forward progress stops at the 6. Guess what?
Yeah, Navy and FAU, they just entered the start of the 4th quarter as well.
The field goal obviously pulls them within 4, but both coaches called these 4-point plays in this area of the field, right? The difference between a touchdown and a field goal. Absolutely. And now you see Alubide, the fantastic freshman, he's back on the field. But sometimes it's about players over plays. And if I'm Eli Drinkwitz right now, I'm saying, look, I got to get the ball. I got to get number 1 a target. If he's one-on-one, I got to get him a target right now because he has made plays for me in big situations the past 2 weeks.
We have field goal attempt by San Diego State. That is through. And look at that. Missouri's going to tie it up with their backup quarterback. And the Navy will also score. They'll bring our one-score game down to 1.
Trying to secure the ball as he hits the ground. He's keeping 2 hands on it, making sure he leaves no doubt. But Matt Zollers just reading that play out. He had kind of like a double post concept, a double crosser concept. He had Jude James And he had the freshman Alubide coming across the field. He makes a great decision, puts the ball where it needs to be. That is a big, big response by Missouri.
And Meyer gets the point after. This is a true freshman quarterback to a redshirt freshman tight end. Crunch time in the SEC.
There you see the double crossers. He puts it low and away. Jude James, big time play.
All right, so we're going to commercial break right now. We'll put us a cap into that. Looks like we do see one such game in the, I guess, like around the 50-yard line. That's Baylor and Cincinnati.
Pickup by Sorsby.
The second one is Baylor and Cincinnati drive. Like Bearcats look to respond. That could be a big play downfield. Broken up at the last second, though. Actually, no, hang on. We have a goal line situation. Well, I had one. Iowa State now has 4th and goal.
So here's the length that we talk about. See, able to stay in phase and still get a hand up. I mean, he's falling down to the ground and still able to get that left hand in there and knock the ball away. Tremendous play. Couple of plays so far by Thornton on this drive.
Remember, Dave Aranda said to us this week, we're going to have to win some one-on-ones in the secondary because if we're going to stop the run, we got to load the box. Like this, Walker running past Keaton Thomas for 7. So if you have
field goal is up for Iowa State. It is through. So less than 2 minutes left to play in the third quarter. We have a tie ball game here, 27-all.
You can't be afraid. You're going to give up plays. I think both sides knew that going in. These are two really good quarterbacks. Sawyer Robertson on the Baylor side, and we're watching Brendan Sorsby on this side. You're going to give up yardage, but you got to let those plays go. Get back and have full confidence in yourself.
Across the middle, the catch made by Noah Jennings. Feels like this guy only comes up with huge clutch catches.
Because you got a little bit of everything going on. That's why Noah Jennings is lined up at wide receiver. He's on the left side of the screen. They put the running back Tyree Walker in motion. So all the action is going toward the defense's left, but yet they come back right with the 4th receiver in Jennings.
Walker running into the arms of Jackie Marshall for 2. Marshall, a guy who's been dinged up this year, like we said, with a high ankle sprain. A defense, again, without Tevin Williams, who was a game-time decision. Carl Williams at DB. He's only played 4 snaps all season. Then you've had a season-ending injury to Travion Barnes. Devin Turner, a safety as well, a torn ACL in the spring. And Phoenix Jackson's been banged up. Sorsby on the check down. It's a drop. Out of the backfield, Evan Pryor could not squeeze it, and it's 3rd and long.
Yeah, not only couldn't squeeze it, he was already running with the football. He was already head turned around, ready to make a move. Got to corral the football first, tuck it in. Could have been a big play.
Ball's at the 30-yard line. We've got a kicker in Steven Rusnak, who's been excellent. Good this year from his long.
All right, we'll see what happens with this 3rd and long. And then after the conclusion of this 3rd and long penalty, we're going to switch it back over to Missouri and Vanderbilt. They are coming back, and it's tied at 10. Late in the, not late, but early in the 4th quarter. All right, so that'll set up a red zone opportunity, but now we really hone in on Missouri and Vanderbilt right now.
So Brett Norfleet, their tight end, is in the locker room trying to find out what the injury story is with him, but that led to Jude James, the redshirt freshman, all of a sudden appearing, scoring a touchdown. And how important is this game to both? Missouri, Vanderbilt, the winner, very much alive with a chance to reach the 12-team college football playoff. The loser, they would have a really tough hole to dig themselves out of, even only being a 2-loss team.
Yeah, the importance of this game cannot be understated. And really the big way in which freshman Matt Zollers is stepping up right now cannot be understated either. He had taken a big shot on that scoring drive in a pressure situation, and then he comes up with a big-time throw. Now can his defense respond and answer as well?
Cedric Alexander, 4 yards. And because of that home run hit by M.K. Young, that's only the 8th offensive play that Vanderbilt has run this half. So any rhythm for Diego Pavia, it's not there right now. And we are tied at 10 with 12.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this game is that Look, this Vanderbilt offense is so multiple. They can hit you in the passing game with Pavia and his brilliance, as well as run the football.
We do have an Illinois touchdown that did end up occurring. They are also going for the 2-point conversion as well.
Pretty quickly, it seems like both of these teams have settled in real nicely as this game has progressed.
They run it again with Alexander. Third down, 3.5 coming here for Vanderbilt. Josiah Trotter, Marvin Burks Jr. combine on the stop for a team in Missouri. Again, is one of 3 teams.
All right, 2-point conversion is good for Illinois. That's going to cut it to 10. 11 minutes left to play in that fourth quarter. Washington's still in a nice spot, though.
So they are stingy.
This is where the defensive line has to come through, because this is where Pavia Magic usually starts to rear its head in these third down situations. You have to defend the initial read and then the second reaction play. The play that goes off script. Got to rush with lane integrity, play tight coverage in the back end if you're Missouri.
Richie Hoskins in motion. Pavia steps up. Pavia across his body, tipped ball. Incomplete. Junior Sherrill had it go off his hands, and it looked like Pavia, if he wanted to run for it, could have.
Yeah, there's just so much going on in this play. Chris McClellan initially just gets great pressure up the middle. Look how he comes right down the pike. Pavia has to flush up and out to his right. He's trying to hit his trusted wide receiver, Junior Sherrill, flashing across his face. Ball's a little bit behind him, trying to reach back and make a difficult catch.
And I guess it did look like Khalil Jacobs, the linebacker, had an angle on Pavia. Line drive punt. Kevin Coleman to the sideline, watches it sail out of bounds as Nick Haberer found the sideline. 24-yard line will be the starting point for Missouri.
Okay, so while that is certainly going on, we do have, let's head back over to the Cincinnati Baylor game. We saw Cincinnati with a red zone opportunity. Thing is, though,
Thomas and the Bears swarming.
penalties have really hurt them on this drive.
Redshirt junior linebacker Thomas, the leading tackler, in on that stop.
I love this drive for Baylor defensively. I know there's been a couple of penalties, but showing a lot of fight, showing a lot of, look, they made their adjustments. They're trying to stop the run, but they're playing more aggressive, it looks like, to start this second half defensively. A little chippy is going on so far.
So second down at 23, and this is the 10th play of the Cincinnati drive. Quarterback run, and Sorsby's dragged down by LeVar Thornton. Short pickup of 3, and it's third down and long.
How about the drive here for LeVar Thornton? He's made a couple of plays in the pass game, and now he comes and wraps up the quarterback near the line of scrimmage, showing off the tackling ability. Talk about a nice drive. It's number 25, LeVar Thornton.
6'3", redshirt sophomore corner from Fort Worth. Ball's at the 25. You feel like you're probably comfortably in the field goal range of Stephen Rusnak. Quick hitter to Tawi Walker on the swing pass. Got away from Thomas. Gets dragged down by Caleb Burns, talented true freshman linebacker. Fourth down, and the field goal unit trots out for Cincinnati.
A nice hold there by the Baylor defense. Cincinnati had everything going. Tawi Walker limps off the field on that third down play. But this is definitely something to build on if you're Baylor defensively. Even if they make this, you're still talking about a 2-possession game with yourself getting the football back.
This from 36. You saw how good Rusnak has been these last couple of seasons. Fletcher the holder, and Rusnak stays.
We got that field goal.
These last couple of years. Points for the Bearcats, and the lead is 15.
All right, still waiting for both Alabama, Vanderbilt, or not Vanderbilt, Missouri, Vanderbilt, as well as possibly BYU and Iowa State. I think they just hit the end of the first quarter. Let's check it real fast. The Alabama-South Carolina game. That is the game in which we are going to see South Carolina only down by 2. They're in field goal range as well. But we do also see Missouri and Vanderbilt come back from the commercial break. So we're going to put the, bookmark on that, just giving you guys that situational awareness. South Carolina inside the 35-yard line. Chance to possibly take the lead against Alabama. 3:30 left to play in that third quarter.
That puts them in position for maybe another 10-win season. They've done that back-to-back years, but a lot hinges on what happens in the next 11 minutes. We are tied at 10, and the true freshman Matt Zollers takes over off of the injury.
All right, and then we do see Pitt get yet another field goal. They're going to be up by 25.
Touchdown pass to Jude James. He's got it back.
Flattering in the Inzer City.
Up the middle. He picks up a couple of yards. Chris Budden with an injury up there.
Yeah, Missouri still without this drive, without their tight end, Brett Norfleet, who is currently in the locker room being evaluated for an upper body injury from the Missouri staff.
And in his absence, Jude James has 3 catches for 21 yards and a touchdown.
You can't discount the loss of Brett Norfleet. He had 5 receiving touchdowns on the season, was a red zone threat. Exactly where Jude James stepped up. There's a lot of people having to step up for Missouri right now. Namely the guy who I've already dubbed Baby Joe Flacco and Matt Zollers.
Ahmad Hardy across the 30 to about the 31-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Another tackle for Brian Longwell.
Every play just so critical right now. Eli Drinkwitz and Kirby Moore have to be precise with their play calls. Look, they know what the big-time runs are for Ahmad Hardy and Jamal Roberts. They know what to call there. Is when you have to throw it against that defensive coordinator right there on your screen. And Steve Gregory, what are our best throws? What are our best route combinations? Matt Zollers has shown that he's up to the task.
All right, boys. So BYU and Iowa State, they are starting their 4th quarter as well, tied at 27. So we do see like BYU, who came in number 9 in the Redshirt Sports Top 25. They're on upset alert right now. And then, of course, Alabama coming in number 3 in the country in the Redshirt Sports Top 25. They're on upset alert right now against South Carolina.
Play with confidence on the road, SEC matchup. 8 for 11, 52 yards and a touchdown. That's a heck of a start. Long way to go yet in this ball game. But he seems like he's in control.
Jump cut for Jamal Roberts. Tackled by Martell Height. And this puts Missouri also, Lewis, well over 32 minutes time of possession, closing in on 33 minutes to the 18:38 of Vanderbilt. That's their bread and butter. They're number 4 in America in time of possession.
That's a great point. It just shows you that this running game, Ahmad Hardy, Jamal Roberts, it is formidable.
And then we got a major game break out in the BYU Iowa State game. Parker Kingston mossing an Iowa State defender. And BYU is going to retake the lead against Iowa State. Meanwhile, South Carolina, they just hit a field goal. They're going to be up 15-14 on Alabama. Telling you guys, Crimson Tide on serious upset watch right now.
I mean, right now, if you're Jordan Harris, you're sitting there going, look, I have nothing but space. And this just helps the young quarterback just settle in and settle in. They're marrying up the run with the
we do also see Navy score.
Passing game.
Paxton's going to try a field goal, possibly.
Right up the middle. The pile pushes. It's another Missouri first down.
And it just continues to grind the clock down, Bob, as you mentioned. Continues to keep the Vanderbilt offense and Diego Pavia on the sideline.
Jamal Roberts did it again. And number 20 grew up in St. Louis, dreamt of playing for Mizzou. He was 6 years old when College Game Day came to Mizzou, and the Tigers beat Oklahoma. He was a 9- and a 10-year-old when Missouri played in SEC championship games after they left the Big 12. Zollers under pressure. He's going to try and throw it away. And he got outside the tackle box. I think he did well to avoid that.
I mean, if Vanderbilt can just find a way to stop the run, it's going to be barbecue chicken.
It's a smart defensive play on the part of Vanderbilt in their secondary. They pick up the first down. You're at midfield.
And then a game break in Fresno. San Diego State getting another touchdown on the board.
Trying to get Alubide up over the top.
Sidnor is hurt. We'll step aside.
All right, so they're stepping aside in the Missouri-Vanderbilt game. That being said, let's take a look into Alabama, South Carolina. Things getting really spicy over there.
That's a good point, Katie. Right now, South Carolina is slanting the gaps, and they're winning.
5 tackles for loss. And now to the outside, he connects with Ryan Williams, does Simpson.
I just want to remind people, I know Bama has 14 points. Their offense has only scored 7, though. That's how well this defense has been playing all game long. Clayton White's unit is flying around.
Tremendous defensive coordinators, Clayton White for South Carolina, and now his defense can get off the field again. It's a 3rd and 7. Simpson wants a whole lot more
Got
than
him.
7, and it's
Was broken up.
He was looking for Bernard, and Swain had coverage.
Bakari Swain has made a couple of huge plays in this one. The sack, fumble, and this time Jeremy Bernard got behind him, but Swain, who's taken 3 punts to the house this year, has great catch-up speed. And I looked at this one, when this ball is thrown, I'm thinking, oh, this is a touchdown Alabama. Swain's able to catch up. The ball a bit underthrown. A little bit of contact, but the referees have been letting them go on both sides of the field, and it's a consistent call.
Dow punting away. There's a lot of contact down there with Swain and the Alabama coverage team. Of course, still to come, it is the showdown for Texas A&M. They're 7-0.
All right, that being said, okay, they might be getting ready to go to commercial break here pretty soon. BYU and Iowa State, on the other hand, they are not in commercial break. We are going back.
Players
The BYU and Iowa State game.
More snaps than they're used to playing. But that guy right there you see on your screen, Rocco Beck, he lives for these types of moments. He is very clutch in fourth quarter games and knows how to just instill belief into his team. He has to get them back to feeling like they can win this game here on this drive.
He's at the 35 to open here. A guy who's seen a lot of football in games, and in the Big 12, it's Sama on the run, and he is pulled back after a gain of 1. Talking to Matt Campbell about his quarterback, Rocco Beck, he said, when Rocco came into the game at TCU, end of the 22 season that was really going nowhere, he said, I knew everything was going to be fine with our team. Because you could see it on the sideline, you could see the reaction, you could see the way he handled the offense. Rocco Beck has made a living in games like this.
Yeah, you see it, the 7 game-winning drives. We're not at that point quite yet, but he knows what it takes to be effective in the fourth quarter. Oh, my goodness.
Pick six.
To the end zone for a touchdown.
Man, how about the resiliency of BYU, man?
Oh boy, he got beaten on the opening play touchdown. Satuala's revenge gives BYU the lead.
And you see him right there.
Got a touchdown for Washington as well.
Satuala breaks on the football, not even interested in making the tackle. He was interested in making up for getting beat time and time again early in this game. And you see him running away there with the Jordan hands. Holy cow, man. What a play.
The lead by 14 now.
All right, so that being said, we are starting to really see
Jamal Roberts doesn't have it secured.
BYU
CJ Hurd says, hey, if neither you
pull away from Iowa State.
And I'll give it back to my offense.
Replace that with another 2-1 possession game. Alabama and South Carolina. South Carolina only has a 1-point lead.
What can the Vanderbilt offense do with it?
Avia looking downfield for the freshman, and that's well out of bounds. He tried to hit Caleb Barnett. They tried to sneak the true freshman speedster out of the backfield on a wheel route. And Nicholas Rodriguez read it and ran right down the sideline with it.
That's going to be one of those plays that kind of goes unnoticed in the course of this football game. But that guy right there on your screen, Nicholas Rodriguez, that is a heck of a read and coverage execution on the part of a linebacker against one of the faster players on the Vanderbilt offense.
There goes Barnett in motion. Avia looking that way. He's going to try it again and just overthrows him. Barnett asking for a flag.
Yeah, they're not going to get that flag, buddy.
To get the answer he wants. Dalen Carnell that time was in coverage.
Personal foul, roughing the passer.
Oh, that one was a backbreaker, though.
Wow, there was a flag, though, and it's Langdon Kitchen who roughed Diego Pavia.
Now, this is an easy call to make. You're going to see Kitchen coming off the top of the screen. Watch his right arm. Right there, right across the face mask of Diego Pavia, trying to affect the throw as he's executing that bull rush against Isaiah Glass. It's just a critical mistake. Critical mistake.
Pavia on a keeper. Cuts it upfield. Pays the price. Picked up about 2.5.
This Missouri defense plays with such good eyes. They have really done a good job for the most part of keeping the dangerous Diego Pavia contained. He just puts so much pressure on you with his dual threat capabilities, the RPO game that they have. They're going to have to come up with some of their best stuff here. Just get the feeling. Where's Eli Stowers?
Oh yeah, B-Dub, absolutely. The 2 SEC games, we got some classics on our hand. Bitter defensive battles, but closely competitive. You swing either way.
It ends up upside down as Dalen Carnell.
From a gambling perspective, I do need Vanderbilt to lock in, though. I had one of the legs I did have was Vanderbilt money line. So I kind of need them to lock in right here.
Watch Carnell just trigger right away immediately. Loses his balance, loses his footing, still able to get a hit. Well, McKylan Young, as he's looking a little gimpy. Just a big star defender at 6'2", 225 pounds. Now it's time for the pass rush. It's time for the big guys up front. Can they affect the passer? Can Diego Pavia find an opening throwing this football?
Slam.
Got him.
His roommate, Eli Stowers, has the first down.
Said he was going to make his impact on this football game, and there he goes to his guy, Eli Stowers, just running the slant. They flex him out like a wide receiver. Look at him, just give him a little bit of a move at the top of the route. Secure the football, move the chains. Diego's looking right at him.
And in Mexico State, those two battled it out for the quarterback spot. Stowers becomes a tight end because Pavia won it, and now they're best friends playing together here at Vanderbilt. Circling in motion, Caleb Barnett. Pavia, the pitch. Barnett, the speed.
There's that speed.
A little dead leg move inside the 5-yard line. First and goal. Flag down back at the line of scrimmage, though.
Is this play going to come back? Are you going to get a holding penalty?
Holding. Offense number 53.
Oh, that's a backbreaker as well. Speaking of backbreakers, we got a special teams mistake
Just an unnecessary play
on Alabama.
The play has
It's like one of the gunners for Alabama just never saw the ball, accidentally runs into it, so it becomes a live ball at that point. In South Carolina, Alabama's got to count their lucky stars, man. If that South Carolina defender was able to get in on his feet, South Carolina was running out into the end zone. And then it really becomes like a thing of hurt after that.
Up on 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go as well. Pavia looking for Junior Sherritt. Flag out. That's going to give Vanderbilt a first down.
Could be South Carolina ball. It is, in fact, going to be South Carolina ball.
Pass interference. Defense number 0. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
And I mean, South Carolina, they can get a touchdown here. I know it's been a very fairly defensive game. Even if you come out of this with a field goal if you're South Carolina, without your defensive playing, you're feeling really good about that.
Wide receiver separating from you.
force Alabama to get a touchdown to take the lead instead of a field goal, that would be
done everything
huge.
perfectly.
Gotta lock in, though.
Two critical errors, one on the part of Vanderbilt, now on the part of Missouri. In a high-stakes game like this, it's going to be which team makes the fewest number of mistakes in these critical situations.
Again, two tight ends load up right. And Gabe Fisher goes in motion. Kylan Young inside the 10-yard line. Remember, Missouri used a timeout earlier in the half. So they only have 2 left, and we're under 4 minutes to go.
Cedric Alexander comes back in the game. Richie Hoskins, number 5, slot receiver, who's just so crafty, working the middle of the field, his own holes, back in the game. Got big Cole Spence, the 6'7" tight end in the game. It's so many different weapons they can go to.
Alexander. Turn back at about the 6-yard line. An enormous third down coming here for Vanderbilt. Khalil Jacobs.
All right, guys. So South Carolina also inside the 10-yard line. Vanderbilt finds itself in a 3rd and short situation. South Carolina just getting into the 10-yard line.
They have to start thinking about using their timeouts.
Absolutely.
Just to have time on the backside with the 2-minute timeout to help them.
You can see head coach Clark Leeds is consulting with his guys on the sideline, trying to game this out, trying to take as much time off the clock as possible and come up with maximum points, get this ball in the end zone.
They have to call timeout. The play clock had wound all the way down, and Diego Pavia saw it.
Timeout Vanderbilt. The first of the half. 30-second timeout.
It was about to be delay of game, and Diego Pavia calls timeout. 2 trips for Missouri Lewis down in the scoring.
All right, quick update on the Texas Tech and Oklahoma State game. Texas Tech does have a like a 35-0 lead. They just took the lead there. So I'm sure y'all understand. I'm not really paying much attention to the.
It's been something that has just been a thorn in their side. And then the big time, it's just explosive run by McKylan Young, who just takes it the distance. And then again, the freshman just coming up big, just staying poised, calm.
And then look at that with Norris Sellers with a 10-yard touchdown run.
Norfleet not in the football game,
and oh boy, boys, South Carolina, 10 minutes away from upsetting number 3 Alabama.
And that's just in the second half.
And so much could be
It's getting dicey for the Crimson Tide.
Down and 4 from the 6. Cedric Alexander in motion into the slot right. Pavia, straight quarterback run. Reaches the ball out at the goal line. Did he get in? He's short. Now that might work out well for Vanderbilt. They could take the clock all the way down to the 2-minute timeout.
Yeah, they could.
1st and goal.
You're going to see Pavia just trying to stretch it out and trying to get that ball across the goal. You see, he's down just short. That's a great point, Bob. Now they got a first down, a fresh set of downs. The clock becomes a factor.
For a moment, the clock stopped at 2:13 to go, but now they have appropriately restarted it, and it will take us all the way down to the 2-minute timeout.
All right, so that's going to take us to the 2-minute warning for right now. So South Carolina and Alabama, they're at commercial break at the present moment. We'll check in though Cincinnati and Baylor. We saw Cincinnati get off to a really hot start, 24-0 lead, and then now Baylor trying to claw back. 1st and goal opportunity.
Cincinnati once led this game 24-0.
They scored a touchdown. Depending on what they end up doing here, they could make it a 1-score game in the 4th quarter.
He gets stood up, and progress is stopped right around the line of scrimmage. Yeah, that's something we've seen from Baylor. They did it twice last week when they were in the red zone, brought in 2 tight ends. They lined up the quarterback over the guard and snapped it to the running back.
Yeah, and usually it was Michael Turner in the game when it happened. And so now Turner enters the game. He subs back in. Good to see him back in the football game. But we all know this is 3 downs to work with for Jake Spavital, offensive coordinator, so they can play around with a couple of calls here.
All right, we do see like FAU
what they want to do.
To get a touchdown, but they went for the 2-point attempt. That fails. FAU is still up by they're down by 16.
Scans, takes off with a cut, reaching out. It's a touchdown.
No, that is not a touchdown. No shot. It was clearly short. If they review this, which they better review this, that is.
They signal touchdown. See, we got this angle. On a perfect camera angle right here. Now watch the football as Robertson gets near the hit by Jalen Hunt, number 90.
Oh, he must. Okay, actually must snuck it in there. That might be a good call.
All it has to do is touch that white line. Nice job there. The
oh no. Okay, that is actually a touchdown.
I don't know if he got it at first, but man, what an effort by Sawyer Robertson. Just extending that football. All he has to do is touch that goal line, the front edge of the goal line. That's a touchdown.
And what an effort from Sawyer Robertson. Again, bouncing back from last week. Jake Spavital said to us that Robertson was wearing it hard this week. Wanted to have a response, and now Baylor again goes for 2.
All right, they're going for a 2-point conversion here. They'll get a 2-point conversion. This is a 1-score game here once again.
Robertson on the move. He's got Turner, but it's incomplete.
But there's another flag.
In the back of the end zone. Arnold again had coverage on Josh Cameron.
We do see South Carolina and Alabama return back from commercial break.
Defense. Half the distance to the goal.
So, because we do see them going back to commercial break, we will check back in probably with this Alabama-South Carolina game.
Arnold just pushes him out of bounds, 25. See, it's like late, early in that down. Cameron's just trying to uncover, and Arnold just pushes him out of bounds, which I understand. You're trying to get, once he steps out of bounds, he can't be the first to touch it. I get it. Or in the back of the end zone. But when the ball is still in play, you can't do that.
What's the play called now? You just need 1.5 yards.
I think it's a similar thing. What have we seen in short yardage? Sawyer Robertson keeping the football.
2 tight ends to block. Robertson runs.
He'll be short. Okay, so 2-point conversion actually does fail.
Yeah, that's what.
But there's another flag.
He got his full hand in that face mask.
All right, while that's being sorted out, we got a 1st and goal situation for Vanderbilt in Missouri. We'll see what Vanderbilt does here.
Cedric Alexander stopped.
Stop.
And now Missouri has to call timeout. Eli Drinkwitz all the way down the sideline trying to call timeout. Did the ball pop out? As Eli Drinkwitz was trying to call timeout, emerging with the football was Sterling Webb.
I think Alexander was on the ground. Josiah Trotter ripped the ball out of his hand as he's laying on his back. You're going to clearly see that he's on the ground.
Okay, so Baylor and Cincinnati. We're trying this. It was another penalty on Cincinnati.
Turner with a leap, and Turner is in for 2.
All right, we want to see that play out. All right, now we're coming back to Missouri and Vanderbilt. I just wanted to see that play out real fast.
Well, this at least has made the officials' conference.
Recovered by the defense on the ground.
Wow.
A fumble and a recovery by Missouri.
I think they're going to have to take a look at this one. He clearly looks like his backside is on the ground. Unless they're going to say that he is there. You see the left hip.
All right, so they're reviewing that. Let's now go over to Alabama and South Carolina. Alabama, led by Ty Simpson in his offense, desperately needs to score here. It's not over if Alabama fails to score on this drive.
Alabama first down.
And as V-Dub mentioned, we do have a final out of Iowa City. Iowa wins 41-3. The can was, in fact, open.
Jam Miller. He's I think their best
Yeah,
combination. Big and fast.
Iowa there.
220 pounds. When he sees a crease, he can explode. And they've had a couple good runs here early on this drive.
Well, yeah, very impressive performance by the Hawkeyes. Hopefully they'll be good enough to get Iowa ranked. I had Iowa ranked on my ballot. I was in the minority in that. Actually, I think I was the only person in the Redshirt Sports FBS ballot to rank Iowa. Hopefully that gets people's attention.
Quickly turns to the slant, and it's incomplete as Bernard could not hold on, and Swain was there defensively.
And that's the first drop of the season for Jeremy Bernard. The drops by Ryan Williams, very well documented. Good slant route. It's a good throw, good decision. It's usually a play Jeremy Bernard makes. Now Ty Simpson has had to deal with some hostile environments this year. On the road at Georgia, on the road at Missouri. I don't know if any of them has been as loud as this.
Take it in.
I'll be seeing Cocktober in full swing here, boys.
Third and 4. Shallow cross to his tight end, and he's got it. Josh Cuevas, who had the touchdown on 4th down earlier. Remember, the one offensive touchdown, there was a really bobbled ball.
Do have a game update. Navy was able to quickly respond with a touchdown of their own.
Josh Cuevas, this is called a whip route. He's going to look like he's running a drag inside the linebacker. That time Johnson tries to jump it, and then Cuevas puts his foot in the ground and gets back outside. Good accurate throw, right at the sticks. Gives them a fresh set of downs.
Coming up on 7 minutes to play. Daniel Hill, as he takes advantage of the block, and at 244 pounds.
All right, we do see some confirmation in the Missouri and Vanderbilt game. So the call on the field was that Missouri recovered a fumble. That call was overturned. So swinging it back over to Missouri and Vanderbilt. 2nd and goal.
So it'll be 2nd down and goal.
Still keep an eye on the Alabama game. Don't you worry now.
Down to 1 timeout left. They're adding a little bit of time to the clock.
And Eli Drink was trying to preserve as much time as possible.
They haven't adjusted the clock yet. Now they have.
Look, if you're Vanderbilt right now, look, you still have to execute. As favorable as this situation seems for you, given where you have the football, you still have to execute. You got to play this thing all the way through. And if you're Missouri, you got to be fighting and
then we have a game update in Pullman. Washington State gets yet another touchdown on the board. So Washington State now with a 28-7 lead over Toledo. And he's in. Touchdown Vanderbilt. That gives them a 7. That's going to give them a 17-10 lead. Pending the extra point.
That's nice execution on the part of Vanderbilt at the point of attack. Both tight ends, Cole Spence, Eli Stowers, the lead block from Cedric Alexander. And then Pavia does just enough to get in the end zone. That's the kind of execution you're looking for in a critical situation.
All right, so quick update. Alabama is in the red zone against South Carolina. We got witching hour time stuff going on here. Alabama in the red zone, seeking to tie it against South Carolina. Now, even if Alabama does get the touchdown, they are going to have to go for the 2-point conversion as well. It's getting dicey. Let's see if Alabama can pull it out.
Alabama's starting to look like what we've seen all year.
Play action. Simpson. He's going to tuck and run. Simpson inside the 10-yard line.
Good awareness. That's been one area he struggled on plays where he gets to the outside and he's tried to throw the football when he should just run and get what he can. And this time on the bootleg, Maybe a receiver out in the flat. You got Walker all the way out there. Look at 74 blocking against Brian Thomas. Try and give Simpson the edge. Buys him the time. Put this thing now inside the 10-yard line.
Simpson on 2nd and 3. Here's Miller on the backfield. Made a man miss inside the 5 and then taken down at the 2. It is 1st and goal, Alabama.
And that is a good tackle by DQ Smith because South Carolina's blitzing. Ty Simpson's hot, and he finds his answer out in the flat to Jam Miller. Someone's just got to make a tackle.
No, goes a few yards away.
Right there, but DQ Smith.
And Alabama potentially tying this thing up.
Progressive pylon cam, here's your view as he is taken down at the 2-yard line.
Then how about this for like a bigger shock? Mississippi State, late in the 3rd quarter, they score again, win a 13 on Texas.
Miller is met and tackled for a loss. That was J.R. Johnson.
And he just absolutely shoots the gap. Cam Dewberry's trying to climb up to him, but he's just not.
All right, so Missouri is going to start with their potential game-tying drive. 2 minutes to go. Backup quarterback. You got 75 seconds. So 1:52. And it's almost picked off from the get-go. Luckily, the defender landed out of bounds.
2nd and goal.
Jeremy Bernard lined up in the backfield. This is an area where they like to hand him the football.
2nd and goal, Simpson. Here is Bernard, and there is
He finds the end zone there for Alabama. That's a touchdown. But remember, they do also need a 2-point conversion.
Really nice play design here by the offensive coordinator, Ryan Grubb, and they put Jeremy Bernard in motion. They're just going to run him on a little flat route and try to clear everything out to the left side. Just doing this. He's going to wiggle here and come underneath for the score.
And now Alabama will have their first 2-point attempt conversion of the season.
And then we do have an update. So San Diego State is going to beat Fresno State 23-0. And then what we're also seeing in the Washington-Illinois game. He's got it. Alabama's got it. It's a tie ball game, 22-all.
Hill shifts over. Simpson gets it back. Cuevas hauls it in. 22-22. Deuces everywhere. We got drama.
And they faked it to number 2.
All right, so we're gonna have drama over in that one. How about Missouri and Vanderbilt though?
So it makes the field that much longer for Matt Zollers, the true freshman quarterback.
Missouri on its last gasp.
Helplessly watching on crutches. Zollers from the goal line. Heaves it out of bounds.
Here come the pressures from Steve Gregory, the defensive coordinator. That time it's Langston Patterson. He's walking up into the line of scrimmage. You don't know who's coming, who's dropping. This is not where you want to be.
3rd down and 23.
We do have a final as well for the for Washington and Illinois game. Washington's winning convincingly. They're going to win 42-25 is going to be your final score. But a bigger concern, 3rd and 23. True freshman quarterback running for his life.
Stays out of the end zone, stays alive, rips a throw incomplete. Flag.
Oh, there's a flag though.
Receiver, and it looks like it'll be a pass interference penalty against Vanderbilt.
They're going to get Colby Taylor arriving too early. These broken play situations for defensive backs are just one of the hardest situations that you find yourself in when a quarterback is scrambling. You're trying to plaster and play tight coverage.
Pass interference. Defense number 3. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
You're going to see Colby Taylor come into your screen from the left. Right there he is. Just trying to get a break on the ball. And clearly pass interference.
He committed the penalty at the 28-yard line, Lewis, which means if he would have even allowed that catch and just made the tackle, the clock's rolling, and it's 4th down and about 7. Instead, it's a 1st down for Missouri.
In those situations, you kind of lose context as far as where you're at on the football field. You're just trying to make a play and trying to prevent a big play. It's such a hard situation to be in, but it's fortunate for Missouri now. They got a fresh set of downs. They got to continue to try and get some chunks down here, but not take big-time chances.
3-man rush, so it's all kinds of coverage. Gonzalez with nowhere to go with the football. Tries to do it with his legs. Can he get to the sideline?
Hey, able to get out of bounds, though. That's going to stop the clock from the zoo. 1-12 with the play, though.
Out of bounds. Colby Taylor threw him. Usually, if that forward progress is stopped, they keep the clock rolling. That's a break for Missouri. Saves their timeout. Or at least some time had they not called it.
How about Zoller showing good mobility, ability to keep plays alive, keep his eyes down the field.
They might catch too many men on the field for Vanderbilt. Instead, Cart Lee calls timeout.
Vanderbilt. Their second of the half, 30-second timeout.
Another update, an insane day of college football. Matt Barry keeping us updated.
Yeah, Bob, it has been insane, especially in the SEC. I want to show you what happened moments ago. Alabama, South Carolina. The Gamecocks have outplayed the Tide in every facet, but here comes Jeremy Bernard for the touchdown to make it 22-20. Alabama has to go for the 2-point conversion. Look at this dialed-up ball play. We are tied at 22, just north of the 2-minute timeout in Columbia.
Like we said, multi-screen, the multi-viewer, and a chance to reach the 12-team playoff arguably hangs in the balance in this matchup of top 15 teams for both. The winner, very much alive. The loser.
All right, so South Carolina, they are going to start their drive against Alabama. 2:16 left. They just need a field goal. South Carolina going to be starting from the 30-yard line. They're still keeping direct tabs on the Missouri-Vanderbilt game.
He absolutely has. And right now, if you're Steve Gregory, you're trying to figure out, do I need to pressure this young man? Because he looks a little bit too calm back here in the pocket.
Easy pitch and catch. Again, it's Jude
All right,
James.
another 1st down for Missouri.
1st down. And that stops the clock for the moment.
How about this as well for a big-time moment? Okay, South Carolina, they got a short game. They are going to go ahead, and they're going to get the 2-minute warning, or the 2-minute timeout. Really, it's a 2-minute warning, though.
But that will cost them valuable time. And if they have an injured player here, it's going to cost them their timeout.
Timeout, Missouri.
Oh, yep, they have to use the timeout. That's their last one. They had to use it for an injured player. That is brutal. We do also get a final result. Another one getting brought in. Washington State. They do end up beating Toledo 28-7. Really nice result for Wazoo after almost beating Ole Miss. After almost beating Virginia. They're finally able to get into the win column. They've been playing really hard, and they are going to be rewarded with that result.
The touchdown pass, and then Diego Pavia, well blocked, puts the ball in his hands, strikes a Heisman pose.
All right, so 6 games remaining here on the screen. Half of them are one-possession games. So you see the one-possession games. Other games that are still going. Texas and Mississippi State. We just entered the 4th quarter. Texas now by 17. You do also see FAU and Navy still going at it. Zach Hitney and the boys, they are not giving up by any means. Minute left. FAU down by 17. Is really just a matter of can FAU score to cover. That's really where it's at. And speaking of FAU, they actually do get another touchdown on the board.
Over the head of Marquise Johnson. Colby Taylor read that one and avoided pass interference.
Interesting enough for FAU, they don't actually have to don't have to go for 2 this time around.
Here's the ball game. Got 3rd and 10. You're Steve Gregory, what are you dialing up? Are you trying to play coverage? Are you sending 5 or more, you got to get an extra rusher on this quarterback. Do you want to kind of make him speed up his process? Just don't want to give away anything cheap on the back end. Can Missouri hit a big play?
All right, we go 3rd and 10.
Jump ball. Well out of bounds. Over the head of Marquise Johnson.
Okay, here we go. 4th and ball game.
Come down to this.
4th and 10.
Down and 10 for Mizzou at their 41-yard line.
Not really giving their wide receivers a chance. Trying to push this ball down the outside lane, down along the sidelines.
This is it. 4th and ball game. South Carolina, Alabama, also coming out of a 2-minute timeout.
Not on the field, which is a little bit surprising in this big play situation.
Will Vanderbilt blitz? They rush 4 once again. Zollers across his body. Caught.
Oh, he actually caught that.
Junior for a first down.
And then how about this? Brandon Swordsby for Cincinnati going to strut his stuff into the end zone. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Should be enough to put that one away. Got a little spicier than I wanted to be. But that should do it, though.
Trying to be mindful of the clock while at the same time, you know, you're going to have to put the ball up down the field. You've got to get a touchdown. You've got to get some chunks.
False start.
Oh, man, if this is a false start, that should be a 10-second runoff.
False start.
Okay, South Carolina, like I mentioned, they're back out of their 2-minute timeout. They are running the ball, which is really fascinating to me. I don't think they're even close to field goal range. So I don't know if it's one of those things where... Oh, hold up now. Oh, South Carolina just stole the ball. Alabama recovered.
You're tired. You've been fighting and battling.
Oh, that is so devastating.
Got to give your quarterback a chance. And if you're Vanderbilt, got to play good coverage.
Zollers over the middle. Another completion to Kevin
Another big-time catch.
And it stops the clock. 30 seconds to go.
These are big-time throws. Big-time throws by a true freshman who had only attempted 6 passes before this game.
And not spiking it. Here comes the blitz. Pocket collapses. Zollers tosses one. Near side, almost intercepted.
Was that anyone meaningful, though? They might call this intentional grounding.
Intentional grounding. It is.
See, Zollers is trying desperately, trying to get rid of the football and doesn't want to take the sacks.
Keanu Coote was right there.
Intentional grounding. Offense number 5. Penalty, the loss of down in spot of the foul. Penalty also carries a 10-second runoff.
There it is.
Please set the game clock to 10 seconds. The game clock will start on my whistle.
It looked like he might have gotten outside the tackle box, but I guess the ball didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. So now there's only 10 seconds to go because of the 10-second runoff. So from here, Lewis, I don't know if you can do anything other than toss one to the end zone. Do you have time for 2 plays?
All right, here we go. Missouri.
Down the sideline, and now you definitely don't have time for 2 plays.
Okay, the call has also been upheld. Bama gets the football with 1:39 left.
Drive. It just seemed like wasted downs to me where they didn't give the wide receivers a chance to make a play on the ball. I know they don't want to put it in harm's way, but now it basically comes down to 1 play.
Unless you want to run like a 5-yard route, and just get that much closer.
And then attempt the Hail Mary, yeah.
But you really risk running out of time, and now it looks like a strategic defensive timeout called by Clark Lee.
Timeout Vanderbilt.
Are you even risking with 6 seconds on the clock, trying to get a little bit closer to the end zone, or is this taking a crack at it?
All right, we do have a final in the BYU-Iowa State game. BYU does end up winning 41-27. Ready win for the Cougars. They got on to a slow start. Was a possible letdown spot. But give Iowa, or not, excuse me, BYU all the credit in the world. They were able to bounce back, found a way to win. BYU, for right now, is going to remain undefeated.
He's the best contested ball catcher that you have on the football team.
And then we'll have another game getting ready to go final as well, as Navy does kneel it down against FAU. Navy gets to 7-0. They're going to beat FAU 42-32. The one of those games where, let's be real with ourselves, Navy dominated a little bit more, but last play of the game for... Wait a minute. Oh, they're going to take a look at this. That was a lot closer.
Kevin Coleman Jr. right at the goal line had a chance to make the catch.
It's hit him right in the chest.
You're actually going to take a look at this. So once
the problem is if the clock went to all zeros, even if they rule this a completed pass, that ball's short of the goal line.
Sure is, and I think it hit the ground anyway. I think it went right through his arms.
A look from pylon cam.
See the ball come down as Coleman is standing right there at the goal line. It hits him right dead in the chest. There's you see the ball on the ground. Incomplete pass. Another look at it. It's a heck of an effort, heck of a throw.
I don't know.
Ball on the ground.
And again, even if he had hauled it in, it looked like the ball was short of the goal line while he was down. So one way or the other, it looks like this is
look
going
at
to
that,
be
Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt win until they make it official, though.
Vanderbilt gonna survive.
Ruled an incomplete pass on the field.
And then we got a game update in the Mississippi State-Texas game. Mississippi State was a long touchdown. And so Mississippi State's going to extend their lead. 38-21 is going to be your score here.
Ball slipping, but he keeps it trapped against his thighs. From the other angle, it looked like that ball had touched the ground, but as we've said numerous times, as you've said, it's short of the goal line regardless.
His body's on the goal line, but that means he's keeping the ball from the goal line.
Right.
After further review, the pass was caught, but short of the goal line.
Oh, thank you. 1 yard short. That's how close it was for Missouri to send this game in the overtime. 1 yard short. We do also see Cincinnati come through and get a touchdown on the board. That should be ball game.
Coach, what was a very odd and wild game. What are you most proud of the way that your boys closed it out today?
Well, just that. I mean, they fought. That was back and forth. That's a really good Missouri team. Obviously, we played better at the end there, and I think there was some gutsy play by our defense kind of right there coming out of the half. You know, we had the explosive run and the touchdown drive. A lot of
Okay, that being said, guys, we are going to see Vanderbilt. They're going to win 17-10. Vanderbilt's going to get the 7-1 on the year, while Missouri will lose their second game. They're definitely still alive. They're going to the playoffs, and now, you know, SEC championship in their playoff hopes. You know, well, the playoff hopes are a little bit better, but the SEC championship hopes they might be a little bit more on life support. To be honest with you. Now, let's go ahead and jump into Alabama and South Carolina.
Here's Ryan Williams trying to spin free, but he is wrapped up and brought back.
There you go. That's the final score, 17-10.
That time in the open field, and Bama still needs some yards here. You were talking about Talty at kicker. He's 7 for 7 this year on field goals, 40 yards or less, but only 2 of 6, 41 yards or more. And where they're at right now, this would be about a 42-yarder. Percentages.
See this end of the Alabama South Carolina game.
Still some pressure, still some work to go here, I think, if you're Alabama.
It is a lonely job of the final moments of preparation when it's just striking that ball into the net, taking a glance over at the field, looking at clock and situation and distance, and locking in. And that is the case for
We have 2 other games also happening. We also have Cincinnati and Baylor, 3-possession game there, and then Texas. A little bit later, earlier in the fourth quarter, 12 minutes left in that game. Texas down by 17.
A massive upset, and then the fumble happened. No timeouts remain for South Carolina. 46 seconds to play in regulation. There's a slant, and it's incomplete. Rico Scott could not corral it.
We saw Jeremy Bernard drop a slant earlier.
I'm actually very surprised that Alabama passed that ball there. Genuinely shocked.
Drop as well. This is a tight window throw. And that's just one Rico Scott has got to be able to make. Drops have really hurt Alabama now in the passing game. And so for this play call here, 3rd and long, I think one thing you've got to be thinking about if you're Ryan Grubb is how do we get the ball centered in the middle of the field to help out our kicker, Connor Talty. If we can't pick up the first, can we at least put it in better position?
Jeremy Bernard is lined up in the backfield at quarterback before they utilize the timeout. What a wild, wild fourth quarter we've had after South Carolina rallied all the way back. And now you see Connor Talty, redshirt sophomore, kicker for Alabama, grabbed a hold of this job this year, but for the first time, a pressure kick. A potential game winner.
That last time out on the field before the timeout, it was Jeremy Bernard in at Wildcat. And you just wonder if he was just going to catch that snap, just try to run to the left. He's back in the Wildcat again right now.
I've seen a score update during the Alabama South Carolina game. Texas Tech now I was up by like 42-0.
Simpson and Bernard breaks free. Jeremy Bernard, how about it?
Oh, but you know what? What South Carolina did was incredibly smart there, because they were in, Alabama was deep in field goal range, right? They were deep in field goal range. So what they ended up doing was that they let Jam Miller score.
To tackle him intentionally, thinking, hey, if we just let them score, we'll have an opportunity to get the ball back, maybe go down.
Ironically enough, that gives South Carolina a little bit of a breather of life here. Still looking very improbable unless he stepped out of bounds.
He stay in right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he stayed in the entire time.
What balance, what body control.
Also, that was Bernard that scored the touchdown, not Jam Miller.
This offense, Jeremy Bernard.
But you hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
If he just goes out of bounds, South Carolina has no more timeouts left. They're not going to get a chance to get the ball back, give a chip shot field goal to win. Now, the North Sellers may get one more chance.
As Talty adds the extra point. 34 seconds remaining. No timeouts for South Carolina. Listen, it was choppy and it was a struggle offensively for most of this game for Alabama. Big players play their best in big moments.
No question. I go back to what Kalen DeBoer told you, Katie, and I at the start of the year when we were getting ready to watch them play Florida State. He told us, I know we have a better football team this year because I know we can handle adversity better than our team could a year ago. They've got leadership in this locker room on both sides of the football, and they've certainly faced a lot of adversity. It hasn't always been pretty, but the pick six defensively, the big turnover on that last drive by Tim Keenan, and that big-time run just now from Jeremy Bernard. Ty Simpson throughout this entire game battling. This leadership has really helped them keep an edge and fight through the adversity.
Deontay Lawson was a big part of that vocal message after the upset against Florida State, saying it takes more than just showing up on Saturdays. He showed up at the right time with the forced fumble with 1:39 to play. The squib kick is fielded awkwardly by Harbor down near the goal line.
Oh, man, that is a catastrophic mistake. South Carolina is going to have to go 90 yards in 29 seconds.
Tough sledding.
That's just to send it to overtime.
Fans know it. No timeouts left. Backed up. You need 7 points to send this thing into OT. And again, the offensive line, that has been a major issue for them all season long. And you just know the front three, front four from Alabama are going to be pinning their ears back.
UT Texas get a touchdown on the board. They're still going to be down 10 with 9.5 to go.
Here's Sellers.
They'll get out of bounds.
Underneath to his tight end, Hunt.
They're not getting out of bounds. They're going to have to spike it.
Remaining.
That's a great job by Bama converging and getting a tackle in the field of play. It's now wasting precious seconds and taking them off the clock.
It was 22-14, South Carolina. And with 2:16 to play in the game, Simpson connected with Bernard for the touchdown, and then Cuevas for the 2-point conversion. And then moments ago, Jeremy Bernard with a 25-yard touchdown run. What a comeback by Bama in the last 2:16. Sellers. And he is brought down.
All right, he is sacked. That's going to do it. Alabama finds a way to survive. They're going to beat South Carolina 29-22. I mean, how about some resiliency for this Alabama team? And just a tough break for South Carolina. That was a game that South Carolina desperately needed. And they just ain't getting it. They just are not going to get it there.
And the playmakers stepped up in this game when they needed it most, and they survived here in Columbia.
Katie's with Coach.
Thanks, Tess. Coach DeBoer, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. What makes you most proud of the way your team was able to do so tonight?
It's exactly that, and they're going to keep playing. And, you know, as long as they keep that mindset, you know, we're going to be competitive and have a chance in every single game. And we were great in the critical moments. There were some things that we didn't do well throughout the game, but we were great in the critical moments, and that was at the end of the game here.
Deontay Lawson comes up with the biggest play of the game. What can you say about that shot that he was able to come up with?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, just again, guys have been in the program. A guy like Deontay, I'm proud of him. I'm proud of TK. Those guys are, you know, heart and soul. I mean, they're captains. They've been here forever. These are the moments that they've worked so hard for. But I'm proud of the coaching staff.
All right, so with that being said, how about that in terms of a haymaker, right? We're going to see South Carolina. They're going to barely survive. So only a couple of games remaining. What we're going to do is we're going to remain on until either the UC game goes final or until the Texas Mississippi State game goes final. So not that much longer because Cincinnati, I believe, is just entering the 2-minute warning. So real quick, let me go ahead and just make a quick run through in terms of what we've seen. Pitt does win 53-34. Very good result for the Pittsburgh Panthers. They get to bowl eligibility. Now, with that being said, how about some of these games that are happening on ESPN Plus? What happened to them? Okay, so Temple is going to be a win, a very slim margin. Temple beating Tulsa 38-37 in a very close one. What else did we see around the country? How about Kent State pulling a stunner? Kent State's going to beat Bowling Green 24-21. So Kent State pulling off that upset. They get their third win of the year. Akron able to beat Buffalo 24-16 as well. Rice, that's why you don't play with food. Rice beats UConn 37-34. New Mexico over on the Mountain West Network beats Utah State 33-14 as well. Southern Miss dominates UL Monroe 49-21. NIU does beat Ball State by multiple touchdowns. NIU does win 21-7. Central Michigan dominates against UMass 38-13. And then Miami of Ohio with 17 unanswered in the fourth quarter. They beat Western Michigan 26-17 ending up being your final score. That being said, we are seeing Mississippi State and Texas come out of the break. Let's go ahead and check in on the Texas and Mississippi State game real fast.
Mississippi State tried to win their first game in Starkville against an SEC opponent in 3 years. Mississippi State has been terrific running it, approaching 100 yards, throwing it. Chapin has over 300 yards passing for the second straight week. And the defense has caused turnovers and a bunch of tackles for loss.
And yet, despite all of that, great defensive play.
And then we'll keep eyes on the Mississippi State Texas game until Cincinnati does end up going final.
Play was doomed from the jump. If you're Steve Sarkisian here, do you decline this and make it 3rd and long, or take the penalty?
You see, that's exactly what he's discussing. The thing is he does. Holding. Exactly what he says.
Then once we do see the Cincinnati game go final, we will sign off for tonight.
This feels like a big one coming up next. First, let's look at this last one.
Lots of pressure. The back does a good job coming across. I don't know. I mean, he ends up, that actually looked to me to be a pretty clean block. Good job by Booth. Regardless, the size difference probably led to some of that. 3rd and 10 plus. You usually look for Anthony Davis. He's been the answer, Evans rather, throughout this day.
3rd and 12 for Chapin, and he's down.
Oh, he gets lit up there.
Anthony Hill. Texas forces a 3-and-out, exactly what they needed, and this one is far from over.
No, absolutely it is. Just like the big plays. Great job. So watch, you're going to end up kind of stunting. It's a little twist on the inside. Hill starts. Does a great job getting upfield quickly. And it involves the running back. Dangerous punt returner here.
Ryan Niblett hasn't gotten free yet today. It's a good kick by Pulliam that's going to take Niblett back to his 30-yard line. And Niblett runs into his own man shy of the 40.
Well, Taylor, we've seen this multiple times in this game. With the offense, maybe a quick possession, hadn't happened a ton. Turn the ball over on downs. The Mississippi State defense has found a way to get a stop. Would have stopped Texas on the previous possession were it not for the personal foul penalty roughing the passer. Now they need another answer, and because Texas has stayed in this thing fighting, the big playmaking in the passing game, the Longhorns still with an opportunity.
All right, so Cincinnati did just get the first down, so that's going to be Johnny's ball game there. Cincinnati's going to win 41-20, being your final score. So, guys, this has been a really electric college football Saturday here, man. Particularly that noon window. That noon window was absolutely insane. That being said, guys, we are going to go ahead, get ready to sign off for tonight. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to College Football Red Zone. It's been a pleasure. And with that being said, I'm your host, Jacob, College Football Red Zone, signing off. Hoping you guys are all out there having a good one. Good night, everyone.